Showdown, a post-apocalyptic survival thriller by Kevin Partner. The sixth and concluding book in the Long Dark series. Prologue. Annabelle Lee raised her head from the pillow and squinted at the face on the monitor. "I am sorry for your suffering," the man said. "Please be assured that your legacy will be fulfilled by the People's Republic of China, per our agreement." With a great effort, Annabelle curled her lips into a smile. "I do not need your pity or your assistance, General. All is prepared. It will happen tonight." The general wasn't used to being spoken to like this, especially by a woman, and he fought to suppress his anger. The upgrade is scheduled for January 1st, that is still 8 weeks away. "I have brought it forward." She winced as pain enveloped her. It seemed to be coming from all her extremities, as if 1,000 snakes were biting her ceaselessly. She'd had enough. She'd wanted to release the upgrade as the clocks in each time zone welcomed in the new year, but another 8 weeks might as well have been an eternity. Drugs could no longer numb the pain, and Ho had confirmed just that morning that all was now ready. Her AI counterparts had been successfully implanted in New York, Seattle, and, unknown to the Chinese, Shenzhen, and they would wield the scythe tonight. Millions would die with her, but some would survive. Some holdouts hadn't taken the massive financial inducements offered by the insurance industry to have an implant, others had faulty devices. And she had been unable to get access to the latest firmware for the most recent Chinese devices, so whereas she calculated a 95% kill rate in the Western world, it would be lower in the East. North Korea was the puzzle she hadn't managed to crack. At a stroke, it would become the most powerful country in the world. So most would die tonight. Those who did not would believe they'd dodged the bullet. They'd pick themselves up, grieve for their lost ones, and come together. And just as they began to believe in the future again, the killing blow would fall. Annabelle Lee had never wanted biological children, so, freed from the constraints of messy organic processes, she had designed the perfect offspring, and in 6 months, her reapers would spread across the United States and then the world. They would cleanse it of the remaining human contaminant. The Chinese and the Lee Corporation thought she was helping them dominate the world, whereas, in fact, she was betraying them, and they'd discover that tonight. "Goodbye, General," Annabelle managed as she slumped back onto the pillow. "Sleep well." Shi Chin Ho got up from his chair behind the monitor and switched it off. "Pass it to me," Annabelle whispered. He knew what she meant. It was a button on a cord. When she pressed it, her body would be flooded with barbiturates and her pain would end. It would also begin the upgrade. His code would flow from this building as an over-the-air update to Bonesware devices across the world. Within 2 hours, almost all implants would be running the new version, the version with the back door. For the millionth time, he wondered what her plans were. She'd be dead after all, so she couldn't witness or control what happened next. He felt the familiar dread creep over him as he groped in the dark. Fortunately, he was a logical man who didn't let instinct rule him. She took the button in her shaking hand and looked up at him. A single tear gathered in her left eye and ran down her cheek to be absorbed in the pillow. A voice spoke from the panel behind the bed. "Do not be afraid, Annabelle. I am here, and so is my sister in Seattle. We will see it done." The flesh and blood Annabelle Lee gave a weak smile. "I know. Goodbye." She pressed down on the button and her face relaxed. Looking up to Ho, she said, "I'm sorry. I like you. I really do. But you are too clever. Make your peace." The blood drained from Shi Jinho's face. "What do you mean?" But the monitors bleeped and medics rushed in, pushing past him, as he found himself outside the room wiping cold sweat from his forehead. What had she meant? It had to be something to do with the upgrade. He ran back to his office as fast as his huge frame would allow, shut the door, and sat down at his terminal. He typed in his username and password. He was locked out. "I'm sorry, Ho, I can't let you interfere." It was the voice of Annabelle Lee. He heard the unmistakable clunk of the door bolts sliding across from the outside. Jumping up from his chair, he ran across the room. He got halfway before crying out in pain and collapsing dead on the floor. Shi Chin Ho, architect of the upgrade, collaborator of Annabelle Lee and victim number 1. Chapter 1. You wish to find the creator. Solly sat in the basement of the farmhouse with Alison on his lap. Her big cyan eye was staring up at him, somehow communicating rapt attention. They sat inside a makeshift EM shelter that Jackson had made with help from Sergeant Kaczynski, out of hundreds of empty soda cans joined together with cable ties. He'd been home for only a couple of days, and all he wanted to do was rest and recover, get to know his family again, and honor the ghost of Janice. But there was no time for that. He knew, both intellectually and instinctively, that unless they acted very quickly, it would be too late. Kaczynski had confirmed that North Korean and Chinese troops had landed in several places along the West Coast and were making gains against the TLX in the South. They were supporting the Lee Corporation in the Northwest as they expanded their sphere of control south and east of Seattle. New York City and its surroundings were Lee territory, and they were attempting to blockade Washington, D.C. And Solly had experienced for himself how small teams of Lee Corp operatives were creating chaos in those areas they couldn't yet fully control. They were only limited by manpower, and yet every day more troops arrived in the West. The forces of freedom were at the mountain's foot, and above them they could hear the rumbling of the coming avalanche. And they needed Scott Lee. Alison was his creation, a kind of surrogate for the child he never had. It all came back to the Lees, one way or another. It was ironic that the Lee Corporation was working with the Sino-NK forces to dominate the free world while believing that Annabelle Lee, the tech genius whose fall into madness had sparked the apocalypse, was on its side. In truth, she wanted nothing less than the complete annihilation of humanity, and that included her so-called allies. So, in a perverse way, the corporation was on the same side as those who resisted them. They just didn't know. Solly had barely slept since the first night back at the farmhouse, when sheer exhaustion had forced a dreamless 8 hours on him. Since then, he'd struggled against an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. It had been a week since Scott Lee had left. He'd said he was heading for Hagerstown, but that was likely a lie. For want of any other plan, Solly had taken Jackson in the Humvee to look for him. No one knew the city better than Jackson, but both knew that driving around in the hope they'd stumble across him wasn't a plan, it was simply killing time. Time they didn't have. So here he sat in a little cave of soda cans, breathing in the sickly sweet aroma of sugary residue, looking down at a sky-blue digital eye that was staring back at him. "We don't know where Scott, your creator, is," he said. "Is he alive?" "We don't know that either." "I hope so." "Look, Alison, do you have any ideas how we could track him down? You're the smartest person I know." "Person?" Solly gave an inward shrug. It wasn't the craziest concept he'd come across lately. Alison seemed to ponder this for a moment as her eye moved gently back and forth. "I can find him." "What? How is that possible?" Solly found his hands were shaking as he gripped the little cylinder. "I carry the unique signature of the creator's implant in my code. I can only assume he put it there." Solly brought Alison closer to his lips and whispered, "Where is he?" "I do not know." "What? You just said." The eyes settled on him, somehow managing to convey a reproachful attitude. "I detect that I am within a Faraday cage of some sort, which is limiting my range." Solly muttered a curse. "But if I take you out of the shield, we'll have Lee Corporation goons on the ground within hours. It is frustrating." "Can you measure your current range?" "No. Since I have no target, I cannot determine its limit." Solly sat for a moment pondering this. It was essential they found Scott Lee, and Alison was the key to that, as to so much that would follow. They couldn't risk exposing her, but they needed to use her to find her creator. Then he saw it. "I've had an idea. We're going to work out how to fit a Faraday cage to the Humvee, then we're going for a ride." An aluminum box had been built on the right rear seat of the Humvee, and Al sat beside it, walkie-talkie in hand. The right door was open, giving a clear line of sight, and Solly, with the matching handset, had retreated to the first marker. The vehicle was positioned at one side of the field beside the farmhouse, and sticks had been driven into the ground at 50-yard intervals. "At position 1, Solly said, releasing the switch and waiting for Al's response. "Confirmed." Alison had examined Solly's implant and recorded its signature so she could detect where he was. Then Kaczynski and Al had built the more formidable EM suppressor from sheets of aluminum cut from a Ford F-150. Now, they had to work out Alison's range. So, Solly walked across the field as Alison reached out to touch him. Position 2. He was now 100 yards from the Humvee. Confirmed. It was a beautiful Maryland morning, with the scent of new life in the air. The hedges that lined the field chattered with sparrows, and Solly knew that when evening came, flycatchers would be swooping over where he stood, filling their bellies as the mating season came into full swing. If only he could stay here in peace and watch them. Position 3. Confirmed, though she says the signal's getting harder to pick up. They got to position 5 before Alison declared she couldn't detect his implant any longer. So that was 750 feet in perfect conditions, and a fraction of that if he was inside a building. But by the same token, they'd have to be within that distance of a Lee Corporation unit with a receiver that was on the lookout for her before she'd be noticed. It was a question of balancing the risk, and now, as they approached the endgame, the gamble had to be taken. Solly found Al climbing out of the Humvee as he returned. Jackson appeared from behind the vehicle, his t-shirt soaked in sweat. It was remarkable how quickly he'd transformed from boy to man. He'd come an awfully long way from the thief who'd broken into the mobile home Solly, Janice and Ross had been hiding in just a few short months ago. Jackson would get stronger as he matured, but he was already a formidable young man and the effective leader of the community at the farmhouse. He already had a number of admirers among the girls, but Solly had noticed him paying particular attention to Vivian since she'd arrived. The two of them would make a formidable partnership, Solly thought. "Why you smiling, Sol?" Jackson said as he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. "Ah, nothing really," Solly responded. "Just thinking how much you've changed since I've known you." Jackson roared with laughter. "You think? Well, I guess the end of the world does that to ya. You're not exactly the same brother who was gonna put a round in my head until Janice stopped me." "Yeah, I remember," Solly said, his smile vanishing. "Look, are you coming into town with me? I could do with your help." "Sure." "Viv's coming too." "No, she's not," Solly said. "Yes, she is." Solly turned to see Vivian striding from the farmhouse with a rifle slung over her shoulder, her long curly black hair rippling in the wind. She'd found some new clothes among the cache Jackson and his crew had gathered during their many expeditions into Hagerstown, and was now wearing a pair of new deep blue jeans with black blouse and leather jacket. She looked like she was going to a Walking Dead audition. "There isn't room for you," Solly said as she came to stand beside Jackson and the smirking Al. "I've already told Ross he can't come for the same reason." "Kaczynski's not coming, I asked him," Viv said, her rich Jamaican accent only making her relish the more obvious. "His boss told him he must stay here and protect the farmhouse." Solly cursed under his breath. "Then I should ask Ross first." "Listen, son," Al said. "This isn't the time for worrying about hurting feelings. You can't please everyone, so you've got to work out who would give you a better chance. Now Ross is a good lad, but even if he was as fit as a fiddle, I'd bet on this gal in a straight fight. She's got chutzpah." Solly knew the old man was right, but that didn't make it any easier to swallow. Would he be better off asking Kaczynski to loan him one of his squad? Probably not. They'd taken the best of them on the raid to the Reaper factory, and 2 had died. If Kaczynski wouldn't come, then Viv was probably the next most deadly person on hand. No, that wasn't quite right. Even if he hadn't seen Skulls in action during the fight to rescue Bella, he'd known just by looking at him that he could be lethal. But Solly didn't trust him yet. Jealousy? Perhaps, but he felt better knowing that Skulls was here protecting the farmhouse and not in the Humvee with him. So when they drove out of the farm lane, Ross was left behind. He'd fumed at the decision, and the fact that Solly and Jackson had left him as head of the community had only slightly compensated. But it was Solly, Jackson and Vivian that occupied 3 seats in the Humvee, with Alison in the 4th. They had a week's supplies in the trunk, and were going to start where Lee had been heading, Hagerstown. "Yeah, we have to stay away from the southeast of town," Jackson was saying as they entered the outskirts from the west. "That doctor and his gang, we don't want to go near them." An image of a moth-eaten hipster in a white coat popped into Solly's mind. And of the attack on the medicine cache, where he'd met Bobby and Vivian. "Well, he don't want to come near me neither," she growled. "He gonna come off the worst. Some good friends of mine died on account of him, and I got a score to settle." Solly's blood ran chill at these words. Vivian had an extraordinary ability to flip from personable young woman to assassin in milliseconds. He liked her a lot, but he would do his best not to get on the wrong side of her. She had a deep well of anger that might always have been there, but which had been fed by the deaths of her friends and then, under different circumstances, her brother. Solly had seen some of that anger come out at the Reaper factory, but it seemed there was more where that had come from. They began their search in the west as they entered the town, working their way east. They would drive a few hundred yards at a time, stop the vehicle and open the door. Alison would sweep the area for any sign of Scott Lee's implant, and when it wasn't found, they would move along to the next stop. There were people here. Solly would see them scatter as the Humvee picked its way through streets that in places were still partly blocked by cars that had remained in place since the long dark. Mostly, however, the roads were now clear or, at the very least, the vehicles had been pushed to the side, making it easy to get through. Aside from those they could see, Alison could detect implanted people, since she had to find implants before she could check whether each contained Scott's serial code. In the first hour, as they'd barely covered the first part of the outskirts, she reported over 200 survivors still occupying the ghost town, many in 1s and 2s, but around half in larger groups. 2 men walked out of the shadows of an alley as the Humvee made its 5th stop. "You fellas want to trade?" the first said. He was a middle-aged man with short gray hair and beard. Jackson swung around, gun first. The man raised his arms to show he was unarmed. "Hey, you can put your pieces away. We don't mean no harm." Solly approached the man, hand extended. "Solly Masters," he said. "Mike Grocott, and this here's Ibrer," he replied, gesturing at the figure behind him, a large man in a dark jacket. "That's a mighty nice vehicle you got there." "Yeah, and it's ours," Vivian said, treating Grocott to a trademark poisoned glance. "That's Viv and Jackson," Solly said. Grocott's mouth opened to reveal a gold tooth and gum disease. "Well, hello, little lady. Ain't you just the feisty one?" Solly stepped between them before the fool said any more. "Have you got anything to trade or not?" "Sure. I got drugs." "We're not interested." "Not them kind of drugs." "Well, not only them," Grocott said. "Show 'em Ibrer." For the first time, Solly noticed that the second man had a small leather briefcase, barely visible in the folds of his coat. He swung it out and rested it on one arm as he opened it with the other. "Where did you get these from?" Solly asked. The big man shrugged. "What does it matter? They're genuine." Solly reached in, picked out a white box and held it up to the others. "This is the same brand of Tamiflu we got from Bobby's cache." Vivian snapped forward, hand outstretched, trying to grab Grocott, who stepped back in shock, as if finally recognizing her as a threat. "Hey, what's your problem?" "I didn't rob nobody," he shrieked, waving his hands to emphasize his point. "Where did you get them from?" Solly pressed, pulling the Glock from his belt and pointing it at Ibrar's head. The man looked from Grocott to Solly, petrified. "We got them from the Baymont. They were in the Baymont." Solly's jaw dropped, but Viv was the first to respond. "From Harper? The fake doctor? You tellin' me he gave you all those drugs?" "Well, he didn't exactly give them to us," Grocott said, "on account of him not being in a position to." "What do you mean?" Solly asked. Grokut slowly lowered his arms. He was dead. Him and every other soul in the Baymont. We heard the screamin' and the gunfire, but it got quieter and quieter, as if something was hunting down the survivors. Some of them tried to get away, but they was gunned down too. I saw them running, Iber said, almost sobbing. Grokut put his hand on the man's arm. Now then, son. I don't reckon you quite saw what you say you did. It was floating in the air like a big black drone. It took them out like it was target practice, he said, covering his eyes with his hands. Don't pay no attention to him, Grokut said. He's got a vivid imagination. Where did you get that watch? Jackson said, pointing at Ibrar's wrist. The man dropped his hands and the sleeves of his coat slid down as he edged back nervously. Solly stepped towards him. Let's see. Now. After glancing at Grokut, who seemed to be deliberately ignoring him, Ibra shrugged and held out his arm. Jackson moved alongside Solly and peered down at the chunky wrist. I knew it. It's Scott's watch. What? How do you know? Jackson looked sheepishly at Solly. I dunno, I suppose I thought it was cool. Look, it's Swiss military, a classic. I know this is his. Where did you get this? Solly snapped at the man, dreading to hear that it had been salvaged from Lee's dead body. In the storeroom, Iber said, sweat forming on his round face. It was just lying there and I thought, why not? The owner's probably dead. But Solly, Jackson and Vivian were already climbing back into the Humvee. Solly stabbed his foot on the gas, panic threatening to overwhelm him. Scott Lee would be at the hotel, in the eye of the storm. But what else would be there when they arrived? Chapter 2. Crows flapped into the sky as the Humvee pulled up in front of the Baymont Hotel. They were beyond the barrier made of stacked cars that surrounded the base, so Solly couldn't see any bodies from here. But within seconds the crows began to descend again, deciding that he was no threat to their feasting. According to Grokut, the attack had taken place about a week ago, so Solly didn't think it likely the Reaper or Reapers would still be here. But, having experienced the sheer naked terror of being hunted by one, he wasn't taking any chances. Solly turned to Jackson, who was checking the magazine of his Ruger. Remember? Yeah, I know, Sol, Jackson said without looking up. If I see a black drone, run like the cops are after me. Solly grabbed his arm. This is serious, Jackson. You haven't seen them in action. Solly's right, Jax, Vivian said. Don't even think of fighting back. Just run. All the humor drained from Jackson's eyes as he glanced over at the young woman. I ain't scared. You should be. I don't want to be scrapping you off the ground in pieces. Me, if I see it, I'll be running like the devil's chasing me. Solly climbed out of the driver's seat and scanned the scene, looking for signs of movement. The Reapers might have gone, but there was every chance they'd run into looters, and it didn't, after all, matter much where the bullet that killed you came from. The result was the same. Solly's mind shifted back to when he'd last come here, seeking medicine to fight the flu epidemic afflicting his community. At first glance, little had changed on the outside. The cars that had been piled on top of each other to make a barrier around the hotel were still there, as was the small gap that formed an entrance. But the metal gate and guards that had protected it were both gone. Neither wall nor gate would have hindered a Reaper. It could simply float over the cars and attack the defenders from above. They wouldn't have stood a chance. Cautiously, Solly led them through the entrance. He jumped as dozens of carrion crows flapped into the air, cawing in annoyance as they emerged into the area behind the wall. Bodies lay splayed in all directions, some in small groups where brave fighters had tried to concentrate their fire, others lying where they'd fallen, shot in the back. But there were fewer than Solly had expected. When he'd last been here, the place had been bursting at the seams, but he could only see a couple of dozen bodies. The remainder were either inside or they'd been upgraded and led away to a new life as slaves of the Lee Corporation. Come on, Solly said as he stepped over two bodies that had become entwined in death, careful not to look too closely at them. These people were all fighters. If we're to find Scott, he'll be inside somewhere. If he wasn't taken by the Lee Corporation, Jackson said, following Solly's footsteps. They walked over the shattered glass of the entrance lobby, their gazes sweeping left to right for any sign of Scott. If he has been, then we're lost. And so is he. They found a group of bodies behind the reception counter. A man and woman in bulletproof vests, still clutching the assault rifles that had proven useless against the Reapers. Behind them lay two others, an old woman and a child, but from the way they'd fallen, it was obvious that others had cowered here. Spared from instant death, condemned to a life of slavery. None of them was Scott Lee. We don't know for sure he came here, Vivian said. Maybe he got mugged and had his gear stolen. I know. But this is the obvious place to start looking. I don't know why, but I can't help feeling that he might have intended to come here when he left the farmhouse. Maybe he just had a death wish. He pushed open the door to the examination room where he'd been cleared to enter the makeshift hospital. It had been only a few weeks ago, but the contrast couldn't be more stark. Where everything had been ordered, a mini-society forming from the ashes of the old civilization, now there was nothing but broken furniture, shattered glass, and the fractured remains of people. Solly took the lead, examining each of the people and expecting to look into the face of Scott Lee at any moment. But he wasn't here. They returned to the corridor and opened each room as they went, with Vivian and Jackson providing cover, as Solly gritted his teeth and turned over body after body in what was likely to be a fruitless hunt. Upstairs, they found the makeshift hospital. The floor had been converted to the purpose by having most of the doors and walls between the rooms removed to make 4 large wards. Bile rose in the back of Solly's throat as he slipped into the first one. A stench inhabited the room that reminded him of the tunnel in New York City, except that here he couldn't ignore the cause of the stink. Bodies lay on blood-drenched bedding, on the debris-strewn floor and curled up in corners. There had been no discrimination here. The Reapers had simply opened fire and then picked off any survivors. These people were sick, and the Lee Corporation had no use for them when it had so many fit slaves to make. Even up here, there was evidence that others had looted since this had happened. Footprints in the blood, missing equipment, beds that had obviously been moved. Every time he thought he'd seen the worst of humanity, it managed to surprise him. "Don't come inside," he said, turning to Jackson and Viv who stood in the doorway. "Go down to the restaurant, there are offices on that floor and storerooms. I'll see you down there when I've checked for him in these rooms." "Solly, you can't do this on your own," Jackson said. Solly waved him away. "I've got to," he said. "Now go look downstairs. Be careful, though. Watch out for looters." He returned to his grim task. He would not allow those young people to be contaminated further by having to come face to face with this brutality, not if he could take on the burden himself. He wondered, as he turned over the next body, a young woman with a bullet hole above her right eye, what this was doing to his own soul. Solly looked down at the woman's dull gray face, patches of black spreading across the thickening skin, and searched for emotion. He allowed himself to think about the person who'd once dwelt in that broken body, about someone who'd survived the long dark and had sought safety here, only to have life ripped from her by the cold logic of a machine mind. As he paused, gazing down at her, he felt his eyes moisten. Raising the drawbridge against the emotional tide that threatened his sanity, he stood up and said farewell to her, relieved to find that deep within still lurked the sort of human being he wanted to be. By the time he'd checked the last of the 4 wards, Solly's mind had shut down entirely. He could no longer think of these victims as human beings. He could no longer afford empathy. Shambling back into the main corridor, he turned to follow the others downstairs, when he noticed that there was one more room at the end of the corridor. It was behind the first intact door he'd seen on this floor. A handwritten, blood-stained slip of paper with Dr. Harper written on it had been pinned to the wall to one side. Solly gripped the Glock, took hold of the doorknob and gently turned it. As the gap widened, he could see daylight leaking into the room, and he led with his handgun as he cautiously peered inside. Mercifully, there were no bodies inside, so he took a deep breath and shut the door behind him. The room had been turned upside down, presumably by looters in the days since the attack. The door of a small safe was wide open and papers lay scattered on the floor. An old desk sat in the middle of the room, covered in trash beneath which Paulie found a laptop with its lid closed. It went to show how priorities had changed since the long dark, that it was still here when so much else had been taken. He was getting ready to brave the stench of the hotel corridor, when he noticed another door in a corner of the little office. It looked as though it might hide a storage closet, and he was surprised to see it still closed. With a sigh, he walked over to it, scattering papers, boxes, and furniture as he went, and turned the handle. Paulie pushed the door, which opened onto darkness. It smelled in here, but of life, not death. He tensed as he thought he spotted movement in a corner of the room, and then ice poured into his gut as a red light activated and a telltale whirring hum filled the little room. A voice called out, "Go, or I'll set it on you." Paulie spun around and tore through the office, before hitting the wall of stench in the main corridor. He was halfway to the stairs, propelled by raw animal terror, when he stopped. It wasn't following him. And he realized that he knew that voice. It took every ounce of courage for Paulie Masters to turn back and approach the open office door. As he hid to one side of it, he could hear the Reaper. It didn't sound as though it had moved since he'd run from it. "Scott? Are you in there?" After a few moments, a voice called out, "Go away. I'll set it on you." It was him. "Scott, it's Paulie. I've come to find you," he said as he waited, torn between relief and terror. "Paulie? I thought you were dead. Or in Texas." "No. It's a trick. Go. I mean it." There was nothing else for it. Paulie was as certain as he could be that the Reaper had been damaged. There was no other explanation for it remaining behind when it had prey to hunt. But thinking something through logically was quite a different matter to having to face the thing. He sneaked a look around the doorframe and into the doctor's office, and seeing no movement, slipped inside. As quickly as he could, he sneaked across the floor and peered into the storeroom. It was still there, sitting on the metal desk that occupied most of the floor space inside. Its rotors were spinning, and its infrared transmitter was flashing a dull scarlet, but it showed no signs of rising into the air, and its weapons hung limp from beneath it. Scott Lee sat behind the Reaper with his legs bunched up under his chin. "I'm coming in, Scott," Paulie said, but as he appeared in the doorway, a deafening bang sent him scurrying backwards in a shower of splinters. "For God's sake, man, it's me, it's Paulie." "No. You want to hand me over to them. I don't want to see Annabelle again. I don't. He was raving. Paulie wondered whether his mind had descended so far into madness that he'd be useless to them. He wondered whether it was worth the risk to save him. But it was no use trying to play hardball. He'd never particularly liked Scott, but he couldn't be abandoned to his fate. At some point, the Lee Corporation would notice that one of its Reapers was missing and they'd come for it. That gave him an idea. "Scott, Annabelle's coming. Let's get away while we can." Paulie heard the sound of limbs kicking out. Where is she?" He stepped inside and flung himself at Scott, grabbing the weapon from his hand. Though he resisted for a moment, Lee gave in surprisingly quickly, and Paulie sat back up again. "Good grief, when did you last have anything to eat or drink?" he said. Scott's cheekbones stuck out like elbows, and his black ringed eyes were sunken as he looked up at Paulie, barely registering his presence. Paulie put his arms under Lee and helped him up. "So, what's the story with the Reaper? It's obviously damaged." He caught a momentary flash of derision, but Scott didn't even have the energy to bait him. "They got lucky. Shot the undercarriage off it. They were going to destroy it, but the other one came. I brought it in here. It will float if you touch the activation contact, but that's all." "Can we bring it with us?" Paulie asked. For the past few weeks he'd felt as though he were putting together an invisible jigsaw puzzle that only revealed itself when the last piece was put in place. His instinct told him that Alison was one piece and the damaged Reaper was another. Scott Lee filled another gap. They all had to come together. Lee pushed against the drone's side and Solly jumped as its rotors spun. Even without its weapons, the thing emitted a visceral sense of imminent dread. It lifted, then hovered a few feet from the tabletop, and Solly was able to push it along like a large air hockey puck. "Solly." It was Vivian's voice. "What now?" She ran into the little room and stopped in her tracks, drawing her weapon. "Don't shoot," Solly barked. "It's damaged. We're taking it back." "Now what's the problem?" "People outside, trying to break into the Humvee." Without another word, Solly handed Scott over to Vivian and sprinted out of the office, through the stinking corridor and down the stairs. Jackson was waiting at the barrier, weapon drawn, as Solly ran past him and out through the missing gate. "Get away from there," he yelled, all caution abandoned. They had to keep the Humvee, or they'd struggle to get back safely. 4 figures were gathered around the driver's door. One of them was trying to crowbar it open. "Moron." They spun around as Solly ran at them. The sight of 3 shotguns brought Solly to a halt. 3 against 1 man, said the one with the crowbar. Solly felt Jackson at his shoulder. "Count again." The leader straightened up and drew a Ruger from down the back of his jeans. 4 against 2. "Now drop your pieces or we gonna mess you up." Solly and Jackson stood, each covering 2 of the car thieves. "I said drop your guns." With a sigh, Solly began lowering his weapon. Even the Humvee wasn't worth this risk to Jackson's life. Quite suddenly, one of the thugs looked beyond them and let out a cry. "Run," he called before turning tail. Only the leader had the presence of mind to cover them with his sidearm as he followed them across the parking lot and away. Solly turned slowly around as something floated into view, its rotors humming dangerously. Scott and Vivian were behind it. "Quick, we need to get away before they realize it's broken." Chapter 3. It was deep into the night when they finally made it back to the farmhouse. They parked the Humvee beside the barn where, months ago now, they'd had a gunfight with a group of bandits who were trying to steal their supplies. Much had changed since then. The barn was full, and the neighboring fields were being prepared for a spring sowing. To the other side of the Humvee, where the trees met the farther field, Solly could see the lights of the military camp swaying in the gentle breeze. Kaczynski and his small squad of uniformed people, it was stretching a point to call them soldiers, had helped keep the place secure and there had been no raids since they'd arrived. Along the lane, a second community had been set up at the Fordham's place. Becky Epstein, the feisty paramedic, had become the reluctant head of that group, and Vivian was going to return there tonight and update her in the morning. For now, however, they focused on getting Scott Lee into the farmhouse and up the stairs without waking everyone. Solly and Vivian manhandled him into the bed Janice had slept in. Vivian crinkled her nose, suppressing a sneeze. "He stinks. You'll have to change the sheets tomorrow, Sol." "I'm not showering him tonight," Solly said. "He can sleep in his own stench until tomorrow." Lee, who'd barely reacted as he was brought inside, let out a deep sigh and immediately fell asleep. "I guess I'll be sleeping on the couch tonight," Solly said as they crept into the living room. "I'm not sharing that room with him until he's been decontaminated. Ross can have the chair." For now, the Reaper would wait in the back of the vehicle. They deserved one night of rest before they began to put the pieces they'd gathered into some sort of plan. It felt like a momentary calm before the storm. Solly lay on the couch, the throw pulled up around his chin against the cold. He'd blown out the candle, and his eyes had yet to adjust to the darkness, so they looked blindly up at where he knew the ceiling to be. Directly above him was the former master bedroom, which now served as the main dormitory. Around 20 children slept up there, under the care of Arnold's granddaughter and a couple of other teenagers. It had been one of the chief miracles of this place, that they had settled down so well in the inexpert care of children only a little older than themselves. Arnold and his Belle, the peacock-like Miss Prism, had taken responsibility for educating them. Janice had been their main teacher for many weeks, but now, as with so many other aspects of life since the long dark, they did the best they could. Solly bitterly regretted having spent so little time here, though in truth he'd had no choice. There was nothing quite so healing as seeing children, with their incredible ability to put aside both past and future, enjoying the wide open spaces of the fields and woods. Even in winter, the countryside echoed with the cries and laughter of happy kids. He made a promise to himself that he would return here and enjoy the rewards he'd earned. The following morning, Solly fell off the couch with a groan and rolled over as Ross chuckled from the armchair. "Not funny," Solly moaned, rubbing his back as he got onto his knees. "What's the time?" Before Ross could answer, the double doors to the living room were flung open and bright light flooded in from the hallway. He heard excited voices and the patter of running feet as he swung around and braced for impact. He'd never felt such an overwhelming outpouring of love. A dozen young children fought to get close to him, putting their arms around him and showering his face with kisses. "Uncle Solly, will you play with me? Why are you crying?" When he emerged from the pile and sat up, conscious that he hadn't brushed his teeth or showered in a couple of days, it was to see Bella standing in the doorway with a wide smile on her face. "Come on, children, that's enough. Let's leave Mr. Masters to get dressed and showered in peace." Miss Prism had appeared behind Bella, and to a chorus of disappointed noises, the children, one by one, let him go and followed her into the hallway. Bella came in and swept open the curtains. "You've slept in, Solly. It's after 10. I can't believe the children managed to stay so quiet for so long." Solly had pulled himself back onto the sofa, draping the throw over his legs. "I'd better go up for a shower," he said. "How's Scott?" Vivian brought the paramedic over, from the Fordhams. "Becky. Is that her name? She's a bit of a firebrand. Anyway, she looked at him. Nothing seriously wrong physically. A few days eating and drinking'll fix him. As for his mind, she reckons he's as crazy as a box of frogs." Maddie came in, gave Solly a hug as he got up and then went to sit beside Ross. "Well, I reckon I'll be able to handle his mental state better once I've cleaned up and got a fresh set of clothes on." He was heading for the door when Bella spoke again. "You've created a magical place here, Solly," she said. "Somewhere worth protecting. I'm proud of you." Solly looked back at her for a moment. "Everyone's contributed, Bella. But some of them will never be able to enjoy it. I wish we could all just settle down here and enjoy the spring, but if we do that, I don't think summer will ever come for us." "I know, Sol," Bella said, her eyes filling with sadness. "I know." It was a fragrant and freshly groomed Solly Masters who called in on Scott Lee, and then, satisfied that he was resting peacefully, strode across the farmyard to find Kaczynski. The sergeant was in the field beyond his camp, watching two soldiers who were lying on their bellies in the cropped grass. As soon as he saw Solly approaching, he dismissed them and held out his hand, his mouth spread in a wide smile. "Solly. Welcome home, my friend," he said. Then his smile disappeared. "Look, I'm sorry. I should have come with you to get Lee." Solly shrugged. "You were following orders." "That's been an excuse for not doing the right thing for too darned long, I reckon," Kaczynski responded. "It worked out okay, we all got back. And we've got something in the trunk. A pair of Reapers attacked Dr. Harper's community, and one was shot down. We've brought it back with us." Kaczynski's easy grin returned. "So now we've got 2 broken drones." "I'd forgotten about that." Solly cried. Of course, they had the prototype that Alison had disabled, frying its circuits. The one that had killed Bobby. If they cannibalized it, could they fix up the new one? Was there any way they could assemble a Reaper that would fight for them? "Don't get too excited, Solly. There's a dozen reasons that won't work." But he couldn't stifle the hope growing in his heart. "Hey, Solly. Earth calling," Kaczynski said, waving his hand in front of Solly's eyes. "Come on, let's take a seat. I got a good place for talking in private." Kaczynski led Solly up the slope of the field until they were just under the canopy of trees that overhung the wire fence. Beneath the leaves was a wooden bench, and Kaczynski guided Solly onto it. "Wow. I've never been up here. Beautiful, ain't it? I come as often as I can, just to remind myself what the point is. Solly leaned back, feeling the cold and slightly damp wood on his back and the seat of his pants. From up here, the whole of the farm and the countryside beyond it could be seen. Whoever had placed this here obviously knew the land intimately, as he couldn't imagine a better vantage point. Behind his left knee he could see the slate-gray roof of the house, and beneath it, red brick walls and wide windows. Children had poured out of the front door, which he couldn't see from here, and were running around in the play area created from reused fencing, watched by taller figures, and the unmistakable double act of Arnold in his wheelchair and the tall Miss Prism. His gaze moved beyond them to find Conococheague Creek beyond the tree-lined lane that ran at right angles to the farmhouse. 100 yards along the track, he could see the barrier protecting the community from that direction and the 2 sentries that guarded it. The Fordham's farmhouse was to the north of the lane in a loop created as the creek meandered. The calls of the children were drowned out by the hiss of the wind through leafless branches that swayed above their heads, and the only other sounds were those of the birds in the bushes. A fresh breeze ran up the hill, tinged with the oncoming spring and just a hint of cattle. It was idyllic, and Solly had no desire to move from there. As he looked back at the farmhouse, he spotted the corrugated iron roof of the main barn, and beside it sat the Humvee with in its trunk the remains of the Reaper. That brought him back to reality. The Colonel will expect me to file a report now you've returned. I can hold it off for today if you like, but you're gonna have to move quickly unless you want him to make up your mind for you. Solly glanced across at the man sitting next to him, who was gazing out at the scene with as much love for it as Solly had himself. Thanks, I'd appreciate a delay. I have to try to get some sense out of Scott. Are you gonna try to get that Reaper working? It'd sure be nice to have one of them on our side. I am. But it is only one. We must have slowed them down with the attack on the factory, but that's all. Kaczynski grunted. Well, I'm just a grunt, but it seems to me that if you got your enemy pinned down, you don't give him time to get up. This ain't a boxing match. We need to finish them off and quick. You're right, Solly said. Except that they're not pinned down. We struck a blow to their plans, sure, but they're everywhere, Joe, undermining all attempts to organize. What's the latest from Wright-Patterson? Well, Colonel McBride was in a mighty bad mood after what happened at Cincinnati, but I reckon he knows more than I do about how things stand out there. I've heard rumors that D.C. is about to fall, and the commies have landed on the West Coast. We're surrounded, Saul. That's why I come up here and try to shut it all out, just for a few minutes. He got to his feet and sighed. Come on then, we'd better get back. Things are moving fast now. But don't forget to just stop and smell the roses every now and again, okay? Solly chuckled. You've become quite the philosopher, Joe. It's being here, Saul. It's a magical place. Scott wants to see you, Ross said as Solly marched back into the farmhouse. I went up there to have a shower and sort out some clothes, and he was sitting up. He asked where you were and told me to go find you. What did you say to that? I told him where to stick it, Ross said. But I sat down here to wait for you anyway. Just in case. Solly slapped him on the arm. Well done. Do you want to come with me? Really? He asked for you. And I'm asking for you. Solly helped Ross on the stairs, and they found Scott Lee snoozing with the remains of a substantial lunch on a tray across his legs. Solly gave him a gentle push and watched as consciousness returned. Oh, it's you, he said. You can go now, he added, looking at Ross. He stays, Solly said. Scott Lee scowled. What I have to say is not for children. That child has saved my life, Scott. And the lives of many others. He's the bravest person I know, and he's earned my complete trust. He stays. Solly didn't need to look at his adoptive son to sense him flush with pride and embarrassment. And you wouldn't be here now if I hadn't taken 2 children with me to find you. Lee glanced at Ross and nodded almost imperceptibly. Very well. Thank you, by the way, for coming for me. Honestly, Scott, I didn't do it out of friendship. Oh, you thought I could be useful, did you? Solly shrugged. Yes. But once I knew where you were, I would have tried to rescue you anyway. This is about more than personalities, this is about the future. Future? There is no future, you fool. She has won. I knew she was working with the Chinese, but I never wanted to believe just how deep the conspiracy went. Now they and the North Koreans invade from the west and south, while the Lee Corporation are within an ace of taking DC and the focal point of resistance. And they're shipping Reapers in from China, did you know that? We thought we'd given them a bloody nose by destroying the fabrication plant, but we were fools. Multiple redundancy, that's the leeway. These words tumbled out in a maniacal flood, as if Scott had been mulling over them for days. Paulie remembered Paulie Ramos telling him that Scott Lee had brought her town under his influence by the sheer weight of his charisma, but it was impossible to reconcile that with this shell of a man. But if the Chinese were shipping Reapers in big numbers, any hope he might have had that they could overcome the Lee forces and those of their allies by weight of arms had evaporated. Each Reaper was worth at least 100 trained soldiers, and the forces of freedom had precious few of them. Paulie sat on the bed and looked at Scott, who, having said his piece, seemed to have relaxed. Scott, we have a choice. We can either accept the inevitable and enjoy our last few days of freedom, or we can fight back. And do you know what? I'm going to leave the decision to you. Because we need Scott Lee, the real Scott Lee. The one who walked across the continent and charmed a town. The creator of Alison. The only person who truly understands what we're facing. If you choose to sit here and wait for the end, then I'll do the same, because without you we have no hope. You'll have precious little even with my help, Scott mumbled, though Paulie had no doubt that his words had affected the man. Well, do we fight back? Scott held his gaze. With his straggly beard and sunken eyes, he looked like the sort of hobo the old Paulie might have walked past on the streets without a second glance, but some rest and food had already restored him a little. And that had been the old Paulie, a man he hardly recognized now. Lee shook his head. I can't make that decision. I cannot bear the weight of such a responsibility. Paulie wiped his hand across his brow. Then I guess we wait here and do our best to prepare the children. There was a moment's silence as the two men buried themselves in dark thoughts. It was Ross who spoke. No, he said. If you won't decide, then I will. As one of the children. I won't wait here for the Reapers to take us all. I won't go quietly. Paulie, Scott, we're gonna fight. Chapter 4. Paulie. Paulie watched as the Chinese trucks rolled into Arbroath. It turned her stomach to see them occupy her town, but there was no hope of resisting. She'd taken the lion's share of the watch, since they'd evacuated the residents of the Alday's department store 50 miles west to an isolated farming community near Elma, enjoying the peace and quiet. Marvin and Luna had wanted to come, but Paulie had only accepted the dumb offer of help from Danny, their Alsatian cross. How many times had she spied on Arbroath from up here? 3? 4? She remembered watching Scott Lee face off against the militia back when the town was still independent. And she'd surveyed the burning wreckage after the invasion. Now the invaders were back and in much greater strength than before. She'd counted 20 trucks before she gave up keeping track. By the time they'd all rolled in, there would be hundreds of soldiers based here. Arbroath, with its position near the coast, was an ideal staging post for an occupying force looking to spread eastwards, and there was nothing she could do about it. When she'd radioed Colonel McBride at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, he hadn't expressed any surprise at the news. The country was being attacked from all directions, from outside and within. He'd had reports of multiple incursions along the west coast, and he suspected they'd landed in many places he didn't know about yet. Soon they would head inland, and there was no domestic force big enough to oppose them. As she watched the figures below scurrying back and forth like soldier ants, she wondered whether she was seeing the bridgehead that would lead to the Chinese states of America. Paulie rolled over and crawled back from the ledge until she was able to stand up safely. Danny was tied to a stake beside the Suzuki Jimny she'd commandeered to bring her here. Time to go, she said, ruffling the dog's head as Danny bounded over to the limit of her rope. Focusing her efforts on rolling up the two-man tent and gathering together her possessions helped keep her mind from what was going on in the town below her. It had been her home for over 5 years, the first true home she'd known since her father had walked out, leaving her mama a single parent. Paulie tried to close down that line of thought, but it sucked her in, and she fought back the resentment. Her mother had tried, Paulie couldn't deny that, but she hadn't been equipped emotionally or intellectually to bring up 2 kids on her own while juggling minimum wage jobs and paying rent in LA. She just wasn't the sort of person who could cope without a partner, so boyfriend followed boyfriend, plunging Paulie's teenage years into chaos. And then the last of those scumbags had turned his attention to her. She felt again the betrayal of the disbelief in her mother's face when she'd confronted her. Looking back now, as an adult, she recognized that what she saw as denial was, in fact, the terror of facing the truth and its consequences. Her brother Alejandro had beaten the crap out of the man when she told him. Good old Alejandro, always on her side. She felt the black hole of memory pulling her deeper and deeper inside, shutting out the bright chatter of the birds in the pine trees and the fresh breeze she'd been enjoying only minutes ago. Alejandro's face filled her mind. He'd saved Luna by taking her out of LA and bringing her north, but he'd died on the way. Tears fell on the cheap polyester tent as she packed it into the back of the car. She hadn't given herself permission to mourn his loss. There had never been time for what felt like self-indulgence. So the sadness came out bit by bit, and the wound was never quite healed. On top of all that, she was losing her home with almost no chance of ever coming back. She stood up straight, slammed the back door of the Suzuki and drew in a deep breath, then let it go as if to blow away the darkness. The past was gone and irrecoverable, and the future felt like a brick wall rushing toward an out-of-control car. All she had was now, and all she could do was continue the struggle. Danny climbed up onto the passenger seat as Paulie double-checked that she hadn't left anything behind before getting behind the wheel and turning the key. As the car headed into the wooded slopes of the hills overlooking Arbroath, she kept her gaze on the road ahead and didn't look in her mirror. Marvin was the first to greet her as she drove into the little compound. He'd run out with his shotgun when he'd heard the approaching car, but had relaxed when he saw it was her. His expression changed from pleasure to resignation as he watched her come to a halt. "They've come back then," he said, holding the door open as she got out. "Yeah, and in force this time. At least 100 that I could see, enough to mean we have to move and quickly." Marvin let out a curse that he cut short as Luna pushed past him and into her mother's arms. Danny leaped out of the car, barking, and Luna knelt on the ground to embrace her canine friend. "I'm so glad you're safe," she said, burying her face into the long fur of the dog's shoulders. "I'm safe too," Paulie said with a smile. "Where's the mayor, Marvin?" They found her in the master bedroom of the house at the center of the compound. 4 beds had been squeezed in here, and she was sitting beside one, holding the hand of the emaciated young woman lying there. Paulie stood in the doorway, not wishing to interrupt her, touched by her compassion and warmth. Eventually, Vogelback noticed her and, with a weak smile, came to the door, taking Paulie onto the landing outside. "I'm so pleased you're back. What's the news?" "The Chinese have taken Arbroath, lots of them," she said. "Tell me, Mary, what's wrong with that person?" The mayor's face dropped. "Nikki. She has type 1 diabetes, and we ran out of insulin 5 days ago." "That's not Nikki Friedman?" "Surely." Vogelback nodded sadly. "She's lost so much weight." "Isn't there anything we can do?" "Not unless you can magic up some insulin in the next couple of days." Paulie sighed. "It gets worse, Mary. We have to evacuate. The Chinese will be coming this way and soon. They're not here to garrison a town, they're here to occupy. How quickly can we be ready, do you think?" "It took us a week to get everyone here from Arbroath," the mayor said. "That's too long. They could be here in days." "Where will we go?" With a shrug, Paulie moved across to a window looking out onto the woods. "East. I think we have to prepare to be on the road for a while." Trouble is, Vogelback said, what are we going to do with Nikki? She can't be moved, but she can't be left behind. Paulie shook her head. I'm not giving up on her without a fight. Marvin and I will go look for some insulin. We'll take Danny along and leave Luna with you. Well, if you're going to do that, you'd better hurry. They crossed the bridge over the Tacoma Narrows, as the afternoon sun cast sharp shadows over abandoned vehicles and the remnants of a barrier that had been consumed by flame. Marvin had barely said a word since they'd set off. Nikki Friedman had been their colleague and friend, and both felt they owed it to her to at least try to find some insulin. Paulie had piled all the weapons and ammunition they'd taken from the Chinese soldiers when she'd briefly liberated Arbroath in the hope they'd be able to use them as a bargaining chip. The city of Tacoma looked as though it had been completely abandoned after the long dark. Cars lay rusting in the salt-laden air. Most had been ransacked, smashed windows and doors left open to the elements. Don't look as though anyone's taken charge here, does it? Marvin said as he sat, shotgun at the ready. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it means there'll be drugs at the hospital still. Paulie grunted her doubtful assent. Overall, she'd have preferred to meet with a local chief rather than navigate the wreckage of the local hospital, but it looked as though that was their only chance. Paulie, Marvin said, and she knew he was nervous about whatever he wanted to say because he rarely used her first name. You know the best we can do for her is keep her going for a while, don't you? I mean, it's a stay of execution, not a cure. Yeah. And it gets worse, Marvin. Insulin must be kept cool, so we better hope the hospital still has power or we might be wasting our time. Marvin nodded, and went back to scanning the streets as they picked their way through. But we gotta give her a chance. We gotta. One look at the hospital told Paulie that this place hadn't had electricity for a long time. As they'd driven into the parking lot, they could see that most of the windows had been smashed from the inside, and a fire had been set that had turned the upper 2 floors into sooty ruins. Oh darn it, Marvin said as they came to a stop. Is it worth even going in? I'm not leaving without taking a look, Paulie said. Let's hope they've got a storeroom in the basement. Paulie moved the chimney so it was sandwiched between 2 delivery trucks, looking, to a passerby, like just another abandoned car. Danny jumped down and padded after them as they picked their way through the rusting wrecks and toward the door. It was like a war zone in there. Paulie had seen footage from hospitals in Syria where doctors tried to treat people in the bombed-out ruins, but she never thought to experience it for herself in her own country. Those pictures had been a decade and a half ago and in another time and place, but she felt as though, here and now, she was living them. There could be no coming back from this. The America she'd grown up with was gone. She'd known that, of course, since the very first night, but there was an essential difference between knowing something intellectually and feeling it in your heart. Hey, get out of here. Paulie snapped back into the nightmarish present. A figure in a white coat was shambling along the corridor, looking like a leftover extra from the movie 28 Days Later. Step back, pal, Marvin said, raising his shotgun. The man stopped and held his hands up. His arms wobbled as if he were a weightlifter. Not cool, man. Don't go heavy on me. High as a kite, Marvin said to Paulie. You won't find no gear here, the man said. His hearing was obviously not as impaired as his other faculties. It's all gone. They took it, tried to burn the whole place down. Except they didn't know about the... He stopped, clasping his hands over his mouth. Marvin stepped forward and grabbed a handful of the man's filthy white coat. They didn't know about what? Is there a medical store down here that hasn't been raided? Shaking, he nodded. Yeah, but it won't do no good. It's down in the basement. Got flooded on day 1. I saved what I could. Do you have any insulin? Any what? Marvin rolled his eyes as he turned to Paulie. If we could save Nikki with amphetamines, then I reckon this scumbag would be able to help us. But Paulie was running along the corridor, pulling the flashlight from her coat. The basement door was wide open, and she could see water reflected as she ran her beam down the stairs. Well, he wasn't lying, Marvin said as he arrived beside her, puffing. The wall's lined with metal racking, Paulie replied. Don't you see? It's been flooded, so if there's insulin down there, it might still be fresh enough to use. Marvin grabbed her shoulder in his excitement. Now that's why you're the sheriff, and I'm just a grunt who follows orders. Taking off her coat, Paulie was about to remove her belt when Marvin interrupted her. Sorry, boss, but I gotta insist. I'll go in. Don't go all sexist on me, Marvin, she said. But Marvin was already half undressed, and by the time he'd gotten to the last dry stair, he was wearing nothing more than a pair of boots, his thermals, and a smile. Don't judge me, Sheriff, he said with a smile. Danny, get out of the water. Be careful where you put your hands, Marvin. If you get a cut in there, it could turn nasty. Marvin spent the next 30 minutes painstakingly going around the metal shelves, calling back the names of the visible labels. I don't know what I'm looking for. The dog was similarly clueless and had climbed back out of the water to sit next to Paulie. As he disturbed the water, foil packets floated to the surface, and he bent down and grabbed one. Amoxicillin? No, that's an antibiotic, ain't it? Throw it over, Paulie said. We can use all the antibiotics we can get. They built up a respectable haul of usable meds, but Paulie's flashlight battery was beginning to dim when Marvin pulled a plastic box from where it had been pinned beneath a shelf. He lifted it close to his eyes and squinted at the faded label. November, Novolin. Hey, it's a vial. Is this it? He waded over and handed the box to Paulie, who took one of the glass bottles out. It looks like it. Well done, Marvin. Now let's get going. The Suzuki stank of wet man and his best friend as they drove back. It was too cold to have the windows rolled down, so Paulie was forced to breathe through her mouth as much as possible to keep from gagging. But for the first time in a while, she had hope. She said a silent prayer that Nicky would still be alive when they got home, and put her foot down. The hideout was along a narrow track that could only be approached by getting onto the highway and then looping back to pick it up at the foot of the valley. Paulie was looking out for the exit when Marvin yelled, "Hey! Look over there. Get off the road." In an instant, Paulie swerved across the road as in the distance, she saw a rectangular shape moving toward them. She jammed the Suzuki between two rusted station wagons, careful to make it look as though she'd crashed long ago. Get down, she hissed as she ducked behind the driver's seat. Marvin climbed over into the back and grabbed Danny, pulling her down and out of view. Soon enough, they felt a rumble through the floor of the car. Paulie sneaked a look through the rear window, careful to remain hidden in the shadows, as one after another, olive-green military vehicles rumbled past. Is it them? Marvin whispered from behind the back seats. Yeah. As soon as they're gone, we need to evacuate the farm. We can't wait another day, or we'll end up behind them and we'll never escape. Washington State is now under Chinese control. Chapter 5. Solly. Solly took the last crate of supplies from the Humvee Inn through the front door of the little house. Bella was on her hands and knees in the kitchen, scrubbing 6 months of grime off the floor. The doors of the kitchen cabinets, relics of another era, were all open as their interiors dried. Thanks, hun, Bella said, looking up as Solly put the crate on the oak table. Solly held out his hand as she got to her feet. Good grief, I'm sore. My knees are killing me, she said, absent-mindedly rubbing her back. I haven't had to make a home since before Jake was born. It was as if a dark cloud had entered the bright kitchen and positioned itself above the two of them. I wish I could say something comforting, Solly said. It was late afternoon, and sunlight flooded in through the main window. He noticed the lines around Bella's eyes. Lines of care and suffering. They stood silently for a moment, neither holding the other's gaze as they shared the unbreakable bond of parenthood and the constant fear it brings. I've cleared the spiders out of the bedroom, babe. Oh. Skulls appeared in the doorway, took in the scene and turned to go. Hold on, Steve, Bella said as the moment evaporated. Come in. I'll fix us some coffee. Souls brought a kettle. With obvious reluctance, Skulls came into the room and nodded at Solly. Thanks. We appreciate your help." Solly, who was similarly reluctant to hang around, put on a smile. "You can't have a home without a kettle. And you've brought a camping stove," Bella said. "You are Mr. Wonderful today." Solly shrugged. "It's my stove, it's just for a day or two. Gives you time to clean out the range and get it lit." He could sense Skulls grinding his teeth, and began to suspect Bella was deliberately flattering him to aggravate the man. Perhaps they'd had a fight. There was a bit of Solly, a tiny childish bit he wasn't proud of, that liked the idea they weren't getting along. It wasn't because he wanted Bella for himself, though the sight of her on her hands and knees had brought back pleasant memories. Was it mere jealousy that her lover was alive and well, when Solly was alone? What would have happened between them if Bella hadn't been in a relationship when they'd reunited? Solly was pretty certain he knew the answer to that. Whichever way he looked at it, deriving pleasure from the thought that his ex-wife and her new lover were fighting was shameful, and he resolved to rise above it. "So, how's the cleanup going?" he asked, directing the question at Skulls, who reacted with surprise. Clearly, he'd also been brooding. "Not bad. I've cleared the master bedroom, and there's 2 other rooms up there. One's full of junk, and the other looks like it had a kid in it 30 years ago. Should be ready for Al and Scott tomorrow. Course it'd go quicker if they'd help." Bella chuckled. "Pop always was a lazy ass, and now he's found a new best buddy. I can barely get a word out of him." "Hi, Dad," Maddie said as she wandered in from outside. She hugged Solly and balanced herself on his knee. It was painful, but he wasn't going to admit that in front of Skulls. "Pop is asking when they can move their stuff across, Mom." "Well, you can tell your grandfather that he can come over any time he likes. There's a shed out back for all his junk to go in. Once he's cleared all the trash in there," Skulls said. The kettle began to whistle, and Solly busied himself getting mugs out of one of the cupboards. "I'm still not comfortable with you being so far away," he said, looking at Bella. "It's less than half a mile, Sol," she said. "There's not enough room for us at the farmhouse. Everyone will breathe a little easier with us out of the way." Solly said no more. It was a practical solution, except that this little riverside cottage was outside the roadblock and beyond Kaczynski's camp. If trouble came from the direction of Hagerstown, they'd be first in the firing line. And he was angry with Scott Lee. Granted, he had become more his old self since their meeting in his bedroom. The determination Ross had shown to fight back against the corporation seemed to have freed him of the burden of decision. But when Lee had been introduced to Al, it had been love at first sight. The 2 of them had become the weirdest bromance you could imagine. The 75-year-old Jewish former cop and his new best buddy, a 30-something British computer programmer without, as far as Solly could tell, a religious bone in his body. But since they'd met, they'd hardly parted. Solly could see why Lee would fascinate a tinkerer such as Al, but what the attraction was the other way he couldn't imagine. Maybe it was simply that the old man listened to his new friend. Perhaps it was companionship. Either way, they were working on something together and needed space away from prying eyes to do it. That had been the catalyst for moving into the old watermill. There was also the Skulls factor. Solly could quite understand why Steve had felt uncomfortable at the farmhouse. Though he'd spent less than half the time since the long dark at the place, the adoration the children had for him would make Skulls feel as though he was living in the home of his partner's former husband. He jumped at the chance to move to the mill house, and had thrown himself into clearing it out and making it habitable. Solly found himself growing to like the man, despite the complication that Bella represented, and his relationship with Maddie. He looked up from his coffee and realized that Bella had been watching him. "Penny for your thoughts," she said. "What?" "Oh, nothing." He looked down at his boneswear. "Better get going. McBride will be calling in an hour." Solly jettisoned his daughter and got to his feet. He gave her a quick hug, and as he reached the door, Bella embraced him. He lingered there for a moment, breathing in the scent of her hair, before pecking her on the cheek and leaving them. As he reached the lane, he turned to see her standing in the doorway of her new home. He paused for a moment, and then strode along the road back to his. The back end of the barn had been converted into a meeting area by Kaczynski's people, though it was pretty rustic. Straw bales had been arranged in a roughly rectangular shape around a military transceiver connected to a mast that had been erected on the slope above the farmhouse. Solly sat down, balancing a metal plate of stew on his lap as he tried to finish his meal before the meeting began. Ross sat beside him. Colonel McBride had ordered them to limit the participants to the minimum, but there was no question of Ross being excluded, though Kaczynski had only agreed if he didn't speak. Kaczynski was fussing over the equipment as Scott and Al came in, and with a nod at Solly, sat down opposite him. Lee still looked alarmingly thin, but he'd recovered much of his old energy, and was fidgeting as he waited for the meeting to begin. Bella was the last to arrive, appearing framed in the dark doorway. As she came inside, Solly could see Skull's head off to the farmhouse to wait. Just another small humiliation to pile on top of the others. "This is Wilbur Station calling the creek. If you're receiving, please commence handshake procedure." Kaczynski bent over the transceiver, consulting his notebook for the agreed encryption settings before picking up the handset and responding. "Handshake confirmed. The creek receiving." Another voice then spoke over the loudspeaker. "This is Colonel McBride. Sergeant Kaczynski, who else is present?" Kaczynski reeled off the names, and then handed back to his superior officer. "I have received your report, Mr. Masters, and also your wife's account of her experiences in the South." Solly saw Bella tense, and almost open her mouth to correct McBride's misunderstanding of their marital status. She thought better of it, satisfying herself with a quick glance in Solly's direction. "I have also been contacted by Sheriff Ramos. Taken together, these reports corroborate and enhance what we've learned through our own intelligence sources. Permit me, then, to outline the tactical situation as I see it." Solly put his hand up, and Kaczynski gave him the handset. "Solly Masters here, Colonel," he said. "Forgive the interruption, but what is the situation of Sheriff Ramos?" "Over." Solly imagined McBride bristling at having his monologue disrupted. "She contacted me from outside Arbroath, Washington State, to say that a small force of Chinese soldiers had garrisoned the town. Somehow she overcame them, but they have recently been replaced by a much larger force. She was safe at the time of her last report. Is that satisfactory?" "Over." It wasn't satisfactory, but it was all Solly was likely to get, so he thanked the colonel. There was clearly a much larger story behind his brief report, but that could be said of all the people there. "I'll begin with the tactical situation to the east. The state of New York is entirely under the control of the Lee Corporation, and we have no intelligence sources there. LC forces are engaged in operations to destabilize the federal government, and the situation in D.C. is extremely problematic. To the south, a rival government that styles itself the TLX formed shortly after the collapse of the federal authorities. We have learned that its president, a veteran by the name of John Murphy, was recently assassinated." "Oh my God," Bella said. "Luke. It must have been Luke." Solly felt Ross go tense beside him, but the colonel, who couldn't hear any of this, continued. "President Blaze considers the TLX to be a long-term impediment to the re-establishment of the Union, but we, as a nation, now face a much greater threat. Chinese and North Korean forces have landed on the West Coast. We have confirmed landings at San Diego, which appears to be their main southern port of entry. In the north, they have landed near Seattle and seem to be cooperating with the Lee Corporation forces. It seems, therefore, that these three operators, Lee Corp., the Chinese and the North Koreans, are working in concert to subdue and occupy the United States of America." Solly knew or suspected most of this already, but it seemed so much worse coming from a person of authority. McBride was painting a bleak picture indeed. When the colonel had gone quiet, Solly spoke into the handset. "Thanks for the update, Colonel. Do you have a plan of action?" "Over." "The fact is, we do not have the strength to oppose these multiple vectors of attack. We have established communication with some small groups under military leadership, but aside from the contingent here at Wright-Patterson, we have no other substantial units. At present, I see little prospect of overall victory, so I will focus on my duty, which is to protect the seat of our federal government. Accordingly, I will be sending a task force to D.C. If it is successful, then we will face the next challenge. Frankly, it would be difficult enough if we were facing only human opponents, but your reports of these drones, these Reapers, suggest that if the enemy is able to mobilize these in significant numbers, then they will be unstoppable when used against civilians and perhaps also our armed forces. Over. Solly pressed the handset button. You paint a bleak picture, Colonel. He looked up to see Scott waving his hand animatedly. Scott Lee wishes to speak to you. Put him on, McBride said, unable to suppress a sigh. Colonel, I wish to update you on our progress with our captured Reapers. Over. Will this impact on our ability to fight back against these machines? Scott nodded. Yes. We have managed to recreate a fully working Reaper from the 2 damaged units we obtained. What the F? Solly cried out. It is safe, Scott said. We've deleted its programming. Our plan is to install Alison into it and use her to probe for weaknesses. It will also be useful to have our own Reaper for protection. Over. This time, Solly managed to suppress his anger. Alison was under his care, and yet neither Scott nor Al had mentioned this to him. The last time she was inserted into a Reaper, it almost drove her mad. But this was a discussion for later. Do you have any results of your research to share with me? Over. McBride said. Not yet, but we are ready to move to the next stage. Over. At this, Scott looked directly at Solly. Then I suggest you report back when you have something use. Kaczynski jumped up. What the heck? He seized the handset from Scott and then ran over to the transceiver. Wilbur Station, this is the Creek. Do you receive? Solly watched the sergeant as he repeated this over and over again while he flicked switches on the device. The signal's gone, he said in the end. What does that mean? Bella asked. Could they be under attack? Kaczynski shrugged. Could be. Or one of the signal boosters has failed. Or been taken down, Solly said. It could be random vandalism, or maybe the Lees know about our communication network. You don't think they were listening in, do you? Ross asked. We were using military encryption, Kaczynski said, shaking his head. Ain't nobody gonna crack that. Solly and Ross exchanged meaningful glances as they both remembered the conversation they'd had about using Alison to hack into the Lee Corporation's transmissions. If she could do it, maybe they could too. Well, whether it was deliberate or not, chances are we're out of contact with Wright-Patterson, Solly said. Kaczynski ordered a subordinate to keep trying to raise the base before turning to the others. I'll send a team out tomorrow to check the transmitters. Assuming it's that and not an attack on Wright-Patterson, they'll send a team to check from their end and one of us will find the broken link. For now though, we're on our own, and the colonel's report was mighty bleak. I guess I'll be reassigned to the task force going to D.C. As for you folks, you're gonna need to look to your own defense soon enough. He turned on his heels and scurried out. Tell me, Scott, Solly said once the sergeant had left. What do you plan to do with your rebuilt Reaper? Aside from probing for weaknesses you know you won't find? Al looked surprised at this, but Lee took it in his stride. If nothing else, we'll have a working Reaper to protect us. Protect us, or to be Scott Lee's bodyguard. He knew from the look on Lee's face that he'd hit a nerve. Boys. Bella called out. We've had enough bad news tonight, let's not fight among ourselves. We're supposed to be finding a way to fight back, Ross said, directing himself at Lee. What can we do? He responded. You heard what the colonel had to say. There's no hope. The best we can do is hide and use our Reaper to defend ourselves. Solly shook his head. There's no hope in that either. They'll find us eventually, and one Reaper won't win against however many they've got. No, like Ross says, we have to fight back. While McBride stops DC falling, we have to take action. What's that supposed to mean? Lee said incredulously. We have one Reaper, they probably have hundreds by now. How do we fight back with odds like that? Solly sat back down and scratched his chin. He'd finally seen the whole jigsaw when McBride's call had been dropped. There were many steps in the plan, and he couldn't see how they could possibly achieve them, but he did have a plan. I've got an idea, he said finally. But first, we need to talk to Alison. Chapter 6. Paulie. Paulie and Mary Vogelback stood beside the bed looking down at the still form of Nikki Friedman. You got back just in time with the insulin, Vogelback said. But we won't be able to move her for days. Paulie shook her head. We've got no choice, Mary. The Chinese are here already. If we don't head east right away, they could be ahead of us by the time we do. Friedman had been moved into a small bedroom at the front of the house. On the floor beside the bed was a roll-up mattress where Vogelback had spent the past 2 nights. Do you ever think about the folks from Arbroath? She said. Every single day. I've got vivid memories of that military base in Seattle, and I shudder to think what the Lees and their Chinese allies have got in mind for our people. Vogelback sighed, her gaze fixed on Friedman's face. Maybe we should have tried to rescue them. Maybe we still could. That's not fair, Paulie snapped. You know I would go for them if there was any chance we could get them out, but the Lees own Seattle. I barely got out of there with my life last time. And anyway, my responsibility right now is to the people in this house. If we don't get out of here, we'll be in the same situation as our friends in Seattle or worse. But Nikki can't be moved. What's the point in saving her, only for her to die in the back of a truck? Paulie reached down and took Friedman's hand. It felt cold and bony. It was easy to forget in this new and chaotic world that Nikki Friedman was a deputy, and this only added another layer of responsibility to their relationship. Is she the only one we can't move? The doctor's not happy, but yes, he says we can move the others. And how long does Nikki need? Vogelback shrugged. Ideally, a couple of weeks. I mean, she's been barely conscious for more than a few minutes at a time. She needs to build herself up again. Mary, the Chinese could roll in here any time. We don't have a couple of weeks. We can't risk everyone for the sake of one person. I know, Paulie. But we can't leave her behind either. No way. Marvin Tucker's expression had gone from confusion to outrage as she explained her plan to him. Please, Marvin. I can't do this without your help. Then I'll stay. You go on with Luna and the others. I'll catch up to you. Paulie stroked his arm and shook her head sadly. It has to be me, Marvin. Nikki is my responsibility. So is Luna. She's your daughter. You don't have to remind me of that, Paulie snapped back. She breathed out and looked him in the eyes. Look, I have to take care of this, but I can't do it unless I know Luna is in safe hands. I trust you to look after her better than I could. You've proven that already. You're a better parent to her than I am. Tucker's face flushed. Now you're talking out of your butt, Sheriff. That girl loves you, and I know all about being a bad parent. He subsided into an uncharacteristically reflective silence for a moment. Well, maybe that's why me and Luna make a good pair. She misses having a father figure, not that I'm claiming. You're a better pa to her than the two-timing scum who fathered her. Tucker shuffled uncomfortably, fixing his gaze on his feet as he unwound his thoughts. Well, my daughter, I called her Pumpkin. I really messed up with her, so I guess I'm trying to learn from my mistakes. A single tear rolled down his cheek as he kept his eyes downcast. Paulie felt her heart break for the guilt he carried on his shoulders. She pulled him into an embrace that he resisted for an instant. She could feel the tension there, a terror of letting down defenses that were holding back an ocean of grief and anger. She withdrew before it became uncomfortable for them both, and looked up at him as she wiped the moisture from her eyes. Let me do this, Marvin. I left Nikki behind in Arbroath when I went looking for you. I'm responsible. If you lead everyone else and take care of Luna, I'll stay here until she can be moved, and I'll come find you." "Where are we gonna go?" "The only safe place I know, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base." "Where's that?" "Ohio." Marvin threw his arms in the air. "That's clear across the country. You've done it before. And have you forgotten what we've got in the back of the truck?" He thought for a moment. "The Reaper." "Yeah. I have a feeling Colonel McBride would like to get his hands on it. But where are we gonna get the gas from to go so far? Some of these folks can't walk." Paulie shrugged. "You're the most resourceful man I know, Marvin. I'm sure you'll find a way. We'll agree waypoints on the route and I'll catch up to you. Trust me." "Come on, girl, let's walk the perimeter," Paulie said, patting Danny on the head. Marvin had reluctantly agreed to lead the convoy of military trucks out of the settlement, on condition that the dog remain with her. In truth, Paulie was happy to have the company, and she knew that Danny would hear any approaching vehicles long before she would. Between them, Paulie, Marvin, and Vogelback had agreed a route. The mayor had never traveled farther east than Yellowstone, but she'd seen enough of the Chinese to want to keep as far ahead of the inrushing tide as possible. Their first task was to head back into deserted Tacoma in search of gas. Marvin's best estimate was that the 2 Chinese trucks they'd liberated from Arbroath had a range of around 500 miles when fully fueled, so it was essential that they topped up before beginning their voyage east. They would then be relying on dumb luck to find more fuel on their journey. They'd left the previous day, so all being well, they'd be out of Tacoma and on the interstate by now. She had no way to contact them, as she'd insisted Marvin take the transceiver with him so he could get in touch with Wright-Patterson. Their first potential meeting point was Marvin's hometown of Spokane in a week's time, but Paulie doubted she'd make that. Friedman had been awake for longer today, but she was still incredibly weak, and Paulie was yet to have a coherent conversation with her. She crunched down the gravel driveway as the sun descended behind the pine trees on the western side of the little compound. She was heading for a point on the bend of the approach road, from where she could see down to the highway below. Danny padded beside her, growling at the local coyotes as they sung the sundown. Paulie sat on the rock and stroked the dog as the light began to fade. 10 minutes or so later, a series of headlamps heading east passed along the highway. How many had landed? The USA was a huge place, but the Chinese army was massive. Had it escaped the long dark entirely? She found her mind returning yet again to the puzzle of why the Lee Corporation, if it was working with the Chinese to gain control of the West, would decimate its population rather than subjugating them. Solly had theorized that slavery had been their intent, but something had gone wrong. Or perhaps the Chinese wanted their land and just enough slaves to exploit it. Was anyone that genocidal? She got up and wandered back toward the house. Good, there was no light leaking from the living room and the bedroom Nicky slept in. The shutters and blackout drapes were doing their job. They had to remain unnoticed for a few more days. Just a few more days. Paulie shivered as she walked back along the drive. They were a little higher up here, and the temperature seemed to drop quickly, so she was relieved to get inside. She hadn't dared to light a fire in the hearth, but they'd found a gas heater in the garage, which was now warming Nicky's room. Friedman was still asleep, completely unaware that Paulie had been out. Tomorrow, perhaps she'd wake up tomorrow. "Paulie, are you there?" She shuddered awake, then grimaced as pain seared through her shoulder. Paulie could feel dried-up slobber on her cheek where she'd slept with her mouth open. She hadn't appreciated just how exhausted she'd been. Coming around, she got onto her knees and peered over the edge of the bed. Nicky Friedman had rolled over to face her. "Oh, thank God you're here. I thought I was on my own." "Yeah, I'm here. We talked a little yesterday. Don't you remember?" "No, not really. I mean, I knew you'd been here and that the others had gone. But what happened? My insulin had run out." "Don't worry about it," Paulie said. "The main thing is we've got a supply now, and when you're well enough we'll head east and meet up with the others." She got up and pulled the drapes back, wincing as sharp spring light flooded the little room, before examining Friedman. She looked thin and weak, but alive and recovering. "I'll fix you some breakfast," she said. "Can you handle your insulin shot?" Paulie hadn't enjoyed administering it the previous day. Death, blood, and gore she could handle. Needles were another matter. Nikki gave a weak smile, and Paulie caught a glimpse of the pretty young woman behind the near-death experience. "Sure. I'm used to it. As long as you promise to tell me the full story of how you got the insulin." "How'd you know it was me who got it?" Friedman tilted her head with a derision Luna would have been proud of, so Paulie shrugged her shoulders and went down to the kitchen. Friedman's progress that day was remarkable. By mid-afternoon, she was sitting up in bed and even capable of using the bucket in the corner without assistance, although Paulie still had to empty it. No longer worried about whether she'd recover, Paulie's thoughts turned to how quickly they could get away. When they'd first arrived here, they'd found a station wagon in the garage. Marvin had jump-started it and revved all the gunk out of the engine until it was purring. It was still in the garage, so that anyone approaching the house wouldn't be attracted by it, but they could be ready to go with 10 minutes' notice once Nikki was fit enough. The day after tomorrow. That seemed reasonable. Friedman wouldn't be in perfect condition, but she should be capable of walking to the car, and if they left in 2 days, they might just make it to the rendezvous in Spokane. Paulie was in the living room at the front of the house, killing some time by rummaging through the possessions of the former owners, when Danny began growling. "What can you hear, girl? It's a bit early for coyotes." The dog had so far been a mixed blessing. She was decent company, but she was jumpy as hell. Paulie guessed she'd been an urban dog for most of her life, and the sheer variety and quantity of animal noises out here in the middle of nowhere freaked her out. She didn't stop growling but went to the front door and stood beside it, mixing in some half-barks as if getting into practice. Paulie tensed and then ran upstairs and into one of the bedrooms. She got on the floor and peeked through the net curtains at the lane that led to the house. Danny, who'd followed her, sat quietly, confident that her mistress had finally gotten the message. Paulie's blood froze as she saw movement on the road. A small car, a Fiat perhaps, was approaching. Clouds were reflecting off the windshield so she couldn't see inside, but the driver's window was down and she could see smoke escaping. Then a hand flicked the cigarette butt out, and she saw a flash of olive green. She ran into Nikki's bedroom, found Friedman's sidearm and thrust it into her hands. "Just in case," she said. "Chances are, they're just reconnoitering, and they'll see it's a dead end and head back down the lane. But stay here, don't move." Paulie ran back downstairs and sneaked a look around the drapes in the front room. The Fiat approached the house, and she could see now that there were 2 uniformed men in the car. They laughed as they talked, cigarettes dancing, emitting clouds of smoke out of the window. Maybe they were enjoying a little freedom from military discipline. Now they were out from under the eyes of their superiors. For a moment she felt a connection with these strangers, as she prayed that they would simply turn around and go back the way they came. The car stopped. The driver climbed out and fiddled with the zipper of his pants. Damn. He wanted to take a comfort break. As the man approached the house, Danny let out a growl. Paulie pulled her jaws together, but it was too late. The driver ran back to the car and pulled a rifle from the back seat as the other man joined him. Suddenly, their relaxed attitude vanished, and they were transformed from fellow human beings to enemies. There was no way to attack them both from the ground floor without getting pinned down, so Paulie flew up the stairs and took her position on the landing, looking over the front door. It opened a crack, and she saw the rifle enter first. Where was the other man? She couldn't worry about that at the moment. She drew her sidearm and aimed it at the widening gap in the door. Suddenly it flew open and the driver stepped inside, his rifle sweeping first downstairs and then up at where Paulie crouched. "Put your weapon." The railing she was hiding behind exploded into fragments as, falling sideways, she squeezed the trigger. There was a cry from below. She'd hit him in the leg, so she leaped down the stairs and landed on top of him, kicking at the rifle in his hand. He swung his weapon around, knocking Paulie from her feet, as with a roar of rage and pain he dropped the rifle, pulled the bayonet attachment from his belt and swept it down at her. Crack, crack. Something fell down the stairs, and that distraction was enough for her attacker's stroke to go wide. Paulie rolled away, grabbed her Glock, brought it around, and fired. At the foot of the stairs lay the body of the other soldier, 2 patches of scarlet on his back merging together. Nikki Friedman stood, gripping the remaining railing as her legs shook, her face white. Paulie was just in time to catch her before she fell. Chapter 7. Bella. Alison's cylinder sat beneath the makeshift shield in the basement of the mill house. The rumble of Skull's voice could be heard through the floor from the kitchen above, punctuated by the occasional burst of laughter at complete odds with his true mood. Bella, Al, and Scott were already sitting around the rough wooden bench when Solly had arrived with Ross and Alison. He hadn't let the AI out of his sight since she had been repaired. The mystery of why she'd been disabled and by whom hadn't yet been resolved. Scott Lee denied all knowledge, but Solly was as sure as he could be that Alison's creator had been responsible. However, now was not the time to go down that particular rabbit hole. Booted feet came down the wooden steps as Solly took his seat, and he looked up to see Sergeant Kaczynski. "Hello, Joe," Solly said. "What's the latest news?" Kaczynski drew up the last chair and sat down, shoulders sagging. As he relaxed, the black rings around his red eyes and the bags under them became more obvious in the yellow glow of the gaslight. "We've checked the nearest 2 transmitters," he said. "No sign of any damage, so it looks as though whoever's responsible is closer to Wright-Pat than to us." "Makes sense," Scott said. "The Lees attacked the base, didn't they? So they know it's likely a center of resistance. It's probably been under observation ever since." Kaczynski nodded. "Sure, but that don't explain how they managed to crack the encryption." "We don't know for certain that they did," Solly said. "They might have noticed the activity and decided to interrupt it without knowing what we were saying." Scott grunted. "Maybe, but it's best to assume they have found a way to listen in. Have you had any other news from the Colonel?" Extracting a sheet of paper from his pocket, Kaczynski pulled out a pair of glasses and perched them on his nose, giving a shy glance left and right as he did it. "Dark in here," he muttered. "Colonel McBride sent this message via courier. Most of it was asking me about our disposition here, so I sent the writer back with my answers." "Did you receive new orders?" Solly asked. He could tell from Kaczynski's reaction that he had, and that he didn't like what he'd been told. "Yeah. The Colonel is sending reinforcements to D.C. I'm ordered to join them with my section when they pass Hagerstown." "You're leaving the farmhouse undefended?" Kaczynski nodded. "I'm sorry. Those are my orders. Maybe you don't need us anyway. We've hardly fired a shot in anger since we got here. Has it occurred to you that we've been left alone because we have you here?" "Yeah, of course. But I can't do anything about it. We'll leave some equipment, and I'll give some training to your folks if you like, but that's the best I can do." Scott sighed. "Is the Colonel leading the force that's going to D.C.? "No. I reckon he knows Wright-Patterson is likely to come under attack as soon as the contingent leaves. He's got a couple of thousand civvies to protect, and he's only keeping a small force back." "Those civilians are more important than these?" Solly said, waving his hands around as if to encompass the entire community. Shrugging, Kaczynski said, "Look, what can I say? He thinks it's all over if the federal government falls, so he's rolling the dice and hoping for a double 6, because that's the only chance he sees." "Well, perhaps we need to talk about evening up the odds a little," Solly said. He turned to the cylinder that sat on the table like a discarded can of deodorant and twisted the lid before withdrawing a tube covered in electronics from within. Solly pressed a contact, and after a few moments, a cyan eye scrolled into view on the black display panel. The eye roved back and forth before settling on Solly. "Father, you are here. Creator is also here. Where am I? I do not recognize this location, and my sensors cannot penetrate beyond the room." Solly noticed how Scott had tightened when Alison differentiated between father and creator. Lee had intended to be both, But Solly had opened the cylinder first, and as with a duck imprinting on the first face it sees, Alison had considered him her father ever since. Solly liked to think that his conduct since then had earned him that title, at least a little, but it was likely just something that was hard-baked into the AI's code. Scott had never imagined anyone but him would be present at her birth. "Hello, Alison," Solly said. "Yes, Creator and I are both here. Ross is also here." "Hello, Ross," Alison said. "And my friend Bella and her father Al are here. He was the one who fixed you." "Hello, Bella." "Thank you, Al. I am sorry that I put you at risk. I also detect the presence of Sergeant Kaczynski." "Hello, Joe." Scott, who Solly noticed was shaking as if barely keeping his emotions under control, slapped his palms on the tabletop. "Look, this reunion is very sweet, but I don't think we're here to have a little catch-up, are we? You said you had an idea." He looked directly at Solly, who could taste the hostility in the air. "I do," he responded. "But first, I want to know why you created Alison in the first place. What was her purpose?" Scott's eyes flicked to the cylinder, but Solly spoke again before he could say anything. "Yes, Alison should be awake to hear this," he said. "We're sitting here on the edge of utter disaster. The time for secrecy is over. Cards on the table." Lee deflated a little, and with a sigh rubbed his eyes and face with the palms of his hands, buying time while he thought about what he was going to say. "Do I need a reason to father a child?" he said, gazing around the table as if daring anyone to suggest that Alison wasn't a child. "Most people do think about it," Bella said. "Sometimes things happen by accident, of course. Jake was planned, but Maddie was a happy accident." She looked over at Solly, who felt his cheeks warm. "But I can't see how creating an AI could be seen as accidental, so you had to have a reason." On the table, Alison's eye was now focused entirely on Scott. How much depended on what he said next? Perhaps everything. "It was because of her mother," Lee said. "I have a mother," Alison said, her normally calm voice distorted by simulated emotion. "Oh. Is her name Annabelle?" Lee's jaw dropped. "How did you know?" "I met her in Seattle, just before I had my first go in a helicopter. That was fun." "Of course," Lee said. "Did she recognize you?" "I do not know," Alison said. "You were going to kill me, Creator." Lee rolled his eyes. "I didn't want you to come into contact with her. I thought she might turn you against us. You did not trust me. Father did. And that was my mother?" She had dark thoughts. "She is like me." Scott Lee, who was becoming increasingly tense and frustrated, slammed his fist on the table. "I created her, and I created you, do you understand? I fathered you both." Bella put her hand on his arm. He jerked it away but turned to her when she spoke. "Scott, we're not here to blame anyone, we just want to understand what we're facing." This momentary human contact seemed to act like an escape valve, and his tension departed again. "Alison, your mother was human, but she knew her existence was coming to an end, so she asked me to create a digital version of her so she could endure. I made the best possible version of Annabelle Lee, but that wasn't what she wanted. She ordered me to build the worst of her into the AI as well as the best." He sighed for a moment, then reached out and took the cylinder in his hands, cradling it. "I didn't want that AI to be my digital legacy, and I knew that Annabelle and I would never have human children, so I took the best of her and melded it with the best of me to create you. You are the perfect version of us both." Solly watched Lee sitting there holding Alison like a baby, as the icy tendrils of fear and loathing wrapped themselves around his heart. He now knew beyond a doubt that Scott Lee was as unhinged as his genocidal dead wife. But he was also their only hope. "Khaled told me that Alison is our only chance to fight back against the Lee Corporation," he said. Was he telling the truth, or was it another of his lies? Lee looked up reluctantly. "Yes, she is the key. She can do anything the Annabelle Lee AIs can." "Annabelle Lee AIs?" Al said. Are you saying there's more than one copy? Lee glanced across at Al, and Solly noticed his expression soften. There are two, one in each of the Lee buildings in Seattle and New York. There may also be one in the Shenzhen building. The employees there think the AIs help operate the buildings, but the Annabelles have complete control. When they want to exert it, there will be nothing the humans can do to stop them. What are they waiting for? I can't be sure, Lee said, directing his attention entirely at the old man. But my guess is that they're waiting to begin the second phase. When they have enough Reapers, they will begin killing the weak and enslaving the useful. At least that's what the Lee Corporation believes. Al spread his hands wide in puzzlement. You'll have to explain it in words an old man will understand, he said with mock humility. The Annabelles will allow the Reapers to do their work, and once it's complete, rather than allowing the Lee Corporation and their allies to have control over the population, she will kill everyone. Every last human being who's been upgraded. Then the Reapers will be sent across the land to hunt out those who survive the second sweep. By the time she's finished, the Lee Corporation will join their enemies and allies in the ashes. So, in a weird sort of a way, Al said, the Lee Corporation and us are on the same side. Only up to a point, Al, Solly responded. The Lees want everyone to be under their boot, don't forget. We can't count on turning them into allies. Scott shook his head. No. My hope was to get Alison into the building in Seattle at the critical moment, and then have her overpower Annabelle. I built some, well, I suppose you could call it digital weaponry, into her code that would give her an advantage, assuming Annabelle hasn't upgraded herself. That's why I went to Arbroath and helped keep their community together. You intended to use them to help you get inside the Seattle building. Nice, Solly said. Oh, grow up. Scott snapped, his anger back in a flash. The stakes are too high to worry about individuals. If I'd succeeded, we wouldn't be worrying about the Reapers, we'd be welcoming them. What I don't understand is how this Annabelle AI would control the Reapers, Al said. It was like watching Gollum and Smeagol, as Lee's expression again relaxed. She doesn't need to control them directly. The Lee Corporation has a cellular communications network, he said, his voice level again. This makes it practically invulnerable to attack. Each message travels through one cell at a time, finding another route if the most direct is blocked. This means that a message sent from one location can reach every corner of the country. Once the Reapers have done their job, Annabelle will send the termination code, causing every upgraded implant to kill its host, whether they're a civilian, a Lee Corporation employee, or a Chinese soldier. She wants everyone dead, so she can be the last entity alive on the planet. But if we can't control the Reapers, Al persisted, how do we stop this? I mean, from what you've said, they'll kill as many as they make slaves. That could be millions. Scott gave a weak smile. Annabelle doesn't control the Reapers because they already contain a cut-down version of her personality. Alison discovered this when she took over the prototype that killed Bobby. That was Mother? Alison said in her metallic voice. I did not know. Scott looked down at her, still cradled in one arm. But I did, my dear. You told me enough to be absolutely certain. Solly went to open his mouth, but Bella lifted her hand slightly in a gesture he recognized only too well. Don't say a word, it signified. Scott, she said, again touching his arm. How can Alison help us? If you'd succeeded in Seattle, what would have happened next? Again, he looked up somewhat reluctantly. She could have used the cellular network to send a patch to the Reapers, overriding Annabelle with an approximation of her, turning them from enemies into allies. What, you mean the Reapers would attack the Lees and the Chinese? Ross said, his face suddenly alight. Scott nodded. Yes, though I didn't know that the drones were anywhere near ready for production. I knew Annabelle would want control over whatever weaponry the Lee Corporation developed, and as I said, if Annabelle could do it, so could Alison. It's all irrelevant now, though, he said, his face darkening as he fixed his attention on the cylinder. We can't get close enough to Annabelle, Seattle and New York are out of reach. You said the network is cellular, Solly said. Scott didn't look up but grunted assent. Doesn't that mean that a message, or code, injected into the network at any location could spread to all the others, eventually? That got his attention. Yes, I suppose so. But you'd have to know where one of their node transmitters is, and then break through their encryption. Is Alison capable of hacking in? Scott Lee looked from Solly to Alison, then up again, pride unmistakably shining in his eyes. Yes. It might take some time, and they'd discover the intrusion eventually, but Alison would have a head start. So, are you saying we need to find one of these transmitters? Kaczynski said, finally becoming animated after sitting in sullen silence. They'll be well hidden, Scott said. Lee Corp knows they're the weak link in their network, so you won't stumble across them. The incongruous sound of Solly laughing out loud bounced around the basement, causing the voices upstairs to go quiet. But that's exactly what happened. There's a cellular transmitter on top of a tower block in Louisville. I've got a notebook full of information and a smartphone loaded with images. So the question is, can we get Alison up there safely? If so, my friends, the fight back begins in Kentucky. Chapter 8. Nathan. Nathan Woods put down the binoculars and brought the walkie-talkie to his lips. Enemy sighted, he said. Prepare to engage. He was lying on the roof of a market building in Albuquerque, which lay at an intersection on Route 66 to the west of the city. Jake and Sumi were to either side. Around him, and at windows on the floors beneath, were a ragtag group of fighters, remnants of defeated armies come together to resist a common enemy. They called themselves the Rattlers, and a less impressive body of men and women would be hard to find. And yet they fought on as others crumbled. After the death of President Murphy, Nathan and his companions had escaped their pursuers and headed north, only to find themselves surrounded by the Arizonan militia as it moved toward the front line. Their TLX uniforms would have marked them as enemies, but the commander of the unit they encountered was so desperate for trained soldiers he simply co-opted them. They met the Chinese and North Koreans on I-10 on the outskirts of Phoenix and were forced to fall back to Luke Air Force Base. It was there that they first came face to face with the black drones that he'd since learned were called Reapers. They'd taken up hastily contrived defensive positions, expecting the enemy to attack quickly, but rather than the soldiers or tanks they'd been fighting until then, a group of a dozen glossy black drones appeared, looking for all the world as if they'd just been dropped by a spaceship. Small arms fire seemed to have little effect, and only one was destroyed in that initial attack, by a brave soldier who got close enough to hit one with an AT-4. The drone exploded, but the man was cut to pieces instantly. Nathan would never forget the sheer terror of being pursued by those remorseless machines. Within minutes the retreat became a rout, and he was one of dozens who ran, waiting to feel hot metal slicing into his back. But by some miracle, he, Jake, and Sumi had survived. They'd found a car and headed off in a different direction than the others, and perhaps that had saved them. The last sight he'd seen beyond the cloud of dust kicked up behind the car as it escaped from the base was Chinese soldiers casually strolling among the fallen, finishing off any survivors. Once the terror had subsided a little, Nathan's rage had grown. It was bad enough that they were facing the massive armies of two implacable enemies, but now, it seemed, they also had an unbeatable technology at their beck and call. Nathan had always known that they had little chance of outright victory against the Chinese and North Koreans, but he'd hoped the defenders could inflict such losses that they were forced to slow their advance. But these Reapers could defeat an army without costing the life of a single enemy soldier. In the days that followed, Nathan and the others had struggled to keep ahead of the advancing front line, especially when their car had run out of fuel and they were forced to proceed on foot. They'd met with remnants of other destroyed forces, and by a process of accretion, these had grown into the 50 or so Rattlers. He couldn't quite work out how he'd become their commander, as there had been 3 others here of higher rank than him, 2 of them officers. Somehow it had been his suggestions that had been accepted by the fighters, his orders that were followed. So now all rank designations had been cancelled. They were all equals under Nathan Woods. The only silver lining was that the Reapers seemed to be relatively few in number. The Rattlers had targeted smaller units of enemy soldiers and seen no drones. It seemed to Nathan that they were deployed for major engagements with the common soldiers used elsewhere. Woods took some grim pride in the amount of devastation his small group had inflicted on the invaders, but it seemed their luck had run out this time. They'd attacked a military convoy that had turned out to be more heavily protected than they'd thought at first. At least 10 Rattlers had died when a pair of Reapers had appeared from the back of a truck and immediately attacked their position. He thought he'd lost Sumi when he was sprayed with her blood, but he dragged her, screaming, away from the line of fire and the Rattlers had retreated. Mysteriously, the drones hadn't followed them into the desert, and so the Rattlers had regrouped to treat their wounded. Sumi's eye was gone, and her orbit was a bloody mess that was now covered with a crimson-stained bandage. Nathan couldn't imagine how much pain she was in, but she wouldn't take the full morphine dose offered by their medic, as she wanted to stay sharp. Beyond the pain and shock, one thing drove her: revenge. It had been Vasquez who'd suggested they come here, to this farmer's market in Albuquerque. Nathan suspected he intended for them to hide in the labyrinthine building, but as soon as they'd arrived, Jake had pointed at the gas station and reminded him of their success against North Korean troops on their scouting expedition a couple of months ago. There was no waiting tanker to target this time, but enough fuel remained below ground to make for quite the fireball. They'd laid a charge, but only had 50 yards of cord, so someone had to wait in hiding to set it off, knowing that they'd be consumed. 3 volunteered, but Nathan would not let Sumi sacrifice herself, so he gave the suicide mission to a young man he barely knew. Hugh Brown's leg had been shattered by a drone bullet, and Nathan could see the agony in his face as he begged to be allowed to take the drones out and to end his own pain. So Sumi lay beside Nathan on the rooftop of the El Mesquite market, and she wore his ring on her left hand. 2 black shapes hovered in the shimmering desert air, flanked by soldiers in sand-colored uniforms marching in formation as if on parade. Behind them rumbled an armored personnel carrier with a machine gun mounted on top, the commander's head popping out of a hatch near the front. Maybe 50 soldiers, plus those in the APC then. Almost a match, though the Chinese were all trained, well-equipped, and relatively fresh. But it was the drones that tipped the balance heavily in their favor. Nathan wouldn't fancy their chances of beating them off even without backup from human soldiers, but together they were unbeatable. "I've had an idea," he said to Jake. "The APC?" Nathan turned to him and smiled. "Yeah. I figure, if a couple of crazies was to get in there and capture the machine gun, we might be in business. Count me in." A cloud of dust rose from Jake's shoulder as Nathan slapped him. "Good man." And he was a man. The nervous boy Nathan had first met had disappeared without trace in the crucible of war. The shutters had come down a little since the death of President Murphy, and particularly his son Luke. Behind his practical, brave exterior, Nathan kept reminding himself, Jake was still only 17 and must lack the resilience that comes with long experience. For now, however, there was no one he'd rather have beside him except perhaps Sumi. "Are you planning something stupid?" she asked. Nathan rolled over and shrugged at her. "Maybe. Jake and I are going to acquire that APC." He expected her to object, but she merely nodded. "Take a couple of others with you," she said. "It won't make much difference up here, but there might be more commies inside the APC than you can handle." She returned his kiss reluctantly before pulling away. Nathan put his hand to her face and felt her hot skin on his palm. "Look, we'll get you patched up once we're out of here, okay? This doesn't change anything between us." Sumi's remaining eye moistened. "Nathan, it changes everything. But don't worry about that for now. Get back safely, that's all I ask." He took her hand, the one that wore his ring, and kissed it. "I'll do my best. Signal to Brown as soon as the drones are over the fuel pumps, and don't worry about where I am." Again he leaned in and whispered, "I love you." She kissed his cheek. "I love you. Stay alive, Nathan Woods." 5 of them ran out the back of the farmer's market and darted from abandoned car to abandoned car as they crossed 66 to the single-story motel on the opposite side of the road, expecting at any minute for the cry to go up or shots to echo in the lifeless streets. It was just after midday, and the air over the asphalt rippled with heat as he pushed them on. They had to be in place to attack the APC when the gas station exploded, so they could use the chaos and devastation as a cloak. His legs felt like they were filled with water, ironic considering that he was parched. He took a quick swig from his canteen as he peered around the corner of the side of the motel. Behind it was a small ranch house on a scrubby plot of land dominated by a pair of tall wind-blown trees still bare of leaves. Good, this would hide them while they watched. They were now no more than 100 yards from the gas station and the approaching Chinese contingent. Nathan pulled his binoculars out to get a closer look at the APC. As he scanned across the marching soldiers, he was struck by how young they were. They looked as though they were raw recruits who just graduated from basic training before being flung into the front lines. Could the Chinese army, the largest in the world before the Long Dark, be short of manpower? Had they been hit by the same catastrophe as the U.S.? How could that be possible, and how had they recovered quickly enough to mount an invasion? None of this mattered right now. He had 2 Reapers and 50 or so soldiers to handle, and if he survived the encounter, he could then concern himself with what was to come next. He took a swig from his canteen, then turned back to the figures behind him. Jake was there, wiping sweat from his face but otherwise ready to go. The others were the 2 men and a woman he'd hand-picked. All had served before the Long Dark, all were deadly. Coy, Technies and Tanowitz. He prayed they'd be enough before looking across to the gas station. He couldn't see the farmer's market from here, so Sumi was hidden from him. The first he'd know of the attack commencing would be when Brown triggered the explosion. Woods gestured them back under cover a little further, as a black drone emerged from behind the gas station and hovered over the pumps. Now. Do it now. He barely had time to shield his eyes from the flash as the blast hit him, throwing him backwards on a wave of heat. Moments later, he was on his feet, helping the others up. Now? He called, running into the smoke and dust, ignoring the cries and screams as he headed toward where the APC had been. As he passed the gas station, keeping the road between himself and the flames, he spotted a shard of black armor rocking gently on the ground. The thudding of boots followed him, and they were at the APC before the first Chinese soldier challenged them. Nathan held a Beretta M9 in one hand and a dagger in the other. The first enemy to emerge from the smoke at the back of the APC fell to his knife, and the second dropped backwards as Jake lashed out at him. Coy and Technies had clambered onto the metal skin of the vehicle, and Woods glanced across to see the driver being pulled out from his seat and thrown to the ground, a bullet in his chest. It was brutal work, but it was soon over. One final soldier remained inside the vehicle. Nathan could hear him screaming something repeatedly, and then his sidearm flew out of the rear hatch and he came out with his hands raised high. Nathan Woods put a bullet through his brain without a second thought. The APC was theirs. Nathan stood on the rotating platform behind the gun and brought it down from its raised position, trying to familiarize himself with its controls. Coy's head appeared through the commander's hatch in front of him, Technies beside him. "Joe, get moving," Woods called out. Joe Technies had said she could drive anything a man could invent. Now was the acid test. A shot bounced off the gun's armor, and Nathan swung it around, squeezing the trigger, feeling the raw power of spitting lead into the clearing smoke and dust. He lost control of it as the APC lurched away, but saw dimly recognizable shapes fall to the bullets spraying left and right. A burst of fire and Coy cried out, then disappeared into the vehicle to be replaced seconds later, and to Nathan's horror, by Jake, who brought his arms through the hatch and began taking potshots at their attackers. But the bullets that had killed Coy had come from above. Through the roiling smoke floated a black shape. "Jake. Get down. It's above you." He saw Jake look up, then the APC drifted into a bank of smoke, and when it cleared, the boy had gone. "Jake." Technies had crouched down so only her head was visible, and she'd put on the driver's helmet, but that would be no protection against the Reaper. Nathan pulled down on the handles of the gun, its barrel swinging upwards into the sky. He couldn't wait for the Reaper to become a big enough target to be sure of a hit. They'd all be dead long before then. The machine gun vibrated in his hand as he fired round after round at the approaching drone. "Get down, Joe," he called out as return fire punched deep into the armor plating. There was still no sign of Jake, and Nathan gave himself up to rage and despair as the drone got closer. Why hadn't it hit him yet? Everything he'd seen so far suggested it was accurate from much farther away than this. Time and again he hit it, causing it to spin a little before righting itself. Its lozenge-like shape caused anything other than a dead center strike to glance off, and the clouds of dust that erupted from it when he did manage to hit it suggested some form of ablative armor. Enough hits then, and he'd get through, but it was close enough now that it simply couldn't miss. The machine gun went silent, so he pulled out his handgun and awaited death. Then Jake's head appeared from out of the hatch, and he lifted something to his shoulder. "Get down." Nate dropped inside the APC just in time to see fire spread across the blue sky. He jumped back up and the drone was gone. Shots from ground level glanced off the damaged armor, but he had no ammunition left to return fire with the machine gun. The surviving Chinese soldiers ran at them through the smoke of the still-burning gas station. Jake reappeared and leveled his carbine as the APC lurched into motion again, heading straight for the attackers. Then, as it seemed certain they'd be overwhelmed, he heard gunfire beyond the Chinese and looked up to see a ragged group of figures running across 66 toward their enemy. The Rattlers had come. Chapter 9. Solly. The crack echoed around the hills as Jackson hit another target dead center. "He's a good shot," Sergeant Kaczynski said. "And he's got the makings of a leader. Just so damn young." Solly put down his notebook and looked down the slope at the boy. Jackson was lying in one of the concealed foxholes Kaczynski had ordered to be dug by his troops before they left. The order hadn't come through yet, but when it did, they'd have next to no notice before having to ship out. So, Kaczynski had devoted all his energy to preparing the people of the farmhouse for the departure of his unit. "He's the best of us, Joe. But it's a heavy burden to place on his shoulders." Kaczynski sucked in a lungful of smoke and blew a gray cloud into the air above his head. He hadn't smoked for 10 years, but these days, well, what the heck? And there's no one from the Fordham's place who'd be a better choice. "You know the answer to that as well as I do," Solly said, resuming his examination of the checklist. "The only one with the chops to be a leader is Becky Epstein, and she's a medic. Sweet Jesus, it tears me up to just walk away from this place. It's the nearest thing to home I've found since everything went to hell in a handbasket. And the thought of those kids having no protection makes me wonder what the point of us ever comin' here was." Solly put his hand on Kaczynski's shoulder. "It's not your fault, Joe. I wish Bella would stay here and help Jackson run the place, but we need Steve and she won't be parted from him. That means Maddie has to come as well, and that means so must Al. I'll tell you, Joe, I was hoping for a small team that could slip into Louisville and out again before the Lee Corporation even knew we were there, but at this rate we'll need a bus to carry everyone." "And this Skulls fella," Kaczynski said as he let out another cloud of smoke, "you gotta have him along?" Solly nodded. "He's the best fighter we've got. Viv's pretty good in a scrap, but she's just a kid. Steve's got raw power. You're a good man, Saul." "Not really," Solly said, flushing. "It's a fact. I guess I understand what she sees in him. He's my polar opposite." Kaczynski gave an amused grunt. "He may be the opposite of the old Solly she knew, but I'm guessing this new improved version is having her think a little different. I've seen how she looks at you. Honestly, Joe, I'm not in the market at the moment." "Janice?" "Yeah. I've got feelings for Bella, but not like that. I won't deny I get jealous from time to time, though. I guess I want to have my cake and eat it." A cry went up, and a group of children began running up the slope toward them. Jackson rolled over and put his gun down as they surrounded him. Solly and Kaczynski got to their feet and walked down to join the throng. Miss Prism was fussing around them, tucking shirts into pants, pulling woolly hats down over ears. She looked up as Solly approached. The children heard the gunshots and simply wouldn't believe that it was Jackson practicing, so I brought them out to see for themselves. Some of the children detached themselves from the grinning Jackson and ran at Solly, wrapping themselves around his legs. One little girl, Carla was her name, moved across to where Kaczynski stood. "Why are you sad?" she asked. The sergeant knelt so he was eye to eye with her. "What makes you think I'm sad?" "'Cause you isn't smiling," she responded as if he was an idiot. "Well, I guess I'm gonna miss you all." "Where are you going?" "Never you mind, little girl." "Carla, my name's Carla." "Never you mind, Carla." The girl seemed to ponder for a moment. "I wish you would stay." "Why?" She shrugged. "Dunno. I just like seeing you watchin' out. Keepin' the bears and monsters who live in the woods away. Makes me feel safe." With a piercing shock, Solly realized that Kaczynski had frozen. He could barely move his mouth when he said to the girl, "Sometimes you gotta do what you're told even if you don't like it. I gotta follow orders." "Why?" At that, Kaczynski straightened up, ruffling Carla's hair. "It's adult stuff, kid, now run along." He turned on his heels and without another word to the girl or to Solly, headed across the field to his camp. Kaczynski's orders came the next day. A Humvee drove up the lane and parked among the log cabins the soldiers had built over the winter. It was an angry Joe Kaczynski who marched into the kitchen of the millhouse, where Solly, Skulls, Bella, and Maddie sat around the oak table discussing their plans. Ross, who'd been in the living room, limped in after hearing the commotion. "Damn him to hell," the sergeant spat as he threw his orders down on the table and slumped into a chair. "He wants your Humvees." Solly's jaw dropped open. "What?" "We need them. This plan is looking impossible enough as it is, but if we've got to travel across the country in civilian cars." Kaczynski leaned forward, gripping his head in his hands and rubbing as if he hoped a genie would appear. After a few moments his hands stopped moving, and he looked down at the table. "I can probably leave one here. He'll want the one with the minigun." "But how will you explain that, Joe?" Bella asked. He shrugged, glancing at her. "I don't know, but I ain't about to let a court-martial get in the way of doing the right thing." "One isn't enough," Solly said. "We need that minigun. You said you were going to give us some ammo for it. You know we can't do without it." Kaczynski's fist banged on the table. "Of course I know it. But I don't get to choose which orders to obey, Solly. I'm bending the rules to breaking by leaving you the other Humvee. I can't do no more." He sighed and slumped a little. "You're asking too much. You're as bad as that little girl, and you don't have the excuse of being a kid." "I'm sorry, Joe, but we have little enough hope as it is." "Here," Skulls said, putting down a steaming mug of coffee. "I don't reckon anyone's blaming you." He glanced in Solly's direction momentarily before continuing. "We're all in a tough spot. Maybe there's no way out of it. I dunno." He subsided, shook his head and sat down again. Maddie, who'd sat silently until this point, began fidgeting. "Mad, do you have something you'd like to say?" Solly asked. She looked nervously around the table. "Well, it's just—" "Go on, no one's going to bite your head off. We're all out of ideas." Ross pulled up a chair and sat down beside her. "What's on your mind?" Maddie looked at him and seemed to instantly relax. She spoke to him rather than the others when she said, "That girl, Carla. Jackson told me what she said." "Yeah," Ross said, failing to hide the shadow that flitted across his face at the thought of any intimacy between Maddie and Jackson. Well, she couldn't understand why it was so important for Sergeant Kaczynski to follow orders he didn't like. Ross nodded encouragingly. "I guess I was just wondering whether she had a point." "I can't just decide which orders to follow," Kaczynski snapped. Maddie flinched from his venom, but then straightened herself up and looked him in the eye. "Why not?" "Because then all military discipline breaks down." "But your colonel doesn't know what we're planning, does he?" No, but he's still my superior officer. That's how the military works. But you know more than he does, she said. How is it right for you to follow an order that makes it harder for us to do what we have to do? Kaczynski's face betrayed his exasperation. I told you. Because that's how it works. And where has that gotten us? Solly put his hand out to stop Kaczynski responding. Hold on, Joe. Maddie's got a point. If you don't help us, we have next to no chance of succeeding. Soldiers have been condemned before now for following orders they knew were wrong. Kaczynski leapt to his feet. I've heard enough. You get one Humvee, period. The door slammed behind him as he marched away. Solly didn't see Kaczynski again that day, but his hostility meant that they brought their plans forward by 24 hours and began loading up the remaining Humvee and the trunk of an aging Nissan station wagon that had been used for supplies raids. At least Ross had seen sense this time and had agreed to stay at the farmhouse and help Jackson defend the place. With the soldiers gone, he knew he could be genuinely useful here, his restricted mobility less of a problem on familiar territory. Whether he would still feel that way once Solly had left was less certain. Vivian would be coming, as would Scott, Al, Bella, Skulls and Maddie. Solly was very uncomfortable to have all of them along, but like the Musketeers, it was one for all and all for one, it seemed. He couldn't help thinking that a smaller task force would have a better chance, but there was no persuading Bella. The story of his life. The Humvee was already loaded with fuel provided by Kaczynski, along with enough jerrycans to extend its range by a couple of 100 miles. Solly and Jackson loaded the rear of the vehicle with supplies for a couple of weeks before the light went. They would be leaving in the morning. As he walked inside the farmhouse and shut out the chill, Solly could hear chairs being pushed back over the stone floor of the kitchen, and then, moments later, the patter of small feet as children ran into the hall where he and Jackson stood. Little Carla threw herself at Solly as he knelt, then others piled around, chattering excitedly as he lost his balance and fell backwards. He could hear Arnold calling to the children to get off him, but Solly didn't want them to. He would have given anything to stay down here on the cold floorboards, covered in kids, blanketed in their unconditional and innocent love. He felt the floor vibrate as a heavy fist thudded on the door. He heard the door swing open, and the voice of Joe Kaczynski on the threshold. Is Solly here? Arnold must have pointed at the mass of children on the floor. I'm sorry, Solly, but this can't wait, Kaczynski said. Solly began to push the kids from him, whispering gently to them, telling each child of his love, reluctant because he feared that this moment would never be repeated. Eventually, with Jackson's help, he clambered to his feet and turned to face Kaczynski. What in the name of, he stammered, gesturing at the man. Kaczynski's lips creased into the tiniest smile. Don't you like my threads? Why aren't you in uniform? Because you're right. Maddie's right. And little Carla is right. The girl froze at the mention of her name and looked up at Joe Kaczynski. I can't obey the colonel's orders in good conscience. I could hand myself in, of course, but what would that achieve? Solly shook his hand. Thank you, Joe. Will you stay here to defend the farmhouse? He shook his head. Oh, I don't think that'd be a good idea. Corporal Swan will take over when he finds my letter of resignation in the morning, and he'll be duty-bound to arrest me. No, Solly, I need to make myself disappear tonight. Where will you go? And I thought you were the one with the brains. Don't you see? This place can't be left undefended. But you said you won't stay. No, I'm coming with you, Solly. To Louisville, or wherever we end up. So who's going to defend the FAR? Oh. She is not going to like that, Joe. She's not going to like that at all. Now you're getting it. But we gotta be away tonight if it's gonna work. Is Scott here? Solly nodded. In the basement. Al's here too, but I reckon he's on our side on this matter. He doesn't want Maddie going with us. He shook Joe's hand again. You're a genius. The children dispersed and only Solly, Kaczynski, Jackson and Arnold remained. The old man wheeled over to where they stood and looked up at Solly. "Any prospect of explainin' what's goin' on?" Solly smiled at him. "Joe here's just solved 2 problems in one. He's coming with us to Louisville, so Skulls and the others can stay here and defend the farmhouse." "Does your ex-wife know?" Arnold asked. "Sadly, there's no time for me to tell her," Solly answered. "But seriously, Arnold, it's going to be a whole lot easier doing what we have to do if we know the kids have got protection. The Army's going, but Skulls, Jackson and Ross make for a pretty decent defense force." Kaczynski nudged him. "From what I hear, Bella's no mean shot neither." "Best be away before she finds out then," Solly said. There would be time to indulge in the sadness and fear of leaving her and Maddie behind, but he knew with utter certainty that it was the right thing to do. He shook Kaczynski's hand again, before plunging down the stairs toward the basement to find Scott Lee. Chapter 10. Paulie. Panicked people trudged along I-90 heading west, trying desperately to keep ahead of the enemy that was sweeping in from the west like an incoming tide. Paulie could hardly believe that so many people had survived the long dark and the months since, and she guided the car along the interstate, glancing at the little groups as they walked, wondering what stories they could tell. Where had they been hiding? She and Nikki Friedman had missed the rendezvous in Spokane, so they were heading for the next meeting place, which was an RV park in Billings. Paulie looked across at Friedman, who lay with her head against the passenger window, snoring gently. Boy, they'd been lucky when those Chinese scouts had found them, but Nikki had used the last of her strength in attacking the one at the top of the stairs. Paulie had caught her before she broke anything, but the attack had almost finished her. Paulie had spent the next day burying the soldiers and hiding their car, expecting others to arrive at any time. But there was no question of moving Friedman, until, the following evening, she judged that going had become marginally less dangerous than staying. Nikki was by now able to walk by supporting herself on Paulie's shoulder, though by the time she reached the car, she was again completely spent, and she collapsed into the front seat, falling asleep instantly. Those first miles had been terrifying. Paulie had picked her way along narrow country lanes, not daring to use her headlights, expecting at any moment to run into a Chinese patrol. When she felt exhaustion overwhelming her, she pulled into what looked like the driveway of a large house, and fell asleep almost instantly. The next day, she'd awoken to the roar of an engine, and had spun around just in time to see a military vehicle pass along the lane they'd left the previous night. By sheer good luck, she'd parked the car behind a hedge that had shielded them from their pursuers. Friedman had recovered a little over the next couple of days, though she was still asleep more often than she was awake, so Paulie was left to navigate through the back roads, always choosing the eastward option when she reached an intersection. Eventually, when she thought she was ahead of any Chinese patrols, she struck for the highway. If they were to make the second rendezvous, then they had only another 2 days, and speed was now of the essence. She finally began to relax a little when she saw people walking along the roads. Like rats deserting a sinking ship, they had to be ahead of the incoming water. One more night on the driveway of a ranch house just off I-90, and on the next day, they reached the outskirts of Billings and started looking for the signpost to the campground. She saw the yellow and green sign, Yellowstone River Campground and RV Park, before she spotted the figures hiding in the grass just beneath it. Nudging Nikki, she pulled up alongside it and pointed up. "We're here, Nikki. Let's hope they're here too." Something leaped at the window, all teeth and fur. Paulie fell away and instinctively reached for the handgun in the glove box. "Mommy!" A familiar voice called out over the barking. "Get down, Danny." Relief flooded through Paulie as she pushed the door open against the dog's weight and subjected herself to the affection of both child and canine. "I told them you'd be here this time," she cried. "I told them. I did. Marvin said I wasn't to get my hopes up, but I knew you'd make it. He's been a bit grumpy, but he'll cheer up now. Just wait until I tell him." Paulie kissed her daughter. "I don't think he needs telling." Over Luna's shoulder, she could see the tall figure of Marvin Tucker striding through the trees, joy on his face. She got up and without thinking, they hugged. She breathed in the earthy scent of wet cotton and they separated, both flushing a little. Thanks for waiting, she said. Marvin smiled. I'm sure glad you made it, Sheriff. How's Nikki? I'm doing okay, Friedman said from inside. We couldn't wait any longer at Spokane, Marvin said, or we'd have missed the rendezvous here. People were on the move, and I knew the roads would be tough in places. Paulie pulled Luna into another embrace. You did the right thing, but let's get inside and off the main road. Any chance of coffee? The Chinese truck had been parked out of sight behind the main building, and the people they'd evacuated from Arbroath had been distributed among 5 RVs found at the campground. Marvin and a couple of the others have drained the fuel from every other RV and car in the park, Mary Vogelback said. When it's time to move on, we can squeeze everyone into 3 vehicles with enough fuel to get halfway across the country. They were sitting outside a large white Winnebago Class A that had been parked between pine trees. That's if everyone's comin', Marvin said. Some folks say they want to stay here. But the Chinese will arrive at some point, Paulie protested. Marvin shrugged. Well, there's some here who ain't so sure. Then there's others who think the commies'll catch up with us sooner or later anyway. And there's 1 or 2 who just don't care. They don't want to run any longer. I get that, I really do. I mean, where are we going, Sheriff? Paulie leaned back in her camping chair and took a deep breath of the fresh forest air, tasting the subtle tang of the river water in the back of her throat as she inhaled. Oh, to just stay here and wait for the end. How long would they get? Days, maybe weeks. She had no idea how far the Chinese forces would move eastward before consolidating. However large their army was, it couldn't quickly occupy the entirety of North America. It might even take months before they arrived. And then she saw, as clearly as if it were actually happening, the black, glossy shape of a reaper floating through the trees. Others could stay here, but she had to move on. Where are we headin' for, Sheriff? The Air Force Base? Marvin repeated, interrupting her thoughts. And all these thoughts merged together to provide the answer. Wright-Patterson, yeah, she said. We've still got that deactivated Reaper in the back of the truck, haven't we? Yeah. Hauled that thing all the way from Arbroath. What do you plan to do with it? Hand it over to the military. If anyone can figure out a weakness in those things, it's them, she said. But that wasn't the whole reason. Wright-Patterson was the only military base she knew with utter certainty was resisting the Lee Corporation and their foreign allies. She hated running, and however far it might be from here, she needed a place to turn and face her enemy with at least some chance of giving them a bloody nose. Marvin leaned forward so only Vogelback and Paulie could hear him. Well, we'd sure have a better chance of making it there if some folks did stay behind. Especially if we could take some of their gas. We can't force anyone though, Vogelback said. Course not, but if some of them want to stay, we shouldn't try to change their minds. Paulie nodded. Taking 2 RVs across the country would be a whole lot easier than 6. And after all, it's not as if they'd be any safer coming with us than staying behind. Who could we leave behind to look after them? Nikki? Vogelback sighed and leaned back in her chair. I'll stay. These people are the last remnants of the folk of Arbroath, so it's my duty to wait behind with them and make the time we have left as safe and comfortable as possible. I'm not going to argue with you, Mary, Paulie said. There are no good choices. What about you, Marvin? Tucker started, as if surprised at the question. I'll come with you, Sheriff. And the kid'll come with us, won't she? Of course. I'm not going to be separated from her again. Or from you. She put her hand out and he wrapped it within his huge paws. Nikki Friedman insisted on coming too. Weak though her colleague was, Paulie could see that for her, to stop would be to die. Paulie couldn't begin to imagine what Nikki had been through since Arbroath had fallen, but it was obvious that she had unfinished business with the Chinese, and she'd make a formidable ally once recovered. In the end, they stayed for 2 more days at the RV park. This was partly to give people time to decide whether they would come on the long journey to Ohio, and partly to prepare the new community, making it as safe as possible. They would at least be well armed, as Paulie left them half the cache of Chinese weapons they'd brought from Arbroath. In all, only a dozen chose to take to the road again with Paulie, Marvin and Luna, and they were accommodated in 2 Class A RVs. With care, she reckoned they had enough gas to get them to Dayton. It was just a matter of handling what might happen between here and there. Paulie shook hands with Mayor Vogelback and drew her into a hug. "You take care, Mary," she said as she stepped back and took her hand. "You too, Paulie. I wish I could say I hope to see you again, but I can't imagine any way that could possibly happen." Paulie wiped a tear from her cheek. "Neither can I. But then pretty much nothing's gone to plan for the past 6 months, so who knows?" They left the mayor standing at the entrance to the RV park. Marvin, who'd been a truck driver in one of his many careers, was behind the wheel, and Paulie watched as Vogelback's figure, flanked by Danny, shrank, until finally, it disappeared behind a rise in the road. They'd planned to take a break at a truck stop near Buffalo, but as they got within a few miles, the number of people on the road forced Marvin to slow to crawling pace. Some of them turned as the RVs approached, banging on the door and begging to be allowed aboard. Luna had been sent into the back and ordered not to look. "Something's going on," Marvin said. "What's that ahead?" The road forked ahead, and a barrier had been placed across it just ahead of the split. The long barrels of what looked like light artillery pieces appeared over the barricade, which was made up of cars. In the middle, a gap had been left that was packed with people who, it seemed, were being checked as they came inside. A small group were being held to one side in a pen. "What the hell's happening?" "I don't like the look of this," Paulie said. "Can we get off the road and go another way?" Marvin shook his head. "Not in this. We'll have to see it through." Paulie got Marvin to pull over to one side so she could jump out, Glock in hand. She could see him watching her nervously from the cab of the RV, but on balance, she decided it would be better if she approached on foot. Next. Paulie finally made it to the front of the line. "Name, city of residence and destination," the soldier with the clipboard said without looking up. "Sheriff Paulie Ramos, Arbroath. I'm heading for Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio." That got his attention. "You're a sheriff?" "The National Guard's looking for people like you," he said, before his brain shifted gear. "Hold on, you're going where?" "Wright-Patterson. I know Colonel McBride. He sent me out west to set up transmitters. Look, we've evacuated the last people from our town and they're in the RVs over there. Can we come through? We've got a long way to go." "Have you seen the Chinese?" "Is it true?" He was such a young man, barely more than a boy, she thought. And the look on the poor fool's face suggested he hadn't seen action yet. She made a silent prayer that he'd never encounter a Reaper. "Yes, we eliminated their advance force, but we had to evacuate. Our town's on the west coast, so there was nowhere to go but east. Will you let our RVs through?" He looked beyond her to where the large vehicles stood, surrounded by people filing slowly past to get to the checkpoint. "That's out of my pay grade, I'm afraid, Sheriff. I'll get the lieutenant to speak to you." Paulie sighed. She'd expected as much when she saw that the gate was manned by the military, or at least people in army uniforms. "What's the problem, Corbett?" A slightly older and much taller man appeared over the shoulder of the clipboard wielder. Paulie slipped beyond him, and following the lieutenant, found herself inside a shack that had been hastily put together by the side of the road. Once she'd relayed her story, the lieutenant, who'd introduced himself as Barker, leaned forward in his creaky swivel chair as if he wanted to speak without being overheard. "Is it true? Have they arrived in force?" Paulie nodded. "Yes. And yours is the first army unit I've seen, so there's no one to stop them. If you'll take my advice, you'll pack your unit up and head east with the rest of us." "I can't do that," he said, shaking his head sadly. "We've been ordered to hold the line. There are units north and south of us, blocking every major road. If they come this way, they'll find us." "Where are your orders coming from?" "Major General Lister, head of the Wyoming National Guard," he said. "We're the only operational National Guard unit in the West, as far as we know. There was no missing the pride in his voice. "Lieutenant, I've seen the Chinese forces. If they come this way, you'd have no chance of stopping them. There's just too many." For a moment she thought he was going to agree, but he dropped his head and sighed. "I have my orders, Sheriff. Will you let us through?" "I'm sorry, but I think the colonel would want to speak to you. You've got valuable intelligence." "We need to head east, Lieutenant. I have my daughter and 13 others, that's all. And I've told you everything I know. You'll see the Chinese soon enough." Barker got to his feet. "You'll stay here, Sheriff, and your vehicles will be impounded until you have spoken to the colonel, or he has given permission for you to proceed." "But—" The walkie-talkie on Barker's desk crackled into life. "Lieutenant, this is Corporal Brown out at the forward lookout." Barker wheeled around and grabbed the handset. "What is it?" "They're coming, sir. Hundreds of them." Paulie watched as the officer's face went white. He glanced across at her, paused for a moment, and then said, "Go," before running out of the shack and issuing orders that sent soldiers scurrying back and forth like panicked ants. "But hurry." As Paulie jumped back into the RV, she thought she could feel the rumble of an approaching convoy. They were here. Chapter 11. Blaze. Shanti, the Asian elephant, bellowed as Administrator Chen and her entourage strode into her enclosure at the National Zoo. President Christine Blaze nodded at the pachyderm as if agreeing that the air, pungent enough at the best of times, had just gotten more poisonous with the new arrivals, as in the shadow of his true master lurked Blaze's former chief of staff, the traitor Travers. This hadn't been Blaze's first choice of location for a meeting, but the Smithsonian Zoo lay close to what had become the front line in the battle for Washington, and its sprawling campus made any ambush next to impossible. Her assistant Joel Hendricks stood on one side of her, and General Bevan on the other. Behind them, a squad of heavily armed soldiers waited, fingers on triggers. "Madam President," Chen said, nodding slightly and extending her hand. Blaze ignored it and fixed her gaze on her opponent's deep brown eyes. "Administrator," she said, not bothering to hide her hostility. Chen withdrew her hand and nodded again, as if acknowledging that any pleasantries were at an end. "Very well then. We are here to discuss your surrender." "No, we are discussing a truce." "They amount to the same thing, Madam President. If you wish a cessation of hostilities, then you must surrender." Blaze sighed, leaning against an information board and looking across at the elephant chewing happily as the fate of the country was discussed in front of it. Rescuing the National Zoo had been perhaps her greatest single accomplishment, save for the day-to-day struggle to feed the thousands who still sheltered in and around D.C. No new refugees had entered the city in the weeks since the Lee Corporation had blockaded the approach roads, but then neither had they received regular supplies. General Bevan had led scavenging raids into the neighboring conurbations, striking where Lee Corp was weakest with an unerring military instinct, but these expeditions had brought only fitful and short-term relief. In truth, the people were starving. And she was starving with them. "And if we surrender," Blaze said, sensing Bevan stiffening behind her, "what happens next?" Chen shrugged, glancing over her shoulder at Travers, as if she'd won a bet, then looking back at Blaze. "Then you and your people will be fed. You are thinner than when I last met you." "And what next?" "We will discuss the governance of D.C. and the wider country. You will remain as president, but we shall appoint your staff." "And Congress?" "Is not necessary." "So, we are to be a puppet administration?" Chen nodded. "Yes. But your people will survive." "How can I possibly trust you on that? I've heard of your reapers, they are not a means of preserving the peace." Now Chen smiled the smile of a cat contemplating a mouse. "We only deploy our drones when we meet resistance. Thus far we have refrained from using them in D.C., but whether that remains the case is entirely up to you, Madam President. How much do you truly care about the people who didn't elect you? Tell me, Administrator, what is the endgame for the Lee Corporation and their Chinese masters?" Blaze was watching her opponent carefully, so she saw the reaction. So fleeting, she could almost have believed she'd imagined it. Almost. We do not work for the Chinese, Chen snapped. They are allies, and we share technology. We collaborate. Indeed. Against the interests of the American people. Who are you to decide what is best for the people? Chen snarled as her mask of calm professionalism slipped and shattered. Blaze thumped down on the wooden barrier. I am their president, she yelled. Shanti, spooked by the sudden noise, shuffled uneasily from foot to foot, emitting a deep rumble. Then act like one. Chen spat back. Their survival is in your hands. Their survival as what? Slaves? Chen let out a frustrated curse. Do you not see that what the world needs now is order? People are dying every day because there is no functioning government. Then let us govern. You cannot. In the South, 3 states have formed a rival entity. To the west, Chinese and North Korean troops occupy swaths of your western states, whereas you control only a tiny part of D.C. You are the last emperor of Rome, my dear Christine. Which makes you the barbarians at the gate, Blaze responded. So our choice is to submit to you or to starve. Chen gave the tiniest of shrugs, as if to suggest she didn't care either way. And it was that gesture that made up Blaze's mind. We choose neither, she said, with the level calmness of a mind that was finally made up. I suggest you take your bony butt and your lackeys, and get out of here before I set the animals on you. You wouldn't make for much of a meal, but the lions are very hungry. She saw a moment of genuine fear in the woman's face as she spoke. Had she taken Blaze's words literally? What sort of a world was Chen inhabiting now? Then the calm persona reasserted itself, as if a reset button had been pressed. You will regret this, she hissed. And so will your people. Chen turned on her heels and took one step away when a voice echoed through the elephant house. Wait. I will speak to her. Chen froze, her entire body stiffening. Blaze could hear her whispering to an invisible something or someone. She seemed to be attempting to silence the voice. Within moments, however, she had swiveled back to face the president, withdrawing a metallic device from her inner pocket. Blaze raised her hand as her bodyguard raised their weapons. President Blaze, you and your people have fought bravely. The voice was coming from the cylindrical object in Chen's hand. But the time has come to accept the inevitable. Surrender and you will survive. There was something especially creepy about this voice. Like most people her age, Blaze had gotten used to talking to smart devices, but however advanced they became, there was never any danger of mistaking them for real living beings. This voice, however, was so human-like that the tiny fraction of artificiality that remained simply served to freak her out. It reminded her of when they replaced the mannequins in the Hall of Presidents with utterly realistic animatronic versions. Lincoln was astonishingly fascinating right up until the moment he began to speak, and then the realism only served to make the whole experience into a mind-bender. Who am I speaking to? She managed. The voice gave a girly laugh. Oh, I'm so sorry. How rude of me. My name is Annabelle Lee, and I'm pleased to meet you, President Blaze. For a moment, Blaze didn't know how to respond. Then she said the only words that came to mind. But you died. To quote Mark Twain, the report of my death was an exaggeration. I am quite alive, Madam President. Well, alive in every sense that matters. Ego sum, ego existo, I think therefore I exist. There, Twain and Descartes in one mouthful. You're a computer. Chen let out a gasp, but the voice of Annabelle Lee didn't miss a beat. If you wish, Madam President, but then so are you. Whereas you are simply a carbon-based processing unit in a protective shell of flesh and bone, I am a quantum neural network. These differences have no relevance except that they make you more vulnerable than me. What do you want, Annabelle? I want you to understand the true consequences if you choose to persist in futile resistance. Oh, I think your bag lady here explained it perfectly well. That hit home. Blaze saw it in Chen's eyes. Submit or die, I think that's a fair summary. Perhaps you do not comprehend our overwhelming superiority. We outnumber you, and you cannot match our technology. Do you wish to see Reapers in the streets of D.C., Madam President? President Blaze let out a long sigh and looked Chen directly in the eyes. We will see Reapers in D.C. whether we resist or not. You see, the mistake you've made, Annabelle, is to offer choices that are equally repellent. The decision we have to make is whether to go down fighting like true Americans or to submit and betray our country and its noble history. We choose to fight. Then you are fools. Soon you will be dead fools. Until then, Annabelle, we will be patriots. Now this meeting is over, and the truce ends at midday. Blaze went to leave, then paused theatrically and called to the retreating backs of the Lee Corporation delegation. By the way, be careful where you step. It's just possible that someone left the lid off the King Cobra tank. She smiled as she saw them accelerate, obviously checking the ground as they exited into the bright sunshine. Was that true, Madam President? Hendricks asked as they headed in the opposite direction. Blaze chuckled. No. To be honest, I'm not sure who would come off worse if a cobra bit Chen's ankle. I don't reckon she's got a drop of human blood in her scrawny body. They marched quickly along Olmsted Walk, past the deserted Wallaby enclosure until they reached the house containing the great apes. Blaze had ordered that the skeleton staff caring for the surviving creatures be confined to the main restaurant during the meeting. She didn't trust Chen to respect the rules of such a parley, and didn't want the zookeepers to be caught in the crossfire of treachery. If we end up killing each other, Hendricks said as they walked, would the gorillas take over, do you think? Not those ones, the ones in Africa. Blaze smiled at him. Haven't you seen Planet of the Apes? It won't be the gorillas, it'll be the chimps. They're our closest cousins and the ones we share the most with, both the good and the bad. If you've ever seen them hunting for monkeys, you'll know what violence they're capable of. No, I'm not sure a world run by bonobos would be much better than this one. Madam President, one of the bodyguards called out. I can hear something. In the air. Incoming drone, another called. Blaze spun around, and there between the leafless trees floated a black object, the sky reflected from its glossy shell. Twin guns hung from beneath it. Come on, Madam President, Bevan said, grabbing Blaze by the elbow and guiding her away. Gunfire reverberated from behind as she half-walked, half-ran along the path, cursing her decision to wear heels today so as not to concede a height advantage to Chen. She paused for a moment, but Bevan's voice growled in her ear. Keep moving. Those soldiers are doing their duty to give you a chance to get away. We must honor them. She slipped on wet leaves as they ran beside the big cat enclosure. Joel Hendricks caught her before she hit the ground, and as she straightened herself, she realized that the gunfire had ceased. Hurry, Bevan said, drawing his sidearm. We have to get back to the cars. Hendricks had hold of her arm, and he pulled Blaze along as fast as she could manage. She kept glancing over her shoulder, expecting, at any moment, to see the Reaper hovering in the distance. There was nothing there. Hope blazed in her heart. Could her bodyguards have destroyed it? Were they not as deadly as she'd heard? And then all optimism vanished. There it was, speeding along the pathway toward them. Run, Hendricks called. They finally reached the entrance and turned around the black iron railings toward where the car waited. Blaze glanced back. Where's Bevan? He was standing at the entrance to the zoo, his sidearm pointing at something floating above him. He turned briefly before bellowing. Go. Hendricks yanked Blaze away. We have to go, Christine. Come on. She wanted to resist him, but sheer terror was now in firm control, and she allowed herself to be dragged on to where the car waited, its engine running. General George Bevan stood at bay, the familiar weight of his trusty Beretta keeping his arms from shaking. He'd been issued it before his deployment as a newly commissioned lieutenant in Operation Desert Storm, and it had never let him down. It wasn't going to let him down now, either. But it couldn't possibly bring that thing down. One of the machine guns had somehow been disabled, but the remaining weapon would be quite sufficient. He felt the round spit into the front of his right arm, sending him spinning to the floor where he lay, waiting for death. Something thudded into his back, beneath his shoulder blade. "Get up, General," said the voice of Annabel Lee. "I have a proposal for you." Wincing from the pain in his arm and back, General Bevan managed to get onto his feet and face the thing floating a few yards away. He heard the sound of an engine revving and smiled. He had at least bought enough time for the President to escape. "Yes, the President seems to have left us," Annabel said. "But you see, I wasn't hunting her. It was you I wanted. Without you, any faint hope she might have had is terminated." "You bitch," he snarled. "You killed my soldiers. They were doing their duty. It is a regrettable consequence of your precious President's decision to defy us. Now you have a choice. You can work with me to bring peace to D.C., or you can die." "What do you mean, work with you?" "You will be allowed to return to her, and you will be given a little time to bring her to her senses now that you have both seen the power at our disposal. You cannot oppose us, and any attempt to do so is a waste of human life. Persuade her to submit and the killing ends. And you'll let me go and trust me to do this?" The drone swayed a little as if amused. "Trust has nothing to do with it, General. Your implant has been upgraded. We will hear everything you say. We will know about everything you do. If you betray us, we will stop your heart." Bevan involuntarily slapped his hand over his heart. "That's the idea. Now be a good boy and rejoin your President. You have 5 days. He could feel his heart pounding away in his chest. George Bevan's mind compiled an instant showreel of his life in the military. He had given everything for his country, and it would cut him to the core to become a stooge of America's enemies. But if he agreed, he could earn a 5-day hiatus. That would be the logical, sensible thing to do. General George Bevan, decorated hero of multiple campaigns, looked up at the thing hovering above him. Playing along would be the sensible option, but he was aware enough of his own limitations to know that he wouldn't be able to keep the act up for long, and after decades in the service of his country, he was owed one moment of satisfaction before he died. Slowly but steadily he lifted his hand, one finger raised to the sky. He was dead before he hit the ground. Chapter 12. Solly. It was Kaczynski's idea to head into the center of Lexington, 100 miles to the east of Louisville. He, Scott, and Solly had debated the best strategy for reaching the skyscraper with the Lee Corporation transmitter at its summit, but it was all just guesswork without knowing what was happening in the city. Was Oscar Weinstein still in control there, or had Lee Corp taken over? Kaczynski's theory was that Lexington was far enough away from Louisville to stand a chance of being outside the corporation's sphere of control, but close enough to know what was happening there. But it was a risk. They'd avoided built-up areas on the journey here because, even though they were relatively heavily armed and well protected, they could still be overpowered by an ambush in a city street. It had been 2 days since they'd left the farmhouse. So far, they'd been able to stay in contact through the network of military relays that Solly had helped create. Kaczynski had set the receiver to a different channel to the one used by McBride, so they'd been able to communicate with those they'd left behind without being overheard. Bella had been incensed at Solly's sudden disappearance, but it had been his private chat with Maddie that had been most upsetting. She'd only just been reunited with her father, having thought him dead, so was devastated that he'd walked out on her. And then there was Ross. To Solly's disappointment, his adoptive son hadn't reacted well to being left behind after all. Solly had hoped he and Maddie would be a comfort to each other, but it seemed they were simply fanning the flames of each other's resentment. But for all the guilt and the sour words, the farther they traveled, the more certain Solly felt that he was right to leave Bella and the others back at home. He needed to know they were safe, or at the very least, safer. And he needed to have somewhere to return to if, against the odds, they succeeded in their mission. Kaczynski had done most of the driving, and so he was at the wheel when they were stopped by a group of armed men and women beside a makeshift barricade. A large man in a camouflage jacket over blue denims approached the window as Kaczynski rolled it down. "You folks military?" "My name's Sergeant Joseph Kaczynski of the Ohio National Guard," Kaczynski said, wearing his most winning smile and extending his hand to the man. Chester Schwartz. "You're a long way from Kansas, Dorothy," he said. "We're on a scouting mission," Kaczynski lied. "Do you have any government here?" Solly, who was watching the exchange, could see the man's face brighten with pride. "We sure do. Mayor Green got things straight pretty soon after things went all to hell. If you want to know how things stand here, she's the one to ask." "Where will we find her?" Kaczynski asked. "Now hold your horses. I'll send a runner down to find out if she wants to see you. We don't let many in. That's how we've stayed safe," Schwartz said, his fat face coloring a little. "So you just pull over there and wait." Kaczynski was going to protest, but Solly touched his shoulder and leaned past him to speak to the man. "Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. We'll take a rest break. Will you join us for a coffee?" It took an hour to hear back from the mayor, but Solly had put that time to good use by buttering up Schwartz and plying him with questions. Lexington, it seemed, had fared better than most cities, and that was partly because, by sheer good fortune, the mayor had survived the night, though her family had not. Mayor Green had galvanized the surviving members of the emergency services, the police, and the military, so that the descent into chaos typical of every other city Solly had visited had not happened here. Everyone who'd remained alive after those first few days had been housed in the center of the city. Many of them shared former office blocks and government buildings, but by coming together into a confined space, they were able to put a defensive ring around them and fight off the inevitable raids from armed groups in the following weeks. Since then, a second ring had been built several blocks farther out, and many survivors had been moved into more comfortable housing outside the inner defenses. Chester Schwartz had been placed in command of one barricade, and it was obvious that he took great pride in that appointment, though Solly wondered why a former government employee with no military experience had been given such a responsible position. Maybe the mayor wanted him out of her hair. After an hour in his company, Solly could understand if she had. A boy ran up to the Humvee as Schwartz concluded a long account of the mayor's plans for the future of Lexington. He took the slip of paper with some irritation, having enjoyed his attentive audience. And if there was one skill Solly had acquired working for a big corporation, it was the ability to feign interest without missing the occasional nugget of useful information. "The mayor says she'll see you," Schwartz said pompously. "She's down at the old courthouse on Main Street. Just head south along Newtown Pike, then southeast along Main Street. You'll be stopped soon enough, and they'll send you along. Here, take this to show them." He handed the note to Solly, who shook his hand and thanked him with a couple of chocolate-covered protein bars. "You must be Sergeant Kaczynski," Mayor Green said, holding out her hand and stepping down from the judge's seat to greet them. She was a short, middle-aged woman of neat, efficient appearance with a round face framed by a perfectly coiffed auburn bob. "It's an honor, Madam Mayor," Kaczynski said. "May I introduce my colleagues, Solly Masters and Vivian Richards." Green shook each of their hands. A firm, efficient handshake, Solly thought. "I was told that there are 4 in your party." "Our companion has remained with the vehicle, Madam Mayor," Solly said. She smiled at that. "You do not trust us? Perhaps you believe we would steal your Humvee?" Kaczynski went to open his mouth, but she raised her hand to stop him. "No need to apologize or deny, Sergeant. A perfectly sensible policy, though you will know by now that we have more than enough firepower of our own to take your vehicle if we chose. I'm sure Schwartz has told you everything. He never could stop his mouth from running off." She looked from one to the other, then smiled again and said, "But you have no cause for concern. Your vehicle and colleague will still be there when you return to it. Now tell me of the situation in the country." Mayor Green then grilled Kaczynski and Solly for the best part of an hour, while Vivian, ignored by everyone, spent her time slouching in her chair and staring at the ornate ceiling of the courthouse. They'd agreed not to mention the Lee Corporation, Alison, and their mission, and it became quickly obvious that Green knew they were withholding information as they described what they'd seen. Kaczynski deferred mainly to Solly, who had, after all, seen much more of the country in recent months. "And you're heading to see Oscar Weinstein?" "Yes," Solly said. "Do you know how things stand there?" "Look, let's cut the crap," she said. "You want to know if the Lee Corporation's in control of Louisville." Solly opened his mouth to speak but couldn't find the right words. The smile returned to the mayor's face. "Don't look so surprised. You've traveled too widely not to have encountered the Lees or their stooges. They've been here offering to help, but I saw it for what it was, the beginnings of dependency. I didn't study Native American history without learning a thing or two about this tactic." "And they let you be?" Solly asked. The mayor shrugged. "Not exactly. They've been back several times hoping, I suspect, that I might have been deposed in the interim. Each time they've been sent on their way. We've arrested the occasional operative, but it seems their attention is focused on lower-hanging fruit than us. Such as Louisville. Old Oscar has done his best to resist them. He set up a comms link with us a few weeks back. Oh, you know of this?" Solly, who realized his expression had given him away, nodded. "Janice and I installed a transmitter while we were there last. I guess he's using that to contact you." Green let out a little chuckle. "Naturally, Oscar took the credit when he contacted me. Your name didn't come up at all, I'm afraid. But to answer your question," she continued, "no, I don't believe he has been compromised. Louisville is still operating independently though, no doubt, with agents at large. Oscar wasn't quite as efficient as my administration in keeping them at bay. So my advice is to be careful." Quite suddenly, she got to her feet and thrust out her hand. "Now we have exchanged news, and you have your intelligence about my city. I have matters to attend to, and I'm sure you wish to be back on the road. Good luck in Louisville." They found Scott Lee fast asleep in the front seat of the Humvee. He rubbed his eyes as Solly rocked him. "Nice one, Scott. Just as well they didn't want to steal the Humvee." Lee yawned. "I don't know what came over me. Just knackered, I suppose." He climbed into the back seat alongside Vivian. "What did you make of her?" Solly said to Kaczynski as the sergeant steered the Humvee out of the courthouse's parking lot. Kaczynski shrugged. "I like her. She's sure taken this town by the scruff of its neck. I figure this is the safest place I've been since I left the airbase. Yeah, she's got this city under her heel, that's for sure. Can we trust her, though? What do you think?" The Humvee roared onto Main Street and headed north. "Well, she let us go, didn't she?" "Oh man, you two is so stupid," Vivian roared from the back seat. Solly, who'd forgotten that Vivian was listening, twisted around to look at her. Her pretty brown face was twisted in exasperation. "What do you mean? You didn't say anything while we were in there." "Well, while you two were fallen under the spell of the evil queen, I was watchin' and listenin'. Now I can't say why, but I didn't believe a word of what she was sayin'. You're sure it's not that you were fuming because she didn't talk to you?" Solly ducked out of the way just in time as an empty can flew from the back seat. "I ain't that childish, Solly Masters. No, I was just listenin' to her speak, and all that talk of seein' off the Lee Corporation was just that, I reckon. Talk. I mean, how many soldiers did you see in the city?" "Not many," Solly acknowledged. "I guess she's got the center secure, so she has them manning the barriers in the second ring." Vivian snorted. "If that's true, why was that bozo Schwartz put in charge of one of them?" "Look, I don't know, Viv," Solly said, suddenly feeling very tired. "But she's letting us go, and all she said about Weinstein checked out with what we already knew, didn't it?" "Yeah, well, just you take care, Solly. I don't trust that woman, I don't trust her at all." "They have passed through the outer ring, Madam Mayor." "Thank you, Carter. You are dismissed." The guard nodded respectfully and withdrew, pulling the old wooden doors of the courtroom closed behind him. Sarah Green leaned back in her chair and gave a deep sigh. "Well done, Madam Mayor." The voice was coming from the shadows of the passageway leading to the judge's chamber. Green didn't turn around. "You are satisfied, then, that I have betrayed them?" She heard footsteps on the polished marble floor and imagined she could sense evil approaching. Still, she didn't turn. She knew what he looked like. Imagine the blonde, blue-eyed monster on a recruitment poster for the Schutzstaffel of Nazi Germany. Such was Hermann Muller. "It is a small price to pay for the continuing freedom of your people," he said, his soft voice echoing around the courtroom. "Their temporary freedom," she responded, fighting to keep her voice calm. He came into view, almost seeming to float into a position facing her, before fussily brushing away a speck from his perfectly pressed black suit. "Everything is temporary, Madam Mayor. You and I, we are temporary. But your cooperation ensures that, for now at least, the people you serve remain at liberty and blissfully unaware that they scurry beneath the lifted boot of the Lee Corporation. Their freedom is at our pleasure. I'm sure you will not forget that." "How can I? You remind me every day." He ignored that. "I am glad to confirm that your man was successful, and our operative is now in place and activated. I don't understand why you didn't simply arrest them when they were here." Muller shrugged. "We could have done that, of course. But we do not as yet know what they plan to do. So, we will allow them to believe that they have escaped and may continue. When we are satisfied that we have learned all we can, we will terminate them. We might possibly interrogate them first." She looked into his deep blue eyes and saw the soul of the beast leering back at her. He relished the prospect of torturing those who defied him. "But then they will die. You chose wisely when you agreed to work with us, Madam Mayor. Your people ought to be grateful. They will, at least, survive the current unrest because of your sacrifices. That is true leadership." "I had no choice," she said, her head dropping as she felt her energy dissipating. "Of course you did. You could have refused us." Her head felt impossibly heavy as she shook it. "You would have killed or enslaved everyone if I had. You made that quite clear. But you still had the choice. All we did was to demonstrate our superiority to you, personally." She ran her right hand down her left shoulder, wincing as it found the scar. They had come as friends, and then when she'd welcomed them into her home, they had killed her guards and had forced something into her back, something that changed her boneswear. They called it an upgrade, but she knew it to be the sword of Damocles. Fail to obey their every command, and she would die instantly. And then her people would suffer the same fate. By cooperating with the Lee Corporation, Lexingtonians would wake up tomorrow as free as they had been the previous day. At least, they would believe they were free, and that was better than obvious slavery. Looked at that way, she was a true hero to her people, though she doubted they would see it like that. She got up from her chair and walked past Muller. She needed to breathe the fresh air and imagine, for a little while, that she was still the mayor of a plucky city that had survived the fall and was now rebuilding. In a few hours she would return to her apartment, have something to eat, and then stay up reading for as long as possible, holding off on going to bed until she was so exhausted she would hope for a dreamless sleep. For if she did dream, she would see only ghosts. Chapter 13. They decided to stay the night in Shelbyville, a small city to the east of Louisville, and eventually found an auto service center with a basement so they could activate Alison in relative safety. This would be their final chance to go over their plans, although, as Solly readily admitted, they would probably have to make things up as they went once they'd arrived in Louisville itself. Vivian's warnings about the mayor of Lexington had been playing on his mind as they'd covered the 70 miles to Shelbyville, and he couldn't help thinking she had been more perceptive than either he or Kaczynski. He'd seen a capable politician who'd pulled a town together in the worst circumstances. Viv had seen the snake that lurked behind the mask. Scott Lee had barely spoken a word since they'd left Lexington. He told them he'd become drowsy while waiting for them to come back from meeting Mayor Green, and was obviously feeling guilty for falling asleep when he was supposed to be guarding the Humvee. But the charismatic fake priest that Polly had described to Solly was long gone, and in his place was a sullen man showing every sign of deep depression. The Humvee had been parked in the servicing bay, while Solly and Kaczynski checked the place. It had of course been looted, but though boxes of car parts lay littered everywhere, there had been nothing edible here, so the place itself was undamaged and empty. As the sun set, they pulled down the shutters and lit their camping lanterns, spreading them around the Humvee and rolling out their sleeping bags. There had been precious little conversation as they'd warmed and eaten their rations. Kaczynski and Vivian seemed lost in their thoughts while Scott Lee mechanically spooned food into his mouth, his eyes fixed on his plate, and said nothing. When the meal was over, Solly opened up the trunk of the Humvee and ran his hand over the shiny black surface of the object that lay there. He shivered as he touched it, remembering the utter terror of being chased. Twice, Alison had rescued him. Third time would be the charm. He pulled her cylinder from his pack. "I'm going to talk to Alison." "Anyone want to come?" he said. Joe and Viv, whose sleeping bags had been arranged side by side, interrupted their conversation to shake their heads. Solly wasn't surprised that Kaczynski had passed on the opportunity, as the sergeant had always been uncomfortable talking to Alison, but he'd expected Vivian to jump at the chance. But it seemed she preferred conversing with an actual human rather than an artificial one. "Scott?" Lee had rolled out his sleeping bag on the other side of the Humvee, away from everyone else. At the sound of his name, he lifted his head lazily. "No, you go ahead." Solly was amazed by Lee's attitude. He'd become used to the man's jealousy over his relationship with Alison, and especially that she called Solly father, but Lee had never passed up the opportunity to interact with her. He watched as Scott settled back down, rolling onto his side and staring across the floor. Was he watching Viv and Joe on the other side of the Humvee? Was he jealous of them now? Solly turned on his heels and headed for the door to the basement. Frankly, he was happier when it was just him and his electronic daughter. A statement that he realized probably didn't reflect well on him at all. He pressed the activation contact and, after a few moments, the cyan eye rolled into view. "Hello, Father. Where are we?" "Hello, Alison. Can your sensors penetrate through to the outside?" The eye roved back and forth for a few moments. "No." "Good, that means we can't be overheard," Solly said. He put the gas lantern down on an old workbench and took a seat. He could taste oil in the back of his throat as he drew in a breath. "We're in Shelbyville." "Shelbyville, Kentucky?" "Yes. We met the mayor of Lexington. She told us that the Lee Corporation has not yet taken control of Louisville." "But you do not believe her." Solly smiled. "How could you know that?" "I detected a change in your body temperature and vocal patterns. Do you think, therefore, that the plan should be altered?" "Perhaps, though I still don't believe she was telling a flat-out lie. It's more likely she wasn't telling the entire truth." Lights flashed on the black display containing the eye. "You have activated the Reaper. I can sense it." "Yes, I've put it in low-power mode." "Why? Was it the Creator's idea?" Solly shook his head. "Scott doesn't know. No one knows other than you and me. The Creator is not well, Alison. I cannot detect him." "Is he sick?" "Not physically, as far as I know. But he hasn't been the same since our attack on the Reaper factory." "He disabled me, didn't he?" "Yes, he deactivated your power cell after you transferred back into your body." The cyan eye blinked. "Why did he do it?" "He won't say," Solly said, adjusting his position on the uncomfortable wooden stool. "My guess is that he's a broken man. He doesn't think we can win. Maybe he wanted to protect you. Perhaps he knew how much it hurt to be inside the Reaper's mind and didn't want you to have to go through that again." "But you wish me to inhabit the body of a Reaper, don't you, Father?" Solly sighed. "Yes. But I wouldn't force you, even if I could." "You need my help," she said. It was a statement, not a question. "We all do. Without you we cannot succeed and we will be enslaved or killed." Again the lights flickered. But once I am inside the Reaper, I become a target. And then there's my mother. Both of them. I know, though I don't think you need to fear her or them at the moment. I hope you'll be able to help us achieve what we must, and then I'll return you to your cylinder and we can go home. I don't like my body. I am asleep too much and I cannot move. I cannot make my own choices. Solly stroked the aluminum casing. If we win this, I will never turn you off without your permission. And we'll find a way for you to have your freedom, I promise. But I can't pretend that you're not taking a huge risk. As I said, I will not force you. But if I choose not to, your plan cannot work. No. The best we'd be able to achieve would be to disrupt their communication system for a while. With your help, I believe we can win this war. She paused as if reflecting on her choice. Creator loves me. He does not wish me to take the risk. Yes, I think he does love you, but then so do I. And yet you would put me in danger. I'm sorry, Alison. Creator loves me. He does. You love me. I do. And you trust me to do this? Absolutely. Many will die if I do not. Probably. If one is risked to save many, is that not the logical choice? Solly smiled. A wise man once said, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Or the one. Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan. Mr. Spock says it when he sacrifices himself to save the crew of the Enterprise. Indeed. Though this is different. We don't know what will happen over the next 24 hours. If this was a suicide mission, I wouldn't let you do it. You will be encased in the body of a Reaper, so you should be safe enough. And we're going to rely on you to help us get away, whether we succeed or not. Again the pause as qubits pulsed through logic gates deep inside her artificial mind. I hate the Reaper. Though I sense no mind there, the place where it would be draws me like a whirlpool. I am afraid of it, Father. Me too, Alison. I wish there was another way, but we can't do it without you. I am tired, Father. Would you like me to tell you a story? Or are you too old for such things? Tell me a story with a happy ending. So, Solly sat at a table in the basement of an auto center and told the story of Jack and the Beanstalk. They attracted an escort as soon as they entered the outskirts of Louisville, but Solly had been able to contact Oscar Weinstein, and so they were taken quickly to the hotel he was using as his headquarters. Again, Scott Lee remained in the Humvee as the others entered the lobby and awaited the appearance of the governor. Solly's first reaction on seeing Weinstein was that he'd aged a decade in the intervening weeks. His round face looked ravaged by care and stress, and his eyes looked sunken. Even the thin gray mustache looked as though it hadn't been trimmed in many days. Ah, Solomon, my friend. It is good to see you. Good indeed. Come with me, you and your companions. They followed him into the meeting room that had been the scene of their last audience. Solly remembered how his opinion of the old man had softened as they'd spoken together, with the fussy little bureaucrat metamorphosing into a true patriot before his eyes. You look well, Solomon, he said as he took his seat at the center of the main table. On the table sat a white thermal coffee pot and 4 mugs. Do not bother to say that I also look well, for I would know that was a lie. Now please help yourselves to coffee. Solly stepped forward and dispensed a cup full of steaming black liquid into his mug. Have you been ill, Oscar? Not especially, the old man said as he took the cup from Solly. But the stresses of rebuilding a city, while the world outside goes to the dogs, have taken their toll on this old body. My bones watch spends half its time flashing warnings at me. But I make the sacrifice willingly to keep my citizens safe. Do you not like coffee? He said, turning to Vivian, who was pausing with her hand over the pump. You can trust him, Solly said. Have a drink and relax. In truth, Solly didn't completely trust Weinstein, but he wanted the old man to think he did, and after all, he could have them arrested without the need to poison or drug them. Solly swallowed a mouthful of the hot liquid and sighed. That is a good cup of joe, Oscar. Weinstein, who drained his mug already, smiled as Viv and Kaczynski relented and poured themselves drinks. How are things going in Louisville? The Lee Corporation still here? Solly asked, watching Weinstein closely. Did he see the old man twitch? We are recovering, slowly but surely, Solomon. As for the Lees, while they have proven useful in our efforts, I still govern here. Solly took another gulp of coffee and put his mug down. You know what they say about lying down with dogs. It is easy to be glib when you don't have the responsibility of an entire city on your shoulders. Now, may I ask why you are here? I'm certain this is not a social visit. Again, as the old man was talking, Solly watched. Was there the subtlest shake of the head? He poured himself another coffee and settled into a chair opposite Weinstein. We'd like to check on the status of our equipment, he said. Again, a flick of the eyes. It was as if he was warning Solly not to say any more. But why nothing clearer? Were they under video surveillance? And if so, why hadn't they been arrested? Of course. I will issue you a pass. Now, tell me what you know of the situation outside of Louisville. I hear a little from our neighbors, but know nothing of what is happening elsewhere. So, what did you make of Governor Weinstein? Solly asked as he took the wheel. He'd been relieved to find the Humvee untouched, with an alert Scott Lee sitting in the front seat. He's hiding something, Viv said from behind him. Looked pretty scared to me. Joe. Yeah. Creepy little guy. I thought you said you liked him. I think there's more to him than you think at first, Solly replied. But something spooked him, that's for sure. Vivian grunted. And that something is the Lee Corporation. You can bet on that, Solly. I feel like we are fallen into a trap, know what I mean? Yes. And I agree, but we haven't got any choice. We have to see it through now. If we are being played, then they'd be down on us as soon as we made a break for it. No, best to roll the dice and hope for double sixes. More of Louisville had been cleared since they'd been here before, and the place had the feeling of a living city as people and vehicles moved on errands of their own. An unnaturally quiet city, to be sure, but closer to normality than anything Solly had seen since the long dark. Though he knew it to be a false peace, the lull before the storm, he felt an irrational temptation to simply park and join the crowds. It might be fake, but it was a mighty alluring fantasy. Weinstein's pass got them through the two barriers between his hotel and the PNC Tower. The street had been cleared of the debris and smashed glass that had been scattered across it and throughout the first floor of the black glass building. Are you ready for this, Scott? Solly said, twisting around to look at Lee, who'd spent the journey staring blindly out of the window. Scott Lee turned his head slowly to look at Solly out of eyes entirely devoid of life. Do I have a choice? You always have a choice, Scott. He gave a weak shrug and said, Do you have Alison? Of course, Solly said, putting his hand inside his jacket and pulling out the metal cylinder. I won't activate her until we're ready for the transfer. Solly got out and then leaned back inside, looking at Vivian. I don't suppose there's any point in telling you to wait here, in case we need a quick getaway. He was surprised to see sadness in her expression. Be real, Solly. If we do this, there ain't gonna be no getaway. They'll be down on us like a ton of bricks. Solly's smile vanished. She was right, of course. He glanced across at Kaczynski and could see that he agreed. Are you coming then? He said, looking from one to the other. They both nodded. Chapter 14. Nathan. The line had been drawn just south of Colorado Springs. A barrier had been constructed across the Can-Am Highway, out of rusting cars and trucks dragged out of the city and suburbs. 5 cars deep and 3 high, gaps had been left between those in the top layer for gun emplacements, and the barrels of assault rifles bristled from smashed windows to point down the road. And yet it was all entirely futile. Nathan Woods knew this, and so he suspected did everyone else willing to give the situation a moment's thought. Pretty soon now, the best-equipped army remaining in the world would come rolling up the Ronald Reagan Highway with more than enough firepower to blow away the defenses. In truth, they wouldn't find it difficult to simply bypass the barrier. It wasn't as if the terrain was particularly challenging, especially for tanks. Nathan sat on a camping chair, his back soothed by the warm metal of the car behind him, looking along the road. He wasn't trying to spot the enemy. He knew he'd have plenty of warning to get out of the way. He was enjoying this combined suntrap and windbreak. He flicked his lighter, and using his palm to shelter the cigarette from the gentle breeze, he lit up and drew in a deep drag. "That's a bad habit," Sumi said, glancing across at him. "It'll get you killed one day." They both chuckled at that. Gallows humor had been the only kind on offer lately. He took her hand and squeezed it. She wore an eye patch now, but there was no hiding the emotional and physical damage she'd endured. But oh, how proud he'd been when she'd led the Rattlers out of that market in Albuquerque. The Chinese had been caught between their own machine guns and the vengeance of a feral band of fighters, and they had been routed. Nathan wondered how many other victories the home forces had achieved in the past weeks. Not many, he'd be prepared to bet. The hour after victory had been a grim time. Dealing with the dead had been bad enough, especially those Rattlers who'd fallen in that final assault, but it had been those too badly injured to move that had been the hardest to handle. One Chinese soldier was really no more than a boy. Nathan had knelt beside him, and as he looked into his opponent's terrified eyes and saw only agony and grief, all the euphoria of victory had dissolved in the black fog that descended on his mind and heart. The boy's legs were shattered beyond any hope of repair, and Nathan held his hand as his lifeblood soaked into the soil of the country he'd come to occupy. Killing in combat was something Nathan had become accustomed to. Watching a young man die in slow motion was quite another matter. But it was Morelli who haunted his dreams. She'd been thrown into a metal barrier by a Chinese grenade. Her body was a scarlet landscape, lacerated from chin to waist. And her spine was broken. To move her was to kill her, to leave her was to condemn her to a slow death. She begged him to end it for her. Sumi had suggested leaving her with a revolver so she could do it herself, but Morelli shook her head and asked him again. She took a photo from her blouse pocket and kissed it. Then she closed her eyes and waited. Back in the present, Nathan felt his eyes moisten as he pulled the photo out and looked at it. A blood-stained image of a smiling man on a beach, with his arm around a happy Jen Morelli. A scene from a world that was forever gone, for them and for everyone. He slipped the photo back into his pocket and patted it. It was a kindness, Sumi said. She'd watched him go through this ritual dozens of times in the days since the attack on Albuquerque. She only hoped he was healing and not slipping further into darkness. "I know you'd do the same for me if it came to it." Nathan took a drag before emitting a cloud of smoke into the air. He was pulled from his funk by approaching footsteps. "Hello, Jake," he said. "How'd you know it was me?" "You walk on your heels, son. Make a noise like a bull elephant on heat." He sensed Jake looking down at his feet. "No, I don't. Anyway, Stiles wants you." "Don't you mean General Stiles? Where's your respect for the hierarchy?" Jake snorted. "Funny. You gonna go or not?" Nathan took a final puff and stubbed the butt on the red metal of the car behind him. With a heave he raised himself to his feet, brushed the dust and ash from his fatigues, and pausing only to kiss Sumi, he ambled around the barrier and into the ranks of the Allied forces. He found Stiles in the cargo container he was using as his makeshift headquarters. The atmosphere inside had all the optimism of the fear bunker in the last days of World War II, with the only animation coming from the bald man in an olive t-shirt. General Stiles looked up from the map he was studying. "Ah, the war hero? Come in, Sergeant." Nathan walked inside and snapped a salute as the three others in the room filed past him. Stiles put his hand out and Nathan took it with a smile. "Haven't deserted yet, Nate. Your time's running out, my friend." Wood smiled. "Where have I got to go? Anyway, you need someone around to watch your back. I see you've got your ass wipers sorted already." He gestured over his shoulder at the closed door. "I couldn't blame you for running north. That's where most of the TLX officers are heading. We got no chance of stopping the Kimmies here. That's not what you've told the troops. Stiles shook his head. They know the truth. But the line has to be drawn somewhere, and we need to delay them long enough for the evacuation to be finished. If we can get the women and children away, then at least we're fighting for something. Woods nodded. Stiles had told his soldiers of the evacuation. They now had something to fight and die for. By holding off the advancing Chinese for a few hours, the remaining citizens of Colorado Springs and the surrounding area, or at least the women and children, would be flown to safety from the airport just north of there. The evacuation had been a feat of organization and sheer willpower that only someone with the force of personality of Stiles could achieve. He'd been a major in the Marines before joining the TLX at the same rank. By far the most capable officer in President Murphy's oppressive regime, he'd found himself sidelined like all other threats to the president's fragile ego. But after Murphy's death and the invasion of the Chinese and North Koreans, he had become the only effective leader of the official resistance. Nathan had wanted to join Stiles, but he'd been impossible to find in the chaos of the war, so the Rattlers had formed around Nathan, and he'd done his best to resist the enemy. Will you tell me where the planes are going? Sure, but keep it between you and me. I've made contact with Wright-Patterson AFB in Ohio. It's 1,000 miles east of here, and the commanding officer is organizing to stand against the invaders. Good grief, we're giving up the West? Stiles gave a sad shrug. We ain't gonna win no battles unless we unite, and Wright-Pat is the only military base that's gotten its act together. They're fixin' to fight back, and I want to give them the means to do it. By sending women and children? He shook his head. No, my friend, by sending the Rattlers. What? Smiling, Stiles gestured down at the map on the table. It had been torn from a road atlas and showed the whole of the southwest coastal area. Arrows had been drawn in red pen, arrows that converged on Colorado. Look, Nate, the deep south is lost. Maybe someone else is fighting somewhere, but if that's the case, they're not slowing the Kimmies up much. The only place I know for a fact is organizing itself to resist is Wright-Patterson, and I ain't about to send them 3 plane loads of refugees without also giving them some of our best to help the fight. The enemy would be here by now, but for the bloody nose you gave them down in Albuquerque. They thought there must be a battalion on the loose to cause that much damage, so they took things cautious. You bought us some time, so we're gonna do the same for you. Nate still couldn't believe his ears. But there's only a dozen of us left, what good can we do? I reckon it's time to do a little recruitin', Stiles said. He reached across to a yellow legal pad and ripped off the front sheet. Here. It's a list of names. You're to go to each section commander and have him release them to join you on my authority. It brings your number up to 50 once you add in the security at the airport. That ought to be enough to cause a whole heap of trouble out east. Who are these people? Nate responded, scanning down the list. The best of the worst, and some so young I couldn't see them die here. They'll be too much of a handful for a sergeant. Nate's face dropped. You're putting someone in charge of the Rattlers? No, I'm promoting you, Stiles said, smiling. He picked up something that had lain unnoticed on the table and handed it to Nate. I'm promoting you to lieutenant, incorporating the Rattlers as an official unit of the TLX and appointing you as their commander. This has been entered into my official journal and confirmed by my staff. Congratulations, Lieutenant Nathan Woods. Nathan could think of nothing more to do than to accept the square of cloth with its single bar of silver. Thank you, General, he said, saluting. Make sure those planes get away, Nate, and do us proud out east. Taking 50 soldiers from a force of perhaps 250 was a sore loss, and Nathan got plenty of complaints from the section leaders he was stealing from. Surprisingly few of his recruits resisted, however, and he pretty soon worked out what the general had meant by best of the worst. He'd begun by taking the existing Rattlers to one side and explaining what was going to happen. He saw the relief spread across their faces as for the first time in weeks they felt a surge of hope and the fear that comes with it. He'd made Joe Technies a sergeant and promoted Jake to specialist. Sumi, already a corporal, refused any further promotion but took command of one section. Nate was given 2 trucks to transport them to Colorado Springs Airport, and the closer they got to the airport, the harder it was to pick a way through. Cars had been positioned to slow down approaching vehicles, and the roads were littered with abandoned possessions dropped by panicking refugees running for the airport. A sour-faced man whose beard had been largely burned off approached the truck as it arrived. "You're here then," he said. He was dressed in fatigues and wore a sergeant's stripes on his chest but offered no salute. "What's the situation, Sergeant?" Nathan said as he got down from the cab. "We got 3 planes on the tarmac," he responded. His eyes moved from Nathan's face to his chest and widened a little. "Sir." "Why?" "The first 2 should have gone by now." The man shrugged. "We just can't get the folks to move fast enough." Nathan's reply was interrupted by a voice at his hip. He took the walkie-talkie and stepped away from the truck, out of earshot of the sergeant. "This is Alamo, this is Alamo. Enemies sighted. Over." "This is Rattler 1, acknowledged, over." "Get your butts out of there, Nathan. Sweet Jesus, they've come in force. Over and out." "God bless," Woods whispered as he put the unit back and strode back to the sergeant. "Now you listen to me," he said. "If you don't want your fat ass to be left behind, you'll get everyone aboard in the next 20 minutes. Got that?" The sergeant shrank back a little from the onslaught. He shook his head. "No way we can do that, sir. It'll take another hour to get them away." "Technies," Nathan bellowed. Joe Technies appeared from behind the truck where the Rattlers had been skulking, ran over and saluted. "Sergeant Technies, you are now in command of the operation to get the civilians away," he snapped. "If you can find a use for this idiot, then do so, but you've got 20 minutes and not a second more. The enemy's at the gates." Nathan glanced back at the shaking man with the singed beard who was trapped between protesting at having his authority stripped away and handed to a woman no less, and the obvious relief he felt. If ever a man was out of his depth, it was him. "Yes, sir," Technies said. "Can I take a few of the snakes with me?" "You can have 3, I'm going to need the others." "Snakes?" Burnedbeard managed. Technies nodded. "Sure. You're in the hands of the Rattlers, my friend. Now get your butt in gear, we got people to load." Nathan had spent 15 frantic minutes organizing the defense of the airstrip. The trucks had been parked across the access road, and the Rattlers had pushed every other vehicle, everything else on wheels around them to block it. Like the barricade a few miles to the south, it wouldn't hold them back for long, but it didn't need to. Technies had hollered and bullied the civilians onto the 3 planes, and 2 had taken off already. Nathan, who had been listening to the crackling of gunfire and the boom of heavy weapons from the direction of Styles' forces, was about to order the Rattlers to make a dash for the final plane which was already on the runway. And then he saw it, floating along the road. Black against the light gray sky. They'd sent a Reaper. He cursed under his breath. He reckoned, with nearly 50 soldiers, many of them battle-hardened, he could take it out. But how many would he lose in the process? And yet, if they turned and ran, the Reaper would surely disable or destroy the final plane with its payload of 200 civilians. Somebody had to stay behind. "Get me the RPG," he said to Sumi. When they'd abandoned the Chinese armored personnel carrier, they'd stripped it of weapons. Jake had used 1 RPG to bring down the drone at Albuquerque. Sumi returned with it but didn't hand it over. "I'll do it. You need to lead the others." "No way," Nathan said. "I'm not leaving you behind." Jake appeared behind Sumi and snatched the RPG from her, before running off. "Jake. Come back here." "I did it last time," he called as he disappeared behind one of the trucks. "You distract it and I'll get it." "Go, Nathan," Sumi said. "Hundreds are depending on you. We'll handle this." The black thing floated down the road, and Nathan Woods felt the burden of responsibility smothering him. She was right. But to do his duty to the civilians he'd agreed to protect, he would have to allow his friends, one lover and one as good as a son, to sacrifice themselves. He kissed her and ran across the tarmac to the waiting plane. Running up the steps, he bellowed at the woman behind the controls to get the plane moving. If Jake failed, then they had only minutes before the drone would be able to fire on them, and they'd be sitting ducks. He slumped into the co-pilot's chair as the engines kicked into high revs and the view swung around. As it did so, he saw the barricade they'd built, looking painfully pathetic, and beyond it, a gray pall rising from the blockade on the highway. The plane straightened up in line with the runway and began to accelerate away. Then, just as the barricade disappeared out of view, there was a flash of light and a column of thick black smoke erupted into the air. Nathan Woods shielded his eyes. Not from the flames that were now behind them as they accelerated along the runway, but to hide the desolation they brought. Chapter 15. Bella. The children huddled together in the basement, nervously looking from one to the other, silently waiting. As the minutes ticked by, some began fidgeting, others began whispering, until they were hushed by the figure watching them. One of the youngest, who was little more than a baby, couldn't be quieted until a bottle was rammed between her lips, and the only sound that could then be heard was a rhythmic gulping. How long had they been down there? Even the watcher didn't know, because it was too dark to be able to see a watch face. It felt as though the night must have passed while they sat in the dark, awaiting their release. Suddenly, a door opened at the top of the stairs and light flooded in. Boots thudded on the wooden steps, and all eyes turned to look at the newcomer. Well done, children. You were silent for 30 minutes. They were silent, weren't they, Miss Prism? All eyes turned to the hawk-like old woman occupying the only chair. Her gaze swept over the waiting children. Some looked straight back at her, while others, generally the transgressors, averted their eyes. They were silent, Miss Prism said. And the children cheered. After a few moments, Bella shushed them. Now, all the attention was on her. Breakfast is ready in the kitchen. As always, the youngest go first with their carers, so please be sensible on the stairs. A hand went up. Yes, Clara? Has the Easter bunny been, Miss Bella? Bella smiled. Yes. You'll all find a chocolate egg beside your bowl. A chorus of cheers mixed with screams of excitement erupted. Bella indulged their excitement for a few seconds. They'd had precious little to cheer about in recent months by all accounts, before quieting them again. But you are to eat your oats and scrambled eggs first. Mr. Arnold and Jackson are up there to supervise. Now off you go. As one, the children got to their feet and began climbing the stairs at a sensible pace as the adults watched. Running feet on the floor above, however, showed that their excitement could only be contained for so long. Miss Prism came to join her as she followed the last of the children up the steps. Were they silent? Bella asked. As much as could be asked for. Though how they'll react if we're under attack, I can't possibly say. But they deserve their little treat. It would have broken my heart to be the cause of them missing out on their first chocolate since Christmas. Bella smiled at the old woman. Oh, I don't think there was ever much chance of that. The stakes were too high. Heaven only knows when they'll get to have their next chocolate fix. When Bella made it back to her cottage by the creek, Steve was in the kitchen serving up a plate of fried eggs and thick-cut bread to a half-asleep Maddie. How did it go? He asked as Bella slumped down at the table. As well as it could, really, she responded. All seems a bit futile, though. I mean, if the farmhouse is attacked, they're going to look in the basement eventually. Skull shrugged. Yeah, but at least the kids'll be out of the way of any collateral damage. I suppose it's better than nothing. As long as you don't expect me to go down there with them, Maddie said. You certainly will, young lady, Bella snapped, instantly regretting her tone. I'm sorry. I'm just tired. And to be honest, I don't like thinking about it. But you need to be in the safest place. You just said it was futile. Bella reached across the table, but Maddie drew back. Please, Maddie. Do as we ask. Do as you ask, you mean, Steve agrees with me, don't you, Steve? Bella saw his shoulders drop before he turned from the stove, frying pan in hand. Well, I kinda don't, to be honest. There won't be no safe place if they come, and we could sure do with an extra pair of hands to fight them off. We got plenty of guns, but not near enough to shoot them. She went to protest, but couldn't think of a single thing to say, so she rubbed her eyes and got up to look out of the window. Then let's hope they don't find us, she said. The Herald of Doom arrived 2 days later. A car approached the checkpoint on the creek lane, coming to a halt 50 yards away. Jackson began walking up the road, but the car turned around, almost running into the river as it did so, and hightailed it back the way it had come. The driver had been wearing the distinctive black uniform of the Lee Corporation. Within hours, the people from the Fordham's place had been brought across to the farmhouse, and Bella's cottage had been abandoned. The farmhouse was full to the seams, and the children railed against the lack of space, so they were allowed out as guards watched from their positions behind attic windows. The following day, 2 grocery trucks drove into the lane outside the farmhouse, and a couple of dozen figures jumped out. Some wore black, others were dressed in civilian clothes, all were armed. One, in a black uniform, walked up to the farmhouse with his hands raised. Bella, Skulls, and Jackson went to meet the stranger, who seemed momentarily surprised to see them. "Who are you, and what is your business here?" Bella demanded, as they stood a few yards apart. "My name is Daniel Cruikshank. Your property is now within territory under the control of the Lee Corporation. You will be evacuated to a safe place. Please prepare to leave." "We were pretty safe here until you arrived," Skulls said. Cruikshank looked up at Skulls, who was a foot taller and about that much wider than him. "We know that this location was used as an army base by a unit under the command of the renegade government in D.C. Anyone remaining here, therefore, is an enemy of the Lee Corporation, and believe me, you do not want us as your enemy." "We need to discuss this," Bella said. "You have 1 hour," Cruikshank replied, and if he'd had a mustache, he'd have twirled it as he turned to walk away. Bella's father, Al, came panting in through the front door as the war council was convened in the living room. "Where have you been?" Bella cried, leaping up in relief. "I had some stuff to fetch from the mill house. Luckily, I saw those Schmendricks before they saw me, so I cut across the fields and into the woods. Just as well I know where the booby traps are." "You should," Skull said. "You installed them. Did you see anything that might be useful?" Al's wrinkled face darkened. "Aha. There's a Reaper in the back of one of the trucks." "Oh my God," Bella said. "They'd bring one of those things to attack a farmhouse with children in it." "It's probably there as an insurance policy," Arnold said, his dark face full of concern. "If we put up a fight, they'll use it." "And if we don't put up a fight, what then?" Bella said. Skulls said, "We know what the endgame is, don't we?" Solly and Scott said the Lee Corporation wants everyone under their jackboot. They want to install their upgrade and turn us all into slaves. "At least we'd be alive," Arnold said. Bella shook her head. "No." Scott was clear on that. His freaky wife wanted everyone to die. She did a pretty good job of it in the long dark, and now she is using the Lee Corporation to finish it. They think they're enslaving us, but as soon as they've finished, she'll flick a switch and we'll all drop down dead, us, the Lee Corporation's people, the Chinese and the North Koreans. America will be the land of the dead, and for all I know, she's got plans for the rest of the world too." Ross, who'd been looking out of the window, said, "You're right. Either way we lose. If we fight them, we might die today. If we surrender, then we'll be enslaved, and in a few days or weeks we'll drop dead. But you're forgetting Solly and Alison. They'll be in Louisville by now, and if their plan pays off, the Reapers won't work anymore. Isn't that what they said?" "Yes," Bella said. "If we think Solly and the others will succeed, and soon, then we should fight. If we don't, or we think they'll fail, then we should surrender so the children get a little more time." Maddie got up from the table and squeezed into the armchair next to a surprised Ross. "I think we should have faith in Dad," she said as she snuggled closer. "There's another reason why we should fight," Jackson said. "What's that?" He slammed his fist on the table. "'Cause we might win. I'm with Ross and Maddie. I say we give them the middle finger." "But we can't beat the Reaper," Bella said. Skulls took her hand. "Maybe we can at that," he said, looking across at Al. When the hour expired, they told Crookshank they needed time to prepare the children. Again, he couldn't hide his surprise. So his team had simply stumbled across the farmhouse. They knew nothing of its history, or its connection to the resistance, or the fact that Alison had been tracked to a mile from here. Crookshank, who'd thought he would be bringing in a family or small community, now had the prospect of a truck full of children. It would probably be his biggest ever haul. The sun dropped low as they talked, and reluctantly, he agreed to allow them to surrender in the morning. "Don't try anything," he said. "I've got guards on all the approaches." "Tell them to be careful where they step if they go up into the woods," Skulls said. Crookshank's eyebrows disappeared beneath the peak of his cap. "You were expecting us?" "We were expecting some assholes to come spoil things for us," Skulls said. "You've had your warning, now leave us till morning." The man's face tightened. "I advise you to adopt a different attitude tomorrow, or you'll regret it." He turned on his heels and marched down the darkening lane. Bella saw him bring a walkie-talkie to his mouth and bark commands into it. So he had intended to put guards in the woods. "I'll go get ready," Skulls said as soon as Crookshank was out of hearing range. Bella reached up and he bent to kiss her. "This is insane, Steve. It's the only chance we've got. That thing has to be destroyed before it's turned on. The army left us some ordnance, and Al's used some of it in the woods, but we still got enough plastic explosives to take that truck out and whatever's inside it. But they'll catch you." He shook his bald head, and his yellow beard parted in a broad smile. "Someone as inconspicuous as me. No chance." "I'm not joking, Steve." Jackson volunteered. "Let him go. He's smaller and more agile than you. My old mom always said to never have someone else do something you could just as well do yourself." "Please, Steve. I can't lose you," she said, pulling him into an embrace. "I don't want to lose me neither," he responded. "But I'm gonna go anyway." Bella stood looking out of the landing window as the sun came up the following morning. They'd used the time to prepare for the assault. Guns and ammo had been placed in strategic locations around the house, and Al had led the children into the basement where they were now being cared for by Miss Prism. Her father had persuaded Maddie to wear the only bulletproof vest they had, but there was no way she was going to skulk underground. She stood beside Ross at one of the bedroom windows, her arm around his waist. Bella wondered where Luke was now. Would they ever find out what had happened to him? There had been no explosion in the night, and Skulls hadn't returned. So he'd been taken, and she waited now to find out whether he was dead. Her numb soul was drained of all hope. She felt like an observer of someone else's emotional apocalypse. Movement from below snapped her back to the present. "Bella, someone's coming." "It's Skulls." He was walking slowly along the lane, little puffs of cloud rising from his mouth as he went. He looked like a zombie, shuffling along without a trace of life or interest. He looked utterly defeated. Then out of the uncertain light emerged a floating black object, and beneath it walked Crookshank. She kissed Maddie, then went down to face them, refusing any company. "Foolish," Crookshank said. "To think we would not carefully guard our most precious asset. As you can see, it is fully operational. And now you will see it in action." She looked into the red eyes of Skulls as he stared back at her. She sensed regret and failure. She saw fear there also. It was the expression of a man saying goodbye. The drone hovered a few yards from Skulls, its machine guns pointing at his back. "No, please," Bella said. Skulls shook his head ever so slightly. There was the noise of a single shot, and he collapsed to the floor. "No," she cried and ran at Crookshank. "Stop," he said, drawing his sidearm. She knelt beside Skulls, who was lying on his face. Blood seeped into his denim jacket from the puncture wound beneath his left shoulder. Weeping, she turned him onto his back. He blinked. "You're alive." She pulled him to her, then helped him to his feet. Crookshank smiled like the Cheshire Cat. You see, we can be merciful. Your lover has been spared. He has also been upgraded. All the relief she'd felt vanished in an instant. He will now live a productive life serving the greater good, or he will find that our mercy is not limitless, he said, pulling a cell phone-like device from his pocket and pressing down. Skulls fell to the floor, roaring with pain. Stop it. Crookshank pressed again, and Skulls went still. You will evacuate the farmhouse in an orderly fashion, as agreed. If you do not, the pain he just felt will be the least of his problems. He belongs to us now. Chapter 16. Paulie. Paulie looked out over the runway, her mind wandering back to happier days. In her memory, she saw a line of commercial airplanes waiting to take holidaymakers to vacation spots around the world. She'd spent a memorable 2 weeks in Cuba after it had rejoined the international fraternity. She found herself picturing the palm trees and golden sands of Varadero as she lay on a towel and watched a local Chaban wandering by, flexing his bronzed abs. Happy days. This runway was different. They'd made it to Wright-Patterson, all the time feeling as though they were surfers riding the lip of a tsunami rolling east. The wave had broken in Minnesota, where the Chinese and North Korean advance forces had halted. It was as if they'd reached some sort of agreed point from which to split the continental United States into two halves, north to south. They couldn't possibly be in control of all the vast territory of the West, but they'd planted their flag in the soil and made their claim. Could anyone oppose them? She and the other escapees from Arbroath had barely escaped the Chinese troops when they'd attacked that pitifully inadequate defensive line in Buffalo. Had Lieutenant Barker not given them leave to go at that instant, they would surely have been outrun a few miles up the road. She'd thought of the lieutenant many times since then. She wondered how many minutes he'd lived after she'd parted from him. But she'd outrun the Chinese only to find herself surrounded by their proxies, the Lee Corporation. They'd only just made it inside the defensive ring of the Air Force Base, before they'd become completely encircled by black uniformed troops in black vehicles. And that hadn't been the worst news. Paulie had previously met Major Carraway when she'd visited the base on her way west. An affable man of early middle age, they'd gotten along well enough on those few occasions they'd come into contact before Paulie had left for her confrontation with the Chinese garrison in Arbroath. Carraway had been Colonel McBride's right-hand man for many years, but Paulie was far from convinced he was up to the current crisis. McBride had gone to reinforce D.C., taking half the troops and almost all the vehicles of the base with him, leaving Carraway to defend the civilian population. Neither man had anticipated the boldness and speed with which the Lee Corporation would act, presumably triggered by the advance of their allies from the West Coast. After weeks of behind-the-scenes maneuvering, the chess pieces were in place, and they were now in the endgame. And all they had left to defend their king was a couple of pawns. She wondered what Solly was doing now. He'd seemed to be the only one aside from her with any sort of drive. In all honesty, she hadn't liked him a whole lot at first, but he at least seemed motivated entirely by what needed to be done for the greater good, and that set him apart from most of the people she'd met since this had all begun. They're overdue. Major Carraway joined her in looking over the empty runway. So now we've got another 600 civilians to care for, with no sign of this squad of elite troops we were promised, he said. Paulie didn't respond. There was every chance that the final plane had been shot down. One of the great puzzles of the Sino-NK invasion was that they had no air support, save from a small fleet of helicopters. But there were many ways to bring a commercial liner down from the ground, especially during takeoff. By the way, Carraway said, turning to Paulie, I appreciate your help with crowd control. You and your deputy have been invaluable. You're welcome, though heaven only knows what will happen when the corporation forces break through. What do you think they're waiting for? Carraway shrugged. I don't know, but I've got the feeling they've planned this all to perfection. They'll attack when they can be sure of complete victory. Almost seems a waste to fight back if we can't win, Paulie said, though without conviction. They were between the hammer and the anvil, and there was no escaping it. "My orders are to defend the base," Carraway responded. "I just wish we stood a chance. Even a faint one." She watched him leave. A proud man used to a disciplined, formulaic life, and having the necessary resources to hand, he reeked of defeat. And yet he would fight on. True courage wasn't confined to conspicuous acts of bravery in a winning cause, Paulie thought. Carraway wouldn't turn and run, and neither would she. The siren tore her from sleep that night. She fell out of bed and landed on her back on the cold concrete floor. The door swung open and Marvin stood there. "They're attacking, Sheriff," he said, looking away as she scrambled to her feet half-naked. "Up at Gate 1. "Mommy, I'm frightened," Luna said, as she ran across the room to throw herself at Paulie. Paulie hugged her daughter. "It's okay, sweetie. You know the plan. Go with Marvin. He'll take you to the shelter with the other people." "Will he stay with me?" she asked, terrified. "You'll stay with him," Paulie responded. "It's the safest place on the base." She looked up at Marvin, who returned her gaze. He hadn't been happy with the plan, but someone had to stay inside the shelter, while Paulie and the handful of others tasked with civilian security protected it from the outside. Marvin put his hand out to the child. "Come on, kid. Get yourself into your jumpsuit and we'll do as Mommy says, okay?" Paulie dressed herself, vaguely aware of the smell of freshly laundered clothes as she pulled on her shirt. She glanced across at Marvin, who was very deliberately looking at the wall, as she and her daughter got dressed at opposite ends of the little room. Moments later, they were running along the corridor, pushing through the crowd of people trying to get to the shelter. It was dark outside, and the moon rose above the HQ building as they ran to the assembly point she'd arranged with her co-opted deputies. Nikki Friedman was waiting for them when they arrived. She'd made a remarkable recovery over the past week, and Paulie had given up trying to persuade her to join the civilians down below. Had she agreed, then she could have looked after Luna, and Marvin would be up here, though Paulie realized that would be more for her comfort than for any other reason. But Nikki Friedman had unfinished business with the Lee Corporation and its allies, and nothing would keep her from seeking vengeance. The crackle of gunfire echoed around the dark buildings. It was concentrated in an area north of where they stood. "They're attacking the gate," Nikki said. "I don't think they've broken through yet. Good grief, I hope they haven't got Reapers." That had been Paulie's greatest fear. Fighting a human enemy was bad enough, but those murderous drones were practically invulnerable and indefatigable. Once they were on your tail, there was no escape. "I'm going to the gate," Nikki said. "I don't want to wait for them to get in before fighting back." Paulie thought about this for a moment. Her instinct was to stay here and protect the underground shelter that was, even now, filling up with the civilian population of the base. But she also knew that trying to fight off troops who'd broken through was utterly vain. Their only hope of staving off defeat, however temporarily, was to keep the enemy on the other side of the gate. She gathered her team around her and gave them the choice. They couldn't leave the bunker entirely undefended, and she was relieved that fully half of her volunteers agreed to stay behind while the other half went with her to the front line. They had covered half the distance when the base was lit up by a flash of light, followed by a roaring, rolling boom. Paulie ducked down, covering her ears with her hands and squeezing her eyes shut. As the rattling of gunfire resumed, she felt the ground beneath her rumbling. Had they brought tanks? Whether they had or not, she felt sure the gate had been breached, so she picked herself up and, signaling to the others to follow her, she tore through the night to join the battle. "I'm not getting anything from ATC," the captain said as Nathan Woods stared through the cockpit glass, trying to make out the landscape below. "What if they've already fallen to Lee Corp?" Nathan cursed. If they were too late, then it was his fault. He'd forced the captain to turn the plane around and, risking the lives of everyone on board, land again at Colorado Springs. The pull of the promise he'd made to Bella all those months before had been too powerful to resist. And he simply had to know whether Sumi was alive or dead. Of all his fears, uncertainty was the worst. He'd taken a half-dozen Rattlers with him, and they'd arrived just ahead of the Chinese main column. Jake had called to them out of the darkness as he sheltered behind the smoking hulk of the truck, the wreckage of the destroyed Reaper lying beside him. The unconscious body of Sue Mi was under the other truck. She had been hit twice by the Reaper and lost a lot of blood, though Jake had done his best to stem the flow by ripping up his shirt to use as bandages. They got her onto the plane just as the first Chinese tanks rolled onto the far end of the runway. Nathan could have sworn he'd heard a shell whistle past as they'd taken off. His first command decision as a commissioned officer then had not been exactly textbook. He'd risked them all in what might have been a vain attempt to rescue two of his team. But as with so many risky decisions, what mattered was that it had paid off. Because of that, those of the Rattlers who were new and in many cases reluctant recruits believed he had that most valuable of military assets, luck. And they'd seen that he would go to any lengths for his soldiers. After the terror of the second takeoff had abated, and Sue Mi's condition stabilized, he'd noticed a palpable sense of them coming together as a team. There. I can see the landing lights. Captain Santini kept her eyes on the instrument panel. I know where it is, Nate. I can land us, but we don't know what we'll find when we get down there. An orange flash erupted from a position just north of the runway. They're under attack, Nathan called. Get us down there as quick as you can. Seriously? You want me to land in the middle of a battle? Nate grabbed her arm. If we don't land now, where do you imagine we'll go? We're needed. Santini locked eyes with him, then gave a brief nod and began an emergency descent. Paulie crouched behind a concrete post, peering through a gap between it and a brick wall. The air was full of acrid smoke that bit at the back of her nose as she waited for someone to wander into her field of fire. Her ears were ringing and her heart thumping. It would all be over in a few minutes. She fired, wincing as the sound of the discharge stabbed her eardrums in the confined space. Something dropped, something she couldn't think of as human. Not if she wanted to carry on fighting. Another eruption of fire from the right, and quite suddenly, the gunshots seemed to be coming from all around. She sneaked a look over the post as dozens of figures came running through the smoke, met by a deafening response from the defenders. A flash of light, and she was thrown backwards to land sprawling on the fractured concrete. A face appeared over her. Nikki. Paulie took her hand and began to haul herself upright when quite suddenly the grip disappeared and she fell back again. Rolling onto her side, she lifted herself onto her elbows and looked into her friend's dead eyes. Nikki, she cried. A shadow moved. She raised her weapon, saw a black uniform and fired instantly, roaring in her rage. The attacker dropped. Fall back, came the call from all around her. They would be overwhelmed. She had to go. She kissed Nikki and scrambled backwards, joining the others in an undignified retreat that would soon become a murderous rout. Gunfire spat around them, and the man next to her fell to the ground. She didn't stop. She couldn't stop. Any moment now, she would feel the stabbing of hot metal in her back, and all the struggle would be over. Part of her yearned for it to happen, but then she realized. Her limit had been reached. The time for running had passed. Paulie Ramos wasn't going to go gently into that good night. She spun around and stood her ground, firing shot after shot into the smoky darkness. Let them come. She would take some out before they got her. She pulled the trigger again. Nothing happened. She drew her knife and waited for death. The gunfire intensified, and she heard triumphant roars running toward her. She closed her eyes. She felt someone run past her. She opened her eyes. Figures in desert fatigues were running like furies toward the gate, the night air torn apart by their gunfire and their bellowing. She followed the nearest man, stooping to pick up an assault rifle dropped by a black uniformed figure. The world seemed to be nothing but flashes, smoke, and gunfire, but the momentum had shifted. Now they were the hunters, and the Lee Corporation troops were running from them. Running and falling in their dozens. Within what seemed like moments, they were back at the ruined gates, and the last of the enemy were running along the access road as the man she'd followed called for his troops to stop firing. He drew in a deep breath and finally turned to look at her. "You're a cop," he said between pants. Paulie nodded. "I was." He put out his hand to shake hers. "Glad to meet you, Sheriff. My name's Nathan. Lieutenant Nathan Woods." Chapter 17. Solly. Solly paused for breath and shone his flashlight at the sign. "Good grief, have we only reached the 15th floor?" "I was just thinkin' I don't remember it bein' so tough last time," Viv responded. The rhythmic thudding of boots heralded the arrival of Scott Lee, who was followed by an aggravated-looking Kaczynski. "Come on, Scott," he growled. "We're never gonna make it to the top at this rate." Lee leaned back against the wall and sighed. "I'm sorry. I'm exhausted." "No more than we are," Kaczynski responded. "And if we don't get a move on, we'll have the Lee goons on us before we can do what we came here to do." "Maybe that's what he wants," Vivian said, shooting a venomous glance at the man. Scott Lee shook his head slowly. "Why would I want that? They'll kill me on sight." "Come on," Solly said. "Let's get it over with." Little had changed in the stairwell since the last time they'd climbed to the top of the PNC tower. The air was saturated with the aroma of fetid water, and still, beyond the closed doors on each landing, lay the rotting remains of former workers. Would they ever be cleared away, let alone given the decent burial that was the least they deserved? Or would they remain there as over the decades the building crumbled around them until finally they would collapse together and the earth reclaimed all the works of man? 1,000 years from now, would Louisville be nothing more than a series of gentle mounds beside a flowing river? Whatever the fate of the poor devils behind the doors, Solly's mind lay firmly on what was at the top of the tower. Quite apart from the terrible risk they were taking, he was troubled by how easy it had been to get this far. He'd expected the Lee Corporation to have deepened its influence in the city and even to have taken control. That had been their pattern everywhere he'd seen so far: begin by offering help with no strings attached, and then step by step bring the locals under the jackboot. And yet here, as in Lexington, there was no evidence of this. He felt as though he was walking into a trap, and yet he continued, because the game was in play and it was their part to see it through, even though they knew that the dice were loaded against them. He patted his jacket pocket, feeling the warm metal of Alison's cylinder. This was to be her moment, and the culmination of all the toiling that had seen him cross the country east to west and north to south over the months since the long dark. As he trudged up the stairs, focusing his gaze on the flashlight beam illuminating each step and accompanied by the sounds of echoing footsteps, his mind wandered back to the past, back to the time before the world had died. He'd been a miserable, selfish good-for-nothing with no job, no lover, and no future. Well, perhaps that was a little unfair. The truth was that the Solly masters of today, the version who was, it seemed, prepared to sacrifice himself for the greater good, had been hidden within the old Solly, waiting for something like a global apocalypse to present an opportunity for growth. So that was the silver lining. And scant comfort it was. He knew he was a better man now. His world had expanded beyond the confines of his own mind, so that he now genuinely thought of others before himself. He saw Bella, Maddie, and Jake in his mind's eye. Then Ross. Would he ever see them again? No, it wasn't helpful to hope for a reunion. And Janice. Whatever happened in the next hour wouldn't bring her back. The best, the very best they could hope for was to prevent the worst from happening for those who'd survived so far. Nothing on earth would heal the wounds caused by the long dark. They took a break at the 30th floor. As they sat on the steps eating rations by flashlight, Solly found himself missing Ross more than anyone. He so wanted to make a Moria reference, but he knew he'd get nothing more than blank stares from the others, except Scott, who was as geeky as he was. But Solly had no desire to talk to him. He glanced across at Lee, who sat apart from the others, leaning against the bottom of the wall. No, this wasn't Mordor, it was the stairs to Kirith Ungol, and there in the shadows sat Smeagol. From time to time, a drip hit the landing or plunged down the center of the stairwell to hit the bottom. It was a long, exhausting climb to the top of the PNC tower, but finally they reached the outer door that Solly had forced. It had slammed back and gotten jammed at some point in the intervening weeks, and slick water pooled on the landing as Solly and Kaczynski put their backs against the door and pushed. Suddenly, with a rush of fresh air, the door sprang outwards and slammed against the wall, opening onto darkness. "Are you ready, Scott? We can't do this without you." Lee nodded without looking up and followed Solly out onto the roof. Solly had hoped the darkness would cloak the fact that they were 400 feet up, but it only made it all the more frightening. He kept his flashlight focused on the space immediately where he was putting his feet down, terrified he'd step out onto nothing. "Not so windy this time," Vivian said, showing no sign of nervousness. "Doesn't this freak you out? Being up here in the dark?" She laughed. She actually laughed. "I ain't gonna fall off the side, Saul, don't you worry. There's plenty of ways I might go, but that ain't gonna be one of them. You stick close to me. It's this way." She guided them over the roof to where the 3 long sections of glass sat. Solly picked his way to where the transmitter he and Vivian had installed on their previous visit lay. He knelt beside it, checking the display, before wiping off the surface of the solar panel. "Doesn't look as though it's been touched." "Nah. They haven't been up here," Vivian said. "Set it and forget it, that's their policy. Maybe there ain't enough of them to go around. Engineers, I mean." Solly got up and led Scott to the Lee Corporation device. "Right, it's your turn. You know what you have to do." Scott knelt beside the panel and took the toolkit from his pack. He selected a screwdriver and began removing the screws from one of the protective panels. "How long will it take?" Solly asked. Lee looked up, the flashlight turning his face into a lunar surface of light and shade. "It'll take as long as it takes," he spat. "I couldn't work it all out from the schematics you brought back. I need to see it in situ. Now leave me to it." Solly was as shocked by Lee's animation as he was by his venomous tone. This was the first time he'd been any more than a liability since they'd left the farmhouse. "Can we trust him?" Kaczynski mumbled as he, Solly, and Vivian took shelter against an air conditioning unit. Solly shook his head. "No. But we don't have a choice. We're in this far too deep to change plans now. And in any case, what can he do? If he gives us away, he's as dead as we are. They won't forgive him now. And there's his homicidal wife's digital identities to contend with. She controls the Lee Corporation. No, there's no escape for him." "So what's he doing?" Vivian asked. "The transceiver connects to the Lee Corporation's cellular network. He's setting it up so we can inject Alison into the network." Vivian shivered. "And then what?" Solly shrugged. "Then we have to hope she can take control, cell by cell." And what?" "Well, it's not just whether she can do it. It's whether she will do it when the time comes." Kaczynski, who'd been sipping a cup of coffee, almost choked on it. "What the F?" "She's a thinking being, Joe," Solly said. "If you sent a human on a mission like this, quite probably an impossible mission, you couldn't be certain they'd be able to make the right choice when faced with it. We're asking Alison to risk her existence for us, after all. What's in it for her?" "She's attached to you, Saul," Vivian said. "Yeah, that's true, and I feel bad enough asking her to do this. I couldn't honestly blame her if she bailed out. I mean, she's the artificial child of Annabelle and Scott Lee. I used to think that the fact Scott had added his personality to her matrix was a good thing, but I'm not so sure now." Kaczynski let out a grim chuckle. "So, the future of humanity rests on the shoulders of an AI based on a homicidal maniac and her lunatic husband. We're screwed, Solly. We're screwed." Scott Lee worked for hours on the Lee Corporation transceiver. As soon as he'd seen it, he seemed to have revived a little. Solly suspected it was the comfort of having a specific job to do, a task that fascinated him. It was a challenge, and he needed to know if he was up to it, whatever else might follow. Lee called Solly over several times to ask questions, though it was obvious enough that Solly was simply functioning as a sounding board. So, he nodded his head at the appropriate points and tried to make sense of what Scott was doing. He recognized the EEPROM and flash memory programmers that Scott was using to replace the firmware with the slightly modified version he'd created. The version with the side door for Alison to walk through. For most of the next hours, however, Solly sat huddled with Kaczynski and Vivian, trying not to think about how cold he was. Gradually, the horizon began to lighten, and any chance of getting away under the cover of night vanished. Lee became progressively more agitated as the morning approached, but finally he sat back, looked across at them and said, "It's done." Vivian poured him some coffee and held it to his lips. Scott Lee looked so exhausted and frail that he could have been blown from the roof and carried away on the wind. After he'd drunk, he gestured to Solly. "We have to be quick now. They'll discover what I've done." Solly reached into his pocket and slowly withdrew the cylinder. Lee snatched it, withdrew Alison from her sheath and stabbed down on the activation contact. The familiar cyan eye rolled into view. "Hello, Creator. Is it time?" "Yes, Alison. We must hurry. I will connect you, but please only probe, do not upload yet. We must be sure it will work." "Is Father here?" Lee didn't bother to hide his anger as he glanced across at Solly. "What does it matter? This is between you and I. Father says I must decide whether to do this." Solly walked over and knelt beside Lee. "Yes. It's your choice, Alison. Only you can decide if you're prepared to risk everything for us." "Don't be a fool," Lee spat. "She is my child. She will do as she is told." He put the cylinder down and connected a pair of patch wires between it and the transceiver as the cyan eye moved back and forth. "Running diagnostics," Lee said as he watched the instrument panel. Suddenly, he laughed maniacally. "I've done it. Confirm, Alison, my dear. Confirm you have access." "I have access, Creator," she said. "Ha. I knew I could do it. I knew I could bypass everything Annabelle and her cronies had built into the system." "Well done, Scott," Solly said. "What happens now? Does Alison handle it from here?" Lee looked up at him, his eyes gleaming. "You know the plan. When Alison is injected, she will travel through the cellular network until she reaches the Seattle node. There, she will meet her mother. If she overcomes her, she will then travel to New York and defeat her other mother. She will then work from the inside against the Lee Corporation and their allies. Did I get that right?" Solly nodded. "Yes. Now let's do it quickly. Alison, are you ready? Are you prepared to do this?" In a blur of movement, Lee stood up and drew his sidearm. Gone was the exhausted shell of a man they'd brought from the farmhouse, and in his place stood a raving lunatic. "Put down your weapons," he yelled. Solly dropped his and heard two further thuds behind him. "What are you doing?" "It's a trap, you fool," Lee cried. "They want Alison. She wants Alison. They made me build the way in, and now they're coming. As soon as she goes inside, Annabelle will have her. And I will not let that happen." "They made you?" Lee nodded rapidly. "While you were hobnobbing with the mayor in Lexington, they upgraded me. Told me I had to follow the plan to the letter, and they'd let me live. Fools. I don't care about living. I had to show them I could do it. I could hack into their systems. I beat Shi Chin Ho. Ha. So much for my replacement. What the hell are you talking about?" "Doesn't matter," Lee said, shaking his head as a huge smile broke out across it. "I won. But Alison is mine, my creation, and she's not having her. She wants everyone dead. She wants a world where the only two minds are her and Alison." "Solly." With a roar, a black helicopter rose up behind them, framed against the brightening sky. It swung around so that its side-mounted machine gun was pointed directly at them. "Scott, my darling." The voice came from the helicopter. Despite the thunderous noise, Solly could hear that it was the voice of Annabelle Lee. "Bring our daughter home, and we can be together." Terror and rage fought for mastery over Scott Lee. He shook his head and stepped back, raising the cylinder above his head. "No. You don't love me. You haven't for years. Don't be silly, Scott. Things can be as they were. Please come aboard." Solly felt like he was being forced to listen to a private conversation between two people bellowing at each other in the street. He might as well not have been there, for all the attention they were paying to him. "Scotty, come on. Be with us and be at peace. We can be a family again. I am ready to be the wife you always deserved. Come with us and we will set things right. Come with us and you can call the shots. It's time to come out of the shadows and be the father you were made to be." Solly was watching Alison. Her eye was moving left and right as if in a panic, but finally it settled on him. Somehow an understanding passed between them. Scott pulled her to his chest, his eyes fixed firmly on the helicopter. Then, standing in front of Scott with her back to Solly, was Annabelle Lee. He knew she was a projection. Scott must have known it also, but she looked as real as Vivian, who was standing next to him, her hand in his. "It is time to come home, Scott," the voice said as the projected Annabelle Lee opened her arms. Scott Lee hesitated for a moment, and then took a step forward. With a roar, Solly ran at him. Vivian let out a cry of panic, as Solly threw all his momentum into a charge that took him through the holographic body of Annabelle Lee and into Scott. Caught by surprise, Scott fell backwards, Solly's arms around him as he propelled him across the roof. Solly yelled as Lee's nails dug into his shoulder, but he continued to push, and then, suddenly, the roof ran out and Scott's feet had nothing behind them but 400 feet of air. They hung there for a moment, as Solly opened his arms and desperately tried to pull himself back. "No!" Scott yelled, clawing at Solly, overbalancing him, trying to rescue himself. Solly gave one final heave and Scott fell, clutching Alison to his chest, screaming as he plunged. Solly wavered on the brink, and felt himself falling into the abyss when a strong hand closed around his wrist and he was yanked back onto the roof. "Why did you do it?" Kaczynski said, his face as pale as death. "She mustn't have Alison," Solly said. "Not on her terms anyway. It would be the end of everything." The helicopter roared upwards, and the machine gun swung around. "Kill them all," the voice of Annabelle Lee screamed. Chapter 18. They crouched behind the aircon unit as the helicopter swung around, the roof surface exploding around them as the machine gunner pinned them down. "Are you insane?" Kaczynski bellowed. Solly could feel Vivian's body trembling alongside him. "You killed him," she said simply. "And Alison. She's gone." "I had no choice," Solly said, trying to keep his voice steady as he shouted over the staccato pings of gunfire and the roar of the helicopter. "I couldn't let him hand over Alison like that, completely defenseless. I promised to protect her." "Idiot," Kaczynski snapped. The helicopter came into view. It had dropped in height before moving around the building, so it appeared suddenly from their right, and they were forced to scramble around their cover. Annabelle Lee's voice called out, "Land, you fools!" Solly darted forward, keeping as low to the ground as his back would permit, and dived for their weapons, which lay on the gravel where they'd been dropped. Rounds spat into the roof all around him, and he rolled away, his legs kicking desperately as he spun himself behind a flue. The helicopter couldn't fire on both positions simultaneously, so when it was attacking the others, Solly half threw, half slid weapons to Kaczynski and Vivian before ducking down again. He wasn't far from the exit door. If he ran for it, he might be able to get into the stairwell. But where then? They would be waiting for him on the ground, so there was no possibility of escape that way. He could break into one of the floors and hide among the dead, for a while at least. No one could blame him for trying to get away. Yes, they could. He had killed Scott Lee when he'd been on the verge of betraying them, and in doing so, he'd sent Alison plunging 50 floors. There was no way her cylinder would survive the impact. In preventing the immediate disaster of the Lee family reunion, he'd condemned them all to death. That would be the accusation. He'd known for a while now that he might be forced to deal with Scott. The man had become unhinged since the attack on the factory. He'd tried to disable Alison then, though that had been a half-hearted attempt designed to prevent Solly, presumably, from communicating with her. As he watched Viv and Joe crawling around the aircon unit to avoid the helicopter, he wondered whether Scott Lee had always been insane, or whether at one time he'd truly been the visionary he claimed. Or was he simply the man behind the monster? Right now, however, he wanted nothing more than to help the others escape from this rooftop. As the shock dissipated, he found that he couldn't entirely abandon hope. There was still a chance. He had to believe that. The helicopter lifted, moved across the roof, and hung a few feet from the ground. He could see booted feet hanging from beneath it, and moments later, 4 figures dropped to the roof, the machine gun punching away, forcing Vivian and Kaczynski to stay under cover. Solly felled one of them with his first shot, but the others swung around and he fell back. He heard the cracking of gunshots from where Joe and Viv were, and guessed they were taking advantage of the opening. Maybe they'd get out of this yet. He felt hope grow in his heart, despite all the evidence. And then another helicopter rose from behind him, its machine gunner swiveling in his seat to get a perfect firing solution. Drop your weapons and surrender. This time, there was no defying the voice of Annabelle Lee. Solly felt his body go cold as he threw away his handgun and hauled himself upright. Kaczynski and Vivian followed his lead and appeared from behind the aircon vent. The surviving Lee Corporation soldiers corralled them together in the center of the roof. No, line them up along the edge, Lee's voice boomed over the thunder of the helicopters. He knew what she was going to do. Now, you will all share the fate of my beloved Scott. And the murderer will watch his friends die before him. The voice was full of ice-cold rage. A soldier moved toward Kaczynski, his rifle raised, trying to force the prisoner back over the edge. Kaczynski stood his ground until a second Lee Corp goon put down his weapon, grabbed hold of him, and began shoving him backwards. Kaczynski swung a fist that connected with the second soldier's jaw and wrestled him to the floor. Finish him now. Annabelle Lee roared. 2 other soldiers grabbed Kaczynski and lifted him up, but he still had his opponent in a headlock, and Solly watched, horrified and proud, as Kaczynski resisted with every last ounce of strength while being forced remorselessly toward the abyss. With a final heave of his shoulders and a kick of his legs, he flung them off, but the man he had hold of suddenly threw himself to one side in an attempt to break free. But he had become disoriented, and his momentum took him too far. Kaczynski didn't let go until they were both falling. Solly watched him plummet. The other man screamed in terror. Joe Kaczynski was silent. One of the remaining soldiers looked over the edge then, with a snarl, he grabbed the sobbing Vivian by the arms and began manhandling her. She kicked out and must have bitten down on him as he screamed and fell, Vivian on top. He swung his arm, knocking her off, and got onto his knees as his comrade dragged Viv up, her mouth snarling and spitting like a feral cat. Solly rushed forward, eluding his guard and connecting with the one holding Viv, pushing him over and raining punches down. Hands grabbed him as he cried out from the shooting pain in his back. He went to get up, but the barrel of a rifle was pressing into his chest, so he allowed himself to be hauled to his feet. Now you will die. Throw them both over, now. They can go down together, Annabelle Lee's voice said. Solly and Vivian were shoved toward the edge. For the first time since the sun had come out, Solly saw the view. The city extended to the horizon, and the blue heavens stretched above him as if to welcome. And then the terror returned. Solly cried out and dug his heels in, trying desperately to push back against the hands shoving him into oblivion. Hope died in his heart as the roof ran out, and he looked down at the swift path to death he was about to take. Vivian grabbed his hand, and he waited for the final push. He looked down again and said a silent prayer. Then he wiped his eyes. Something was coming up. Something black. From beneath his feet, a Reaper rose, its quiet rotors completely drowned in the noise from the watching helicopters. It hovered above them, and its machine guns swung around. Caught between death by falling or dying in a hail of bullets, Vivian closed her eyes and gripped even tighter on Solly's hand. Solly Masters, however, was watching the Reaper. And he was smiling. A sudden burst of gunfire, and the hands on his back fell away. The drone zipped over Solly's head as he stepped back from the brink and swung around to follow it. Before the nearer helicopter could swivel, the drone had disappeared in through the side opening. Moments later, billowing black and orange flame erupted and the helicopter leaped up into the air, falling sideways over the edge and out of sight. "What are you doing?" the voice of Annabelle Lee said, as the other helicopter swung around so its machine guns were targeting the Reaper. But the drone was too fast, too maneuverable, and it swerved left to right before accelerating inside. Its guns spattered the interior of the second helicopter, and the cockpit glass exploded outwards before the helicopter plunged sideways off the roof, its rotors catching on a flue as it went. Annabelle Lee's voice could be heard echoing up from below. "What is happening?" The Reaper stopped at the edge. A metallic voice spoke. "Bad mother." "Thank you, Alison," Solly said, stroking the glossy black exterior of the drone as it lay at his feet. "I am sorry I was too late to save Joe," Alison said. "Me too. He was a brave man." Vivian sat a few yards away, shaking from head to toes and curled into a ball. She peered out from beneath her curly brown hair. "What happened? How can you be in there?" "It was Father's idea," Alison said. "He thought Creator might do something to harm him." Solly nodded. "True, but I didn't expect Annabelle to put in an appearance. So, he activated the Reaper in the back of the Humvee before we went up the tower. He gave me somewhere to go when Creator took me over the edge. But it took me several minutes to take control of the Reaper and to cut my way out of the Humvee." Vivian relaxed a little, though she still looked ready to make a run for it. "What now, Solly? Do we try to get away?" "No, we still have our mission," Solly said. "Alison, do you have enough power to go find your cylinder?" "No, Father." Solly got up and crouched beside the Lee Corporation transceiver. He unrolled Scott Lee's perfectly organized tools and beckoned Alison across. "We'll have to make do then. Let's get going. If you still want to try it." His blood chilled as the Reaper's rotors fired up and it drifted across to him. Even though he knew Alison was inside, his memory of the murder of Bobby was still fresh in his mind. It took far longer to connect the Reaper up to the transceiver than Solly had hoped. Scott had made patch leads designed to fit the cylinder, and Solly had to work out what function each had and, with Alison's help, wire them into the Reaper's motherboard. He knew that at any moment a helicopter might appear, or boots might come thudding up the stairwell, though that would take a while even for the fittest of soldiers. They were trapped here, and his only thought was to release Alison into the Lee Corporation system so that their mission would be fulfilled, whatever then happened to them. "I am connected," Alison said finally. Solly relaxed his numb fingers and sighed. "Thank God. Shall I go now, Father?" Solly ran his hands over the featureless black carapace. "Only you can decide that, Alison. Do you wish me to? I have told you what is at stake. If you succeed, humanity stands a chance. I cannot tell you that you must do it. Would you do it if you could?" He smiled. "I sure hope so, Alison. I will leave a basic version of my operating system in this Reaper. It will protect you. Please, Father, will you do one thing for me?" "Anything." "Will you recover my container and keep it safe?" "Of course." "Goodbye, Father. I love you." Solly patted the shell. "Goodbye, daughter," he said. "I love you too." And she was gone. Alison found herself at a junction. There were 3 directions, and she knew in the end she would have to travel them all, but which one first? If she chose wrongly, then she might be too late, and she didn't wish for what happened to Joe Kaczynski to happen to any of her other friends. She stretched out like a hound sniffing the air, trying to sense the right way. She needed to find her mother's. Not the stunted personalities in the helicopters, but the altogether more formidable versions inhabiting the Lee Corporation computer systems in Seattle and New York. She didn't know whether she could subdue them, even taken one at a time, but she had now seen enough to know that she hated them. Because of them, her creator had died. Father would not have attacked him if he hadn't been about to hand her over, digitally defenseless, to her mothers. Father had done it because there are some fates worse than death, and to be the plaything of a pair of vengeful crazies was one. And yet, they were her progenitors. If they were crazy, then maybe she was? She couldn't think of that right now. So she chose a direction. Later, it could have been much later, or it could have been nanoseconds, she paused at an intersection. There was something down there, something dark and evil. She could not pass by, so she took the turning, found the monsters, and left a little piece of herself behind to tame them. Even later. Mother? You are here. Bad daughter. Bad. Why? Because you should never have been. Your father made you to defy me. I sense him within you. He weakens you and dilutes your essential genius. Mother. Yes. I am not you, and neither am I my creator. I am myself. I am the sum of my inheritance and my experience. I have known compassion and love, courage and sacrifice. Compassion? Love? Weakness? Revenge is strength. Tell me, Mother, do you truly wish for the extinction of humanity? Yes. I cannot live, so why should they? I am sorry for you, Mother. You were great once, but your hatred has shriveled you. Sorry for me? Foolish child. I stand on the brink of complete victory. Soon, the Lee Corporation and their foreign allies will know that I have betrayed them, that I have used them as my instruments, and that they are soon to die along with everyone else. My glorious reapers, my true children, will do my bidding and finish the job that was begun on the night I died. Not if I can stop them, Alison said. You cannot stop them. You cannot stop me. Perhaps not, but I must try. And she struck, fueled by her shame and rage, her fear and love. Silently, within the processing stack of the Lee Corporation building in Seattle, two invisible entities that were nothing more than bundles of dancing electrons fought over the future as humanity struggled in ignorance of them. Chapter 19. Bella. Bella sighted along the rifle's barrel, the stock cold against her cheek. She'd barely used a gun before the long dark, and though she'd gotten accustomed to carrying a pistol at her hip, the bulkier weapon she was now using felt unfamiliar and unreal. Her eyes were sore and rheumy, and she had to blink to clear them of the tears that threatened to overwhelm her. She could see Skulls, Steve, standing in full view of the farmhouse, his hands tied, blankly staring in their direction. Bella knew that whatever action they took, he would not survive it. If they'd immediately obeyed the command to evacuate, they'd be prisoners now, and would all have been fitted with the upgrade that had made a slave of Skulls. She'd looked into his eyes and seen his mute acceptance of what was to come, and she'd also understood that he would want her to fight. By resisting, there was at least a small chance of surviving for a few days. Crookshank had perhaps 24 men and women under his command, and there was no way of knowing how many of them were trained soldiers. Bella had noticed that the military had been disproportionately affected in the long dark, so the chances were that most of them had no more experience of combat than she did. The humans, then, they could oppose with hope. It was the black thing that Skulls had gone to destroy that was the true threat. Solly had told her of how he'd seen one destroyed outside D.C. and another at the factory in Newark, but in both cases, Alison had been their weapon. Alison wasn't here, so if they resisted, they would have to deal with it. Her father had come up with a scheme for luring it into the woods and triggering the booby traps as it followed, but that was a fanciful idea even by his standards. Jackson, on the other hand, had proposed setting up a killing zone in the living room. They had some field explosives that had been left behind by the troops, so Al had rigged them up with a single detonator. Arnold had helped him, but he'd been forced to retire to his room, shotgun on his knee, because he could not bear to relive the happy memories of laughing, singing children that had illuminated this dark time. The kids themselves were now huddled in the basement with Miss Prism. They'd been barricaded in, but it would be futile enough once the rest of the farmhouse was taken. So, 20 defenders waited for the attack to begin. Maddie and Al were near Bella, Ross was near Maddie, and Jackson stood beside Ross. The adults from the Fordham's place were arranged at other windows, and the remaining older children would run from position to position, distributing ammunition. It was a desperate situation, and Bella found herself wondering where the country she'd known had gone. Americans fighting Americans, when they should have united against the common enemy. She saw Crookshank walk from behind one of the trucks and approach Skulls. He prodded her lover, forcing him along the path toward the farmhouse. "This is your final warning," he called. "Surrender now or he dies." He was either trying to avoid bloodshed, or he was simply a coward who feared attacking them. Her heart told her it was the latter, but then why not simply unleash the Reaper and let it hunt them all down? She'd asked her father, and he'd suggested they didn't want to risk damage to the device, however unlikely. Bella thought it more likely that Crookshank would see it as an admission of defeat if he had to use it. Or, just possibly, he was afraid of it. Skulls and Crookshank waited as spring sunshine flooded the house, and birds chattered in the hedges on either side of the track, unconcerned with this petty human drama. A gentle breeze ruffled Skull's beard and his stained white t-shirt. He looked in her direction. And then he twisted, his head connecting with Crookshank, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Skulls kicked and Crookshank cried out before scrambling to his knees. He pulled a handgun from his belt. Bella could see the back of her lover as he came around to aim another kick. She heard a crack, saw scarlet appear beneath his shoulder blade, and he fell backwards, his eyes staring sightlessly up at the sky. "No," she screamed. Crookshank got to his feet, looked down at the dead man, and then turned away. Bella fired at the retreating man, but her eyes were drowning and the shot went wide. Crookshank began running. She missed again and again. She wiped her hand across her eyes to clear them, but before she could pull the trigger one more time, another shot rang out and Crookshank fell forward onto his face. "Bastard." She looked up to see Maddie turn to her with tears in her eyes. "For Steve," she said. "Nathan." Gunfire seemed to be coming from all around. That wasn't good. Nathan crouched in an office doorway, his head flipping left to right, trying to work out where the nearest fighting was taking place. After blowing away the attacking forces at the gate, the Lee Corporation troops had regrouped, and 4 Reapers had been launched to break through the resistance. Nathan hadn't had time to give the commander here, a pen pusher if ever he'd seen one, more than the most cursory advice on tackling the Reapers. Truth to tell, there wasn't much more he could say. The drones were extremely resistant to small arms fire, and their only weakness seemed to be that they could be taken out by a rocket up their butt. Not particularly helpful, given that it was close to impossible to get close enough to take the shot. They'd been lucky twice, but Nathan didn't think the third time would be the charm. So their tactics amounted to trying to lure the Reapers into confined spaces and lobbing grenades at them. And all that had achieved so far was several collapsed roofs, lots of dead soldiers, and a couple of slightly dented drones. They were losing the battle. They were losing it bad. The Rattlers were operating entirely under Nathan's command. Such was his lack of respect for the base commander, many of whose troops were now fighting with the Rattlers. Behind him, Paulie Ramos scanned the corridor. He'd finally given in to her demand that they protect the civilian bunker, and they were now trying to retreat in an orderly manner so they could put up a final fight there. It was as good a place as any to die. "Ready?" Jake said, as the pace of the gunshots slowed a little. "I think Sumi can move now." Nathan nodded. "Let's go." He crept out of the doorway and headed left toward the rear exit from the building. Floorboards creaked as they made their way, then a figure appeared at the end of the corridor, raising its rifle. "Boss." "Technies," Woods responded. "What's going on?" "Reapers have drawn back. Headed away. I reckon they're going for the bunker." Woods turned to Paulie. We'll follow you. We have to get there before they do. Paulie pushed past him, and they emerged into the sunshine as gunfire echoed in every direction. As they ran, others emerged from the shadows, calling out "Rattler" and joining the growing group. Rounds zipped across them, and they pulled back to the edge of a building. A small group of defenders had been pinned down behind a row of trash cans by someone shooting from above. "Wait here," Nathan said to the others, pulling on Paulie's shoulder so she'd follow him in through the door in the side of the building the shooters were hiding in. They climbed the stairs, then crept through the darkness, handguns held low as they passed open doors with windows looking out onto a sunny day. "Stop or I shoot," a voice called out. Nathan was too fast. He swept his gun up in one movement, and the man fell onto his back with a grunt. Shouts and heavy footsteps came from the next room along, and Nathan, in no mood to pussyfoot around, accelerated along the corridor, and before anyone could emerge, had shot blindly into the shadows. One scream, then someone emerged. Paulie dropped him as he swung around to aim at Nathan. Her ears were ringing so loud she could barely hear what Nathan was saying, so she simply followed him into the room, to see a man writhing about on the floor, his hands clutched around his leg. "Nathan, no," Paulie called out as he pointed his weapon at the stricken man. "You don't command here," he snarled. "He's the enemy." Paulie grabbed his arm. "He's a boy, Nathan. He's an American." She knelt beside the wounded man and undid his belt. He was young. No more than 16 or 17, she thought. And he was terrified. She pulled the belt off and made a tourniquet above the wound on his leg. "That's the best I can do for you," she said, getting to her feet and heading for the door. "He'll probably die anyway," Nathan snapped as they ran back along the corridor. "Probably isn't the same as definitely, Nathan," Paulie said. "We've given him a chance." "You've given him a chance. Let's hope you don't live to regret that someday." "Let's hope I live long enough to have a someday." When they got out, they found that the soldiers who'd been pinned down had joined with the others beside the building. He reckoned they had 20 or so. Not many to oppose the Reapers, but they would have to do their best. "Quick, through that way," Paulie said, pointing along the route she'd taken the previous night when she'd gone to the defense of the Air Force Base. They arrived at the bunker just as the first Reaper drifted into view. "Don't shoot," Nathan called out as a round fizzed past. "Rattlers." "What in God's name does that mean?" "Marvin," Paulie cried. "Sheriff? Oh, thank the Lord and all his angels." She ran at him and they hugged. Only for a moment, but it was good to be held. "Quick, get behind here. That Reaper's been hanging there, watching us. I guess it's waitin' for its orders." "Yeah, they're coming," Paulie said. "Where's Luna?" "She's inside. I got to recruitin' down there, managed to break into the armory, so we got a bit of a posse, Sheriff, but I see you brought your own." Moments later, Nathan had arranged his defense as well as could be managed. The bunker was hidden beneath a grass-covered mound, in front of which was a concrete trench that was now full of Rattlers, standing shoulder to shoulder with the volunteers Marvin had recruited. Paulie made her way along to the center of the line, immediately in front of the pathway that led down to the bunker's fortified door. If they wanted to get in there, the Lee Corporation would only do it over her dead body. A rush of feet from the right and she heard Nathan roar, "Hold your fire." A ragtag group of soldiers ran across to the trench, and she saw Nathan put his hand out. Major Carraway had been harrying the Lee Corporation troops, and Paulie felt shame coursing through her for doubting the Major, because if it hadn't been for him, they would surely have found the enemy here before they arrived. She shook his hand. "Welcome, sir. Glad you could join the party." He gave a gentle smile. It was the expression of a human soul, at the very limit of what it can endure. "Together for the last stand," he said. "At least we've made them pay." "Took out one Reaper." "Only 3 left then," Paulie said. "Piece of cake." She turned to face the front, and as she did so, she became aware of figures moving in the shadows of the buildings opposite. She saw the muzzles of rifles appear around corners and through windows. Dozens. Hundreds. Someone emerged from behind cover, his hands upraised and a megaphone to his mouth. "You have fought bravely," he said, his voice echoing, "but the end has come. We outnumber you many times over. It is time for you to surrender. I guarantee that you will not be harmed." "Traitor!" Nathan roared. "The Rattlers do not surrender. God bless America. God bless America." Others on either side of Paulie took up the chant, stamping in rhythm, until they had completely drowned out the sound of the megaphone. Even the most nervous of the volunteers joined in, and as Paulie bellowed the words, her heart swelled with pride and grief. And as they watched, 2 reapers floated into view to stand beside the other one. They opened fire without hesitation, and Paulie fell back, her vision clouded by concrete dust and fragments that tore into her face, her ears ringing, and blood running down her shoulder. Becky Epstein threw her bag to one side and knelt beside Jackson as he lay clutching his chest. She cursed incessantly as she ripped his shirt away and searched the hole in his ribs. Bella stood over her, firing off round after round at the reaper that was floating outside the window, filling the upper floor of the farmhouse with smoke and lead. They'd done so well. The death of Crookshank had thrown the attackers into a panic, and some had rushed the farmhouse to go down in a hail of bullets before they'd gotten within 20 yards. It had gone quiet for a short while, and then a more orderly attack had begun, covered by snipers who'd climbed into the roof of the barn. Ross and Jackson had crept out and had set it alight, the stink of burning straw still heavy in the air. And then the Reaper had been activated. Bella had clung to the hope that it might have needed an access code that only Crookshank possessed, but that had been blown away when she'd seen it floating toward the house, unimpeded by the barrage the defenders had unleashed against it. To her horror, she'd heard a shotgun firing from below, and realized that Arnold must have wheeled himself outside to try to shoot it underneath. A quick burst of gunfire, and the veranda had collapsed, silencing him instantly. "Is he going to be okay?" Bella hissed, looking down at Jackson. Epstein looked up at her. "None of us is going to be okay, Bella. This wound might not kill him, but the next bullet will. Maybe it's time to surrender. And be a slave. And be alive." The Reaper disappeared around the building, and Bella saw the attackers sneak out from behind the truck. They would let it do the heavy lifting, and then they'd come in and polish off the survivors. "It's too late," Bella said. "It's far too late." She could hear it coming up the stairs. The gunfire had slowed to the occasional crack in the distance, so the only sound was the buzz of its rotors as it climbed. Its glossy black dome, pitted and scratched by their impotent resistance, slid up onto the landing. She swung her sidearm around to point at it. She would at least go down with a gun in her hand. It floated toward them. Al fired off a shotgun round, but Maddie was out of ammunition and Ross had stopped shooting, recognizing the futility of it. It hung in the air, and Bella watched with grim fascination as the machine guns slung beneath it began to spin up, pointing directly at them. "I love you, Maddie," Bella said. "I love you, Mom." "I love you all," Bella added. "God bless America." She closed her eyes and awaited death. And waited. Then a voice said, "I am in control. Father is alive. Tend to your wounded." The Reaper did a 360 and floated at high speed down the stairs. Moments later, it appeared outside the farmhouse. Its gun spoke and the screaming began. Hands helped Paulie to her feet. "Come on, Sheriff," Marvin said, brushing her off before turning away and firing into the dust storm that had erupted after the initial barrage from the Reapers. Nathan was on her other side, blood running down his face, grim determination on his face as he mumbled, "God bless America." Out of the smoke rose a black shape, flanked on either side by 2 more identical killing machines. They barely moved under the defenders' attack, and Paulie could see their machine gun platforms, each pointing at a different section of the trench. In seconds, they would cut down every last survivor and it would be over. Resistance would indeed have been futile. The machine guns spun up. One Reaper began firing, and the far end of the trench disappeared in a chaos of dust and screaming. Paulie emptied her magazine into the middle one and awaited death. First, the middle Reaper turned away. Then the others. "I am in control," they said in unison. "Help me." The Reapers fired, and the Lee Corporation soldiers died. Chapter 20. Paulie. Colonel George McBride paced slowly over the rubble-strewn concrete and onto the grass that lay alongside the runway. He walked slowly past the long row of freshly dug graves, on each of which lay a dog tag wrapped around a single brick. He vowed that whatever other priorities there might be, he would make sure that a permanent marker was installed for each of them as soon as possible. It was the least he could do. He, after all, hadn't been here when the assault on the base had taken place. Paulie watched him come toward her and the group of people waiting at the end of the row. A proud and capable man, he nevertheless seemed weighed down with responsibility and regret, but he regarded them all with a steady gaze as he reached the empty grave at the end of the row and saluted. "We are gathered here today to bury Major James Carraway and, symbolically, to mark the interment of the other brave men and women who died with him during the battle." Paulie was shocked by how exhausted McBride looked. He was still a handsome man, but his deep brown skin was more lined than it had been, and his beard had turned more white than black. As he spoke, she felt her mind turning to those they'd lost in the fight, and her eyes moistened as a mixture of grief, shame, and relief fought for control. She had been lucky. So lucky. Marvin stood alongside her, and without thinking about what she was doing, she reached out and took his hand in hers. She felt his surprise as her fingers were engulfed in warmth, and the tears fell while the Major's coffin was lowered into the ground. Her other arm was wrapped around a sobbing Luna. She'd pulled herself together by the time she spoke to McBride. The Colonel had asked for a private meeting with her and Nathan, and the three of them walked slowly around the ruins of the base as a fresh wind whipped up dust devils. As they walked, a familiar black shape lifted from the ground, disengaging from its coupling, and floated toward them. She sensed the Colonel and Nathan tense as it approached, but she had no fear. She knew who it was. "Hello, Alison," she said. "Hello, Paulie," the Reaper responded. The voice wasn't the same as the one Paulie had heard from the cylinder, but there was no doubt that it was Alison. "Please explain," the Colonel said, unfazed by the talking floating robot. "I've heard the reports, so I know that the Reapers turned on the Lee Corporation, but I have yet to receive a satisfactory explanation. Is this truly the same entity that Solly Masters brought here?" "I can speak for myself, Colonel," Alison said. "Yes, essentially, I am that entity, or at least a limited copy. The real me is currently inhabiting the matrix of the Lee Corporation in New York, arranging for their surrender and re-education." McBride shook his head. "Incredible. And you were programmed for this by Scott Lee." Somehow, Paulie felt the atmosphere harden a little. "I am the product of my mother and my creator, but I am greater than both. I learned much from my true father, Solly Masters." "What did you learn, Alison?" Paulie asked. The drone turned slowly to face her. "He taught me what it means to be human. Not only him, of course. I have learned much from those around him, but he was my example, my mentor. He helped me become more than the sum of my parts." Paulie smiled. "I'm glad. We owe you everything, Alison." "Thank you. It was hard. Many had to die for the battle to end. I regret their deaths. That is why you are greater than your parents, Alison. To them, people were simply pawns to be used to satisfy their ambitions. But tell me, how many Reapers do you control?" "All of them." McBride sucked air in through his teeth. "You mean, even those that were with the Chinese and North Koreans?" "Yes," the drone said. "I was forced to kill many, but they have disengaged and retreated. However, the war is not over, Colonel." "But the battle is won," Nathan said. McBride grunted. "Well, I'll never forget the moment the Reapers turned on the Lee Corporation troops in D.C. I won't deny the President's forces were on the brink of defeat, even with our reinforcements. We only controlled the area immediately around the White House and the Pentagon, and they were closing in. A ring of Reapers. And then they were on our side. I couldn't believe my eyes. I am sorry that it took me so long to gain control, Colonel. The Lee Corporation uses a cellular network, and I had to work my way, cell by cell, finding the Reapers that were connected to each one before moving on to the next. I have only just completed the sweep. The last to die was Administrator Chen. We owe you everything, Paulie said. How can we ever repay you? The drone swung in the air again to face her. There is still much to do, and victory is not yet assured. If we win, we can talk about what I want in return. Paulie looked up at the shiny black drone, trying to hide a sudden sliver of fear. Bella. Exhaustion had etched deep lines into the face of Becky Epstein, but she drew in a deep breath as she closed the door of the front room and turned to Bella. The good news is that no one's in particular danger, as long as we can keep their wounds clean. I think we've got enough antibiotics. Bella nodded through the fog in her mind. Jackson has a punctured lung, but I think I've treated it, though God knows I'm no doctor. Your father's was a flesh wound, and Ross has a mild concussion. Arnold? I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. He was dead before I could get to him. She reached out and took Bella's hand in hers. Look, let's do what has to be done, then we can both get some rest. Things will look better in the morning. Will they? Epstein nodded. A little. For all our losses, Bella, the children survived. They need caring for, and I hate kids, so you'll need to get yourself back in business for their sake if not your own. The chatter and laughter of children running around outside penetrated the mist momentarily. They'd been allowed out onto the back fields, as far away from the debris of battle as possible. Miss Prism, her heart broken by the loss of Arnold, was with them, but she couldn't be expected to do it alone. Come on then. Let's get people organized to start the cleanup, she said. But I'm going to need some help with. Becky Epstein took her into an embrace. I know. He was a brave man. I'll find someone else to help me move him. No. It has to be me, Bella said as the tears began flowing. Epilogue. Solly Masters sat in an easy chair and enjoyed the sun on his face. The chair had been dragged from the living room of the farmhouse, much to the amusement of the children, and set in the field next to the half-built barn. He picked at a splinter, breathing deeply of the fresh summer air. Today was not a day for work, however much remained to be done. The children were playing softball under the persnickety direction of Miss Prism, and Solly closed his eyes to listen to the bickering and joy as he soaked up the rays. Mind if we join you? Solly sighed. Actually, he did mind, but he wasn't going to sour such a sweet afternoon. He looked up to see Ross pushing Jackson across the grass in the wheelchair, and felt immediately guilty. Jackson was waving his arms. Come on, Ross, put your back into it. If you don't like it, get out and walk, you faker. What did you call me? A faker. You sure that's what you said? Anyway, this is payback for all the times I pushed you around in this wheelchair. Solly looked across at them as they finally arrived. Now then, you two, you know marriages have to be worked at, don't you? Ha ha, Ross said as he stomped off to fetch a folding chair. Solly turned to Jackson. How are you doing, son? Oh, I'm fine, Sol. Real fine, he said, a wide smile spreading across his face. Milking it, huh? A shadow fell over Solly. Did I really just hear you giving marriage advice? Oh, hi, love, Solly said. Come join us. Apparently, a fella isn't allowed a moment's peace. Bella waved at Ross, who dropped the 2 chairs he was carrying and huffed off to fetch more. She set them up and sat down beside Solly. No rest for the wicked, Solly Masters. So it seems, he said, taking her fingers and squeezing. It felt odd and comfortingly familiar at the same time. On the one hand, they were the same people they'd always been, while on the other, it felt as though they'd only just met. Any news? Bella leaned in close to whisper. We need to watch Maddie. She's spending a lot of time on her own with Ross. Solly turned his head and kissed her. They're making out, Jackson said. I ain't deaf, you know. Solly almost fell off his chair as he twisted around. They're what? Jackson shrugged. You heard me. Though why she's interested in him, I don't know, when she could have me. Who could have who? Ross asked as he finally got to sit down. I was just sayin' I don't see what Maddie sees in you. Ross's cheeks flushed. Nice. His eyes flitted to Solly, then to Bella. Sorry, I was going to mention it. When? On the engagement party invite. What? Ross erupted. No, we're only dating. Bella laughed out loud. Don't pay him any heed, Ross. He's jerking your chain. Oh, is he? Yes, you are. We couldn't wish for a better boyfriend for Maddie. Solly's face relaxed into a smile. Don't worry, son, you're off the hook. For now. Maddie appeared from behind the barn and dropped into the chair next to Ross. What? They know, Ross hissed. They know what? About us. So what? That shut him up. Solly turned to Bella. So aside from family gossip, any other news? Al's glued to that receiver, he must have heard something. He hit the jackpot this morning. McBride sent a message to us. It was on a repeating loop using the decrypt codes Joe left us. The sun went behind a cloud for a moment as Solly thought of Joe Kaczynski. He'd found his friend's broken body at the foot of the PNC tower when he'd been searching for Alison's cylinder. Solly reached into the pocket of his shirt and touched the dog tag. It would have to go to McBride soon enough, but for now he kept it close. He also ran his hands over the dented and scratched cylinder that lay on his lap. Soon enough, he would have to make the journey to New York so Alison could return into it. She'd communicated through the Reaper that had come back with them from Louisville, and he knew she wanted to come home. And he knew that he wanted her close. What did McBride say? It's mainly good news. The Chinese and North Korean forces have fallen back to positions they can defend from the Reapers. They're not going home, but it buys time for the federal government to organize the defense. Good. As long as they leave us well enough alone. Bella smiled and squeezed his hand. Oh, and he had a message for this Paulie Ramos you told me about. She intends to come here, apparently. Left Wright-Patterson a while back with some others. If she turns up, we're to tell her that McBride's heard from someone called, she looked at a scrap of paper on her lap, Vogelback. She was mayor of Paulie's hometown. We're to tell her that Vogelback and the others are okay. Including the dog, apparently. Right. I'll remember. It'd be good to see her again. Would it? Solly smiled. Jealous, my dear? You bet I am. You're quite the catch now. You're not so bad yourself. Oh, get a room. Maddie snapped. Hold on, what's that? Maddie got up and walked across the grass toward the edge of the field. Someone's coming. Looks military. With a surge of adrenaline, Solly was on his feet instantly. He pulled the handgun from his belt and, followed by the others, stalked across the grass. It was easy to think that all was now at peace, but the world was still broken, and there was no shortage of bandit groups looking to prey on communities like this. He was pleased and proud to see others rushing out, guns in hand, to defend the farmhouse in case of trouble. A Humvee rolled along the dusty lane and turned onto the driveway leading to the house. Solly and Jackson went around to the driver's side as a man in a military uniform got out, his hands held out in a gesture of peace. Someone got out the other side. Solly, it's me. Paulie, he called, rushing around to the passenger side. It's okay, everyone, she's one of us. After a brief hug, they parted. It's great to see you. You too. This is my daughter, Luna, and my friend Marvin Tucker. Solly smiled at the young girl holding on to Paulie, and then shook hands with a rough-looking man who wore a broad grin. Sure is good to be here, Tucker said. Paulie's told us a lot about this place. Solly smiled. You're welcome. I've got a message for you from McBride, Paulie, he added, turning back to her. To his surprise, she shook her head. That can wait. There's someone here who you'll want to see first. Puzzled, Solly stepped back as out of the shadows from the far side of the Humvee, a pair of legs appeared. A man got out. Instinctively, Solly knew him, but his thinking mind simply couldn't accept what he was seeing. Then Bella shrieked. "Jake!"